Dépôt des documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member from Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And mind me without my glasses today, so I apologize. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women in relation to Bill S-205, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release and domestic violence recognizance orders. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to say congratulations to Senator Boisvenu, who brought forward this bill and has been a voice for so many victims across Canada. All of us, the 11 of us, really appreciated on working on such an important bill that had such personal intent. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member from Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to Bill C-53, an act respecting the recognition of certain Métis governments in Alberta, Ontario, and Saskatchewan, to give effect to treaties with those governments and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And Mr. Speaker, I also would like to thank all of our witnesses, in particular the representatives from the Métis organizations in Alberta, Ontario, Saskatchewan, and the National Métis representative for their persistence in helping get through this much-needed legislation at committee stage. And I wish the House all the best in seeing this through to the finish and on to completion through royal assent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry, I don't have my glasses on. Presenting reports from committees. Oh, no. Next one. Yeah. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Massey, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Copyright Act, Crown Copyright. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my co-seconder of the bill. This is important for Canada and also in particular for businesses, researchers, educators. And the act to amend the Copyright Act would actually address something, a law that was created back in 1911, only adjusted in 1921, where right now government research, innovation papers, and a number of materials are not released to the public. This is counter to most of our other trading partners. In fact, I think Canada is alone on this. So this bill would actually amend and provide those publications to the public, which is something that businesses would support, something researchers would support, educators would support, and innovators would support. And that is the reason we want this amended right now, because it really goes back to a law created in 1911. And that's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, but we can correct this today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for, Mr. Massey, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have three petitions to present. The first one is with regards to amending Canada's policies with cybersecurity. Currently, right now, Canada is exposed with regards to cyber hacking, and we have no international agreements that significantly protect Canadians and businesses. In fact, cyber attacks and ransomware per population in Canada is the second highest in the world. With global cybercrime costing in the trillions of dollars and not having the proper supports and public policy is putting businesses and individuals at risk. So the petitioners are calling for a national security licensing body to govern Canadian cybersecurity. Would be a progressive way to advance and also increase the number of people that are occupationally involved in cybersecurity and bring us in line to be a world leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
De pétition, l'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
He indicated he had a second petition. The Honourable Member for Windsor West, sorry.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I said thank you, and that's what I meant. I have two more quick petitions to present. They're very important, though, on the same subject matter. The first one with regards to is calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Currently, right now, there is a siege on Gaza, which has cost tens of thousands of injuries, and there's also lives that have been lost. Sadly, there has also been a blockade, and the petitioners are calling that countries meet their international agreements, and potential genocide is already taking place. And so, Madam Speaker, we are calling for the lifting of the siege, and more importantly, calling for a ceasefire. And my second petition, Madam Speaker, also calls for the same subject matter to be looked at with regards to Gaza and the fact that it is being occupied and the attacks are increasing. When the petitioners actually started this petition, there was basically around 2,000 casualties at that time. That's now in significantly higher in the wounding. It has also affected hospitals, schools, and mostly women and children that have been part of this genocide. So, Madam Speaker, the petitioners are calling for Canada to actually call for a ceasefire and bring ourselves in line with more of a traditional role that Canada's had with regards to this conflict that's taking place in the Middle East. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud to present a petition from residents of Châteauguay-Lacolle in support of the bill that this House has passed, C-57.
Call upon all parliamentarians to and want to say that they affirm their unwavering commitment to Ukraine, and they want to see this by the updated Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Surrey Smith Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages a petition calling for an increase in the amount of tax credits for volunteer firefighters, in particular for the great firefighters and volunteer firefighters from Red River, Saskatchewan, and also the Search and Rescue Volunteer Service. These first responders provide a valuable and essential service to all Canadians, and we deeply appreciate the role they play in keeping us all safe.
Petitions, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have four, but I'll present them briefly. These individuals are very concerned about the sexually explicit material that is available on the internet. It's demeaning and sexually violent, and unfortunately, it's extremely easy to see by young people. So, because it's made for commercial purposes and is not protected by any effective age verification method, they're very concerned with what's happening to our young people. And so they are calling on this government to adopt Bill S-210, Protecting Young Persons from the Exposure to Pornography Act. They mentioned that online age verification was the primary recommendation made by stakeholders during a 2017 study by the Standing Committee on Health. As well, I have one in regards to maternity benefits and parental benefits when couples have a new child. However, adoptive and intended parents are at a disadvantage under the current system, and so they should have equal access as new parents. And Bill C-318 delivers equitable access to parental leave for adoptive and intended parents. And I know that across this House there truly is support for this bill, and they're calling for royal recommendation for Bill C-318. And two more quickly. It's well established that the risk of violence against women increases when they're pregnant. And justice requires that an attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and her preborn child she is carrying be sentenced accordingly, and the sentence should match the crime. So these individuals are calling on the House of Commons to legislate the abuse of a pregnant woman and or the infliction of harm on a preborn child as aggravating circumstances for sentencing purposes in the Criminal Code. And finally, Madam Speaker, these individuals are seeking to support the health and safety of Canadian firearm owners, law-abiding citizens of Canada. And unfortunately, petitioners acknowledge that the sound moderators are the only universally recognized health and safety device that is actually criminally prohibited in Canada. So they're calling on this government to allow legal firearm owners the option to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal, hunting, and sport shooting activities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present two petitions. The first is on behalf of over 3,200 people from across the country who note that people with disabilities often face barriers to employment along with higher costs associated with healthcare and housing. They note that the Canada Disability Benefit was delayed over 2 years, as the first attempt to pass the law, known as C-35, was postponed due to the 2021 election. They note that the Canada Disability Benefit would provide much-needed financial support for people with disabilities, many of whom, 40% of those living in poverty, are people with disabilities. They note that the minister responsible has told Canadians that implementing the Canada Disability Benefit is expected to take at least 18 months following the passage of C-22 in June of 2023. In fact, that's been pushed back further still. They note that insufficient supports on current disability programs, both federally and provincially, present a significant risk of life and health for people with disabilities across the country living in legislated poverty. They go on to note that the federal government has refused to provide an interim disability emergency response benefit similar to the CERB that was provided in the pandemic. They also note that back payments are provided to eligible recipients for other disability benefits like the disability tax credit. And they note that the federal government has yet to budget the necessary funds for the Canada Disability Benefit. As a result, they have two calls in their petition to the Government of Canada. First of all, to provide back payments to eligible Canada Disability Benefit recipients covering the time from when the Canada Disability Benefit Act received royal assent in June of 2023. And secondly, to budget the necessary funds for the Canada Disability Benefit into Budget 2023 to show that this government is committed to providing the Canada Disability Benefit to the disability community as soon as possible. The second petition notes that volunteer firefighters account for 71% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders. They note that the tax code in Canada currently allows volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services were completed in a calendar year. It works out to a mere $450 a year. If they volunteer more than 200 hours, which many of them do, the tax credit becomes even less. They go on to note various reasons why this tax credit is insufficient, and they go on to note and call for the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310 and to enact amendments to subsection 108.06.2 and 118.07.2 of the Income Tax Act in order to increase the amount of the tax credits for volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer services from $3,000 to $10,000. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have signatures here from all across the country, and they are asking to have the natural health products more accessible and for the new regulations to exempt natural health products because many people depend on them to stay healthy so they don't have to buy prescription drugs.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a number of petitions to present to the House today. The first petition calls on the Liberal government not to involve itself in decisions that should be made by parents and by provinces. It identifies the fact that the Liberal government sought to interfere in New Brunswick policy in this regard, more recently interfere in policy decisions in Alberta, and the statements, petitioners note as well the statements of the Conservative leader calling on the government not to interfere in decisions that should be made by provinces and by parents, further noting that parents care about the well-being of their children and love them more than any state-run institution, and the role of government is to support families and respect parents, not to dictate to them how decisions should be made for their children. The next petition is in support of an excellent private member's bill that I have put forward, C-257. This bill would add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act. Petitioners note that Canadians should be protected from discrimination, including political discrimination, and that it's a fundamental Canadian right to be politically active and vocal further that our democracy is well served by ensuring that people feel the freedom to express themselves politically without worry about employment-related or other reprisal based on their political views. The petition asks the House to support Bill C-257 and to defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. The next petition relates to International Development Week, and I'm sure petitioners join me in wishing a happy International Development Week to all who are marking this occasion as a time for discussion and for advocacy. Petitioners note some of the key failures in this Liberal government's international development policy. They note the Auditor General's report highlighting how the Liberals' so-called feminist international assistance policy has failed to measure results in terms of impact on the lives of women and girls. Further notes how the approach of this government has shown a lack of respect for cultural values and autonomy of women in developing countries by pushing positions that may violate local laws. Further, petitioners highlight the Muskoka initiative by the previous Conservative government that involved historic investments of the well-being of women and girls that achieved value for money, that measured results, and that actually responded to priorities identified by local women. Therefore, petitioners call on the government to align international development spending with the wise approach of the Muskoka initiative, focusing on meeting basic needs of vulnerable women rather than pushing ideological agendas. The next petition is raising concern about and expressing opposition to proposals for the expansion of euthanasia to include children. It notes a proposal to legalize euthanasia for minors, including even very young children. Petitioners find this proposal deeply disturbing. They believe that killing children is always wrong and call on the government to block any attempt to legalize euthanasia, killing, or facilitated suicide for minors. Next, I'd like to present a petition regarding human rights in Hong Kong, especially as it relates to immigration. Petitioners note that there has been a severe decline in the freedoms of Hong Kong. Further, that people charged in Hong Kong for political offenses through a justice system that is clearly now severely broken. People who have done nothing wrong, who have advocated for freedom and democracy, nonetheless might have been subject to criminal charges in Hong Kong, have difficulty getting a police certificate, etc., and that because of these challenges, that would impact their ability to immigrate to Canada. Petitioners therefore ask the government to recognize the politicization of the judiciary in Hong Kong and its impact on the legitimacy and validity of criminal convictions, to affirm its commitment to render all national security charges and convictions irrelevant for purposes of Canadian immigration, further to create a mechanism by which Hong Kong people with pro-democracy movement-related convictions may provide an explanation for such convictions, on the basis of which government officials could grant exceptions to Hong Kong people who would otherwise be deemed inadmissible to Canada on the basis of criminality, and to work with like-minded allies on this. And briefly, the final petition I'll table raises concern about the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in the PRC and calls on the government to do more to combat the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Before I start the debate, I do want to remind members that when other members have the floor, it would be nice if individuals weren't having side conversations. They may not be aware, but their sound does carry to this end of the room, and some people tend to forget that they're actually in the chamber when they're having those conversations, so their voices are a little bit more distinct. Questions on the order paper. Monsieur Lamoureux. Monsieur Lamoureux.
I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Madame la Présidente, je me lève pour répondre à la question.
Kickoff speech.
I would like to raise the question of privilege raised on February 26, 2024 by the member for Regina Capel.
Has attempted to conflate two separate events. The first event took place in a joint sitting of Parliament for an address by the President of Ukraine. The second was a special event outside of Parliament. Prime Minister was asked questions in the House about the events during the joint sitting of Parliament for the address. The Prime Minister said neither he nor his office was involved with the invitation to the individual in question for the parliamentary event. The former Speaker admitted to this House that the decision to invite this individual was his and his alone. The Prime Minister stated with respect to the parliamentary event, and I quote,
the Honourable Government House Leader seems to be debating the issue, so I'm just wondering which point of order that he's raising, and so again, continue, but if it can be a point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the Government House Leader is responding to a matter of privilege that was raised by the official opposition. I think he's provided the amount of time and the discretion that he's been using in order to...
Okay, I'm sorry that the Honourable Member's mic got cut off, but I understand what the Honourable Member is saying. I will allow the Honourable Government House Leader to continue.
Madame la Présidente, I'll resume where I think I left off. The Prime Minister was asked questions in the House about the events during the joint sitting of Parliament for the address. The Prime Minister said neither he nor his office was involved with the invitation to the individual in question for the parliamentary event. The former Speaker admitted to this House that the decision to invite this individual was his and his alone. The Prime Minister stated with respect to the parliamentary event, and I quote, "The Leader of the Opposition knows that not one parliamentarian was aware, and, quote, no parliamentarian knew the name or the identity of the person welcome to this House and recognized," end of quote. The member acknowledges the fact that it was the Speaker that invited this individual to the parliamentary event when he said, and I quote, "It is understood that this individual's son approached the then Speaker's constituency office about securing an invitation to the Ottawa address," end of quote. The Speaker then, according to his statement in the House, invited the individual to the parliamentary event and stated that it was his decision to do so, apologized to the House for doing so, and as a result of this action, he resigned as Speaker. The member alleges, I would say better speculates, that the Speaker only invited the individual because that same individual was invited to another event by the Prime Minister. There are no facts to support this claim and should therefore be treated as speculative assumptions. Yet, the Prime Minister has been clear that neither he nor his office was involved in the invitation of the individual in question to the parliamentary event. The former Speaker stated this fact in the House, which clearly corroborates the statements made by the Prime Minister and other ministers in this place. There is a long tradition in this House that members should be taken at their word, especially when there are no facts that would bring these remarks into question. By conflating the two events as one, the member is trying to leave the impression that these events were coordinated as one. That claim is not supported by the facts and is not supported by statements made by the Prime Minister or his ministers in this House. I would point to the statement the Prime Minister made and was referenced by the member across the way on September 27, 2023, and I quote, "We apologize today on behalf of all parliamentarians. For the past few days, we have been saying how sorry we are about the mistake made by the Speaker of the House of Commons," end of quote. The matter of the invitation of the individual by the former Speaker is currently before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for consideration. Let's let the committee do its work. The referral of the matter to the committee was founded on the former Speaker's acknowledgement of his sole responsibility for inviting this individual to the parliamentary event. The member referenced page 85 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, where it states that in cases of privilege involves, and I quote, "the provision of deliberately misleading information to the House or one of its committees by a minister or by a member," end of quote. There are no facts that either support that the Prime Minister misled the House on the invitation of the individual to the parliamentary event, or that any minister or member deliberately provided information that misled the House. The facts speak otherwise. The Prime Minister has been clear. The Speaker has been clear. There are no facts to dispute those claims. By trying to conflate two separate events, the member is twisting the narrative into a situation that bears no relevance to what the House was debating in the fall. Madam Speaker, this question is a matter of debate and not a question of privilege. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
I do appreciate the Honourable Government House Leader providing the additional information. It will certainly be taken into consideration as this matter continues to be looked into. I do have a point of order. The Honourable Member Renfrew, Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the House Leader's point of order, I request that he provide the documentation to the House, that he table it, all the documentation to back up every statement that he said, including the invitation that the Speaker would have sent to this individual. All MPs know that it's a matter of record and practice for the Speaker of the House to send a formal invitation on any events he has. So we look forward to being provided with that information and all other supporting documents for every statement he made.
I will take the honourable member's comments addition to this point of order under advisement as well. And so we are now going to another point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order and respecting the committee's consideration of Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, bracket adoptive intended parents, and a bracket. Standing in the name for the member for Battleford's Lloydminster, now that the bill has been reported from committee and is now in the possession of the House, I would like to draw to the Speaker's attention amendments made in committee that should be ruled as being inadmissible. During the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills, and Social Development and Status of Persons with Disabilities consideration of the bill, amendments were made to clauses 1, 8, 14, and 17 that exceed the scope of the bill as adopted at second reading, and, moreover, the amendments infringe on the financial prerogative of the Crown. Without commenting on the merits of the amendments, each of these four amendments seek to add a new concept to the bill and therefore exceeds the scope of the bill as adopted at second reading. I would also add that in addition to exceeding the scope of the bill, these amendments would seek to authorize new and distinct spending for the purposes not authorized by the Employment Insurance Act or any other statute or appropriation. During a clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, the Chair ruled in relation to the amendment to Clause 1, and I quote, the current amendment attempts to create another benefit whereby an Indigenous child could be placed with a claimant different from the child's parents following different processes from the provincial adoption process as stated in the bill, and the claimant could be entitled to obtain a 15-week benefit drawn from the Treasury. As the House of Commons Procedure and Practices 3rd edition states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury, or if it extends the objects of or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications of specified in a royal recommendation. In the opinion of the Chair, the amendment proposes a new scheme, one that imposes a new charge on the public treasury, and as such, it would require a royal recommendation. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible, and a quote, Madam Speaker. The member for Winnipeg Centre moved a motion to challenge the ruling of the Chair, and the committee voted to overturn the ruling of the Chair, and the clause was adopted as amended. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, since the same amendment was moved to clauses 8, 14, and 17, the Chair ruled these amendments inadmissible on the same grounds as for the amendment to Clause 1. The decision of the Chair was then challenged for each of these amendments, and the Chair...
Order. À l'ordre. On a une personne...
There is a member who is simply trying to speak, and a number of people on the other side are asking for the House to be respected, but we know that when it's the other way around, that we know that when the other side is speaking, they also don't want to be interrupted. So I'd like to ask both sides of the House to show some respect We need to respect the person who's speaking. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since the same amendment was moved to clauses 8, 14, and 17, the Chair ruled these amendments inadmissible on the same grounds as for the amendment to Clause 1. The decision of the Chair was then challenged for each of these amendments, and the Chair's ruling was overturned. The committee then proceeded to adopt amendment in question to Clauses 8, 14, and 17. Since these amendments were deemed inadmissible by the Chair of the committee on the grounds that they exceeded the scope of the bill and give rise to the need for a royal recommendation, I therefore submit that these amendments be struck from the bill and a new version of the bill without the offending amendments be reprinted for consideration at report stage of the said bill. Thank you for your patience, Madam Speaker.
I do appreciate the honourable member's point of order, and will certainly consider that and come back to the House. The honourable member for North Island Powder River has a point of order.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Just on the previous point of order, we just want to block a space to come back and give further information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ordre du jour, orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre des manœuvres du gouvernement.
Government orders, business of supply. Debate on an opposition motion on federal immigration targets standing in the name of Mr. Blanchette. Mr. Blanchette, seconded by Mr. Brunel-Duceppe, moves that the House A recall its unanimous vote of November 1st, 2023, calling on the government to review its immigration targets starting in 2024 after consultation with Quebec, the provinces and territories based on their integration capacity, particularly in terms of housing, healthcare, education, French language training, and transportation infrastructure. All with a view to successful immigration.
Demande au Premier Ministre.
B. Call on the Prime Minister to convene a meeting with his counterparts of Quebec, the provinces, and the territories in order to consult them on their respective integration capacities.
The government to table in the House within 100 days a plan for revising federal immigration targets in 2024 based on the integration capacity of Quebec, the provinces, and the territories. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Debate.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. J'ai eu peur de...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was starting to worry that I would never get to speak because my esteemed colleague was basically reading the side of a cereal box. I thought it might go on indefinitely. And we know that the Liberals are very afraid of letting the Bloc Québécois speak, so they try to go on as long as possible. Because everyone this morning, those who know enough French to read the newspaper, that there's a Léger poll that says that Quebecers and Canadians profoundly disagree with the immigration policies of what remains of this government. This is an excellent opportunity to repeat in this House what I've already said elsewhere. First of all, anybody who lives in Quebec and wishes to be a Quebecer is a Quebecer. Whatever their national origin, whatever the number of generations or the number of days that those people have been within Quebec, they are as Quebecois as anybody here in this House. The world is becoming increasingly small. Not necessarily geographically, although we know that the habitable surface of our continents will shrink due to the rising of the oceans, but because there will be more and more people using fewer and fewer resources, which means that an increasing number of people will have to search for a better life elsewhere. And very often that elsewhere will be in the Northern Hemisphere, in the Americas, and specifically in Quebec. We will need to show both generosity and responsibility in order to manage our duties and to support those who choose to come to Quebec. And we need to do all that while respecting the rules and the rule of law, which is also an aspect that this government seems to understand only with difficulty. We know that Quebec society is a very generous and open one, and it needs to consider this matter because some people come here on the basis of false representations. They don't know what to expect. They come to Quebec. They imagine that they're going to the U.S., that it's going to be a society like American society. In many cases, they were told that it's an English-speaking country, and then they come to Quebec and they're told that it's French-speaking. And they don't know what to make of it. They don't know what to think. I get out at Dorval Airport, everything's in English. Then you're told, well, you can pick whatever language you want, but if you have to pick one, pick English, because you can speak it in Montreal. So they feel confused. Because at the same time, they're told that it's a French-speaking province. So they're receiving these mixed messages, which are not always true. It's confusing. It's also very confusing for them when they look at the media because they see that there's a debate raging whether Canada is francophone, anglophone, what is going on. So at best, the messages they're receiving are very mixed. And the strategy to blame Quebecers. In fact, the only systemic thing in this debate are the systemic accusations against Quebecers who simply want to ensure that their language survives while remaining a welcoming and open society. And of course, the main responsibility of a society is to teach its language. For example, if you go to Italy, are you told, oh, we suggest that you learn Italian? Or if you go to Swedish, you're suggested to learn Swedish, aren't you? Although many people speak English. So why in Quebec are we supposed to be bad guys if we suggest people that it's a good idea to learn French? It might come in handy if you want to go buy some water at the corner store or if you want a job. That's completely normal. What's abnormal is to blame the people who are just encouraging people to learn French. It's concerning. The questions we ask ourselves as a society, specifically on asylum seekers, these are things that all Quebecers and all Canadians, I believe, should care about. And when I say that everyone should care about it, I'm also including Quebecers who themselves are from an immigrant background, whether recent or not so recent. Everyone, no matter what their origin, should be able to participate in this discussion. They are all part of the social tissue that should be holding this discussion. I sometimes wonder whether people from a recent immigrant background how enthusiastic they feel about receiving asylum seekers who may not in all cases be possible to receive appropriately. We know that people, despite the data wars, the childish data wars that we're seeing, but we know that in reality people show up in Quebec with all sorts of visas and then they ask for refugee status. And they know that even if it's not true at all, if they don't actually have a decent claim at all, they can just stay in the country for years. What a deal. What a convenient situation. I wonder if people from an immigrant background actually think that's okay. I don't think that this kind of bending of the rules, whether they think that it's okay. When they see people slipping through the cracks of the Canadian system, and when you see the types of criminals and smugglers, I mean, earlier we were talking about auto theft. This is another kind of crime. These are people involved in all sorts of organized crime. I think people from an immigrant background also have these concerns. Now, of course, this is a small minority, and many people who choose Quebec or Canada come because they want to have a better life.
And they're just as honorable as anybody else who's here. They might be more honorable than some other people who I won't name. I wonder if people who've immigrated from the Muslim community are pleased that we are bringing in here radical extremists who promote violence with the blessing of the government, which refuses to intervene. I wonder if those people have the same opinion as just about anyone else. I think our duty is to have successful immigration. I want to address an approach. We say immigration as if it was just one homogeneous thing. All immigrants are the same. No, not at all. I'll categorize not in an absolute fashion, but there are foreign students. There are many of them. This is a source not just of funding for institutions like universities, post-secondary institutions in Quebec. They're also a source and a way to spread knowledge and culture. This is one category that Quebec wants to continue welcoming generously. There are temporary foreign workers. In Quebec, there are significant economic sectors who absolutely need them. And there are abuses, people who automatically renew work permits for years that are supposed to be temporary. This is rarely in the regions, rarely in French, and this system could be improved. But the immigration of temporary foreign workers is extremely important. There is, of course, temporary immigration with asylum seekers. Aside from the number war, we see that Quebec does more than its share. We have more than half in Quebec, and we've seen spending go up $470 million. The federal government has said, look, pay for that, we will reimburse you. And when it comes time to reimburse, we've heard comments from the Minister of Immigration, and I still expect an apology for having said that I compared immigrants to heat pumps. That deserves an apology. And I am confident that the Speaker will agree with me. And when it was time to pay the debt, they said, we won't pay for the debt. We'll give you $100 million for temporary housing. $100 million for temporary housing for the future. We don't know how they got to that calculation. We have half of the people. We don't have half of the money. Toronto is doing fine, as usual. But it doesn't cover the past debt. Nothing at all. But they try to have that go over. Canada doesn't pay Quebec adequately. But why tell you something you already know? Temporary immigration related to asylum seekers is not economic. We don't take in asylum seekers for economic reasons. We do so for humanitarian reasons. That is what makes the abuse of the system even more odious. There are people who really do need help, and others who take help that those people need. They try to take it by means of false representation. This is a humanitarian contribution that involves spending, paid for by everyone, regardless of how much time people have been here. Healthcare, daycare, basic income. Of course, this is based on the number of people. There's inflationary pressure. There's an increase in demand without an increase in supply. That's inflationary. And of course, there is pressure on the housing crisis. This is not the fault of one more than the other. Children going to university who want housing put pressure on the housing stock, just like someone coming from Mexico. It's the total number that has the effect. We can't deny that. We have an obligation to do things well, to do better, and we haven't done so. So the result, because there is the language variable in Quebec, of course, so there is a cultural and economic weakening of the Quebec state. Here, we are slowing that down. If we weren't here to defend Quebec, to denounce what is done in Ottawa, I can't imagine the tsunami that would hit us. But thank God we are here. And in previous days, the Minister of Immigration in Quebec didn't deny the hypothesis of a referendum that had been mentioned by the government of Quebec to ask Quebecers if we should have all immigration powers in Quebec. I found that amusing because we were told that we can work hand in hand so many times. Whenever we stand up and ask a question on immigration, they say we are hand in hand. Same thing for health. We might have blisters on our hands from holding them so tightly. But if Quebec wants a referendum to withdraw all immigration powers from Ottawa and bring them to Quebec City, it's certainly not because Quebec is pleased. This is a disavowal of the government's immigration policies, a disavowal of the government's failures on immigration, and a disavowal of the Minister of the Environment of this government. So I think it's a wonderful idea, especially given that it makes sense for a government to consult people through a referendum, and that would contribute to not demonizing the word referendum. Last fall, there was unanimous consent for a motion that encouraged the government to consult Quebec and the provinces and territories on immigration targets. A unanimous motion in Parliament, and the government didn't pay it any heed, none at all, no consultations, moving forward with positions that look a lot like a steamroller going over Quebec. The Prime Minister is above the law. The Prime Minister is above everyone. That's cultural and maybe genetic. In Parliament, just about everyone is ready to put their ideology above the state and the people and their common wisdom. But today we're going to have to vote on this again. Before, this was just a Quebec thing. Before, we said people said that Quebecers are against immigration because they're racist. But now that Toronto is saying they have issues to manage with the volume of immigration, think about Montreal for a minute. Other big Canadian cities are experiencing similar difficulties. In this context, it was no longer just xenophobic Quebecers. Now it's a pan-Canadian issue that's worth considering in all seriousness. Everybody is struggling with costs for healthcare, education, and more. Given the failure of this government's immigration policies, Quebecers and Canadians who have immigrated here are paying for the Minister of Immigration, who once in a while is nice enough to come here, but he doesn't pay his debts. So I would suggest that he pay his debts, just like any honorable person. Pay your bills, especially if it's you who said to the other one, hey, pick up the tab. And don't make the insulting joke of saying that I compared immigrants to heat pumps. I hope he will be able to apologize for having so rudely insulted me. The Prime Minister should, as the motion suggests, convene a meeting with everyone so we can discuss immigration. Premiers from provinces, ministers of immigration from provinces could have a discussion, as all of Parliament urged, to set targets that take into account the capacity to integrate and manage people by provinces and territories in Quebec. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said, with all of the wisdom he has, that countries have responsibilities. Countries have responsibilities. But if the only way for Quebec to take on its responsibilities is to be a country, by God, I am in favor of that. The best way to properly integrate immigrants within the Quebec nation is to have a Quebec nation that, in its tradition and its culture of generosity, of kindness, won't have to always fight and oppose Canadian policies that go against its will, its interests, its language, and its survival on a continent where it is an essential contribution. So yes, there are things that belong to a country, so let us make Quebec a country, and in the meantime, I call on them to have a minimum level of decency and responsibility and to convene all premiers and ministers of immigration to set immigration targets together that take into account integration and payment capacities of Quebec and the provinces.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have and always will be a very strong advocate for sound immigration policy. I've recognized the benefits of immigration in all different forms that it takes. And at the end of the day, even the uniqueness of the province of Quebec and the role that it plays cannot be underestimated. I have a very strong passion for the French language. It's one of the reasons why I take a great sense of pride when I'll see someone of Filipino heritage in the area I represent be able to speak Tagalog, English, and French. We promote French whenever we get the opportunity. But anyway, consultation is very important. I acknowledge that. I'm wondering if the leader can just express to the chamber to what degree he has actually done his consultation, in particular, let's say, with the government of Quebec before bringing in the resolution, what they have had to say to him about it.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I've heard my esteemed colleague say that he is passionate about the French language. That's not what I heard, though. I think I heard him speak English, but it's possible. I can express my passion for English. It's easy. That being said, we are in pretty close contact with people at the National Assembly of Quebec with whom we have a long-standing relationship in some cases, and it's easy, not just on the phone, but by just reading the newspaper, to see that generally, and even in quite a lot of detail, the Bloc Québécois expresses positions that are totally compatible with that of the National Assembly of Quebec, and that the Liberal Party of Canada expresses positions that are totally incompatible with the National Assembly of Quebec.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Leader of the Bloc for his good speech. It's clear that the Liberal government has broken the immigration system, and we absolutely need a plan with health care, with affordable housing, but I've seen no plan from the government. And at the Official Languages Committee, we've studied immigration, and we need French-speaking immigrants. But once again, there's no plan from the government. In the plan for Quebec, what would the leader like to see? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. That's an interesting question because it raises the issue of the numbers war. We can go into the Century Initiative, the ideological extreme suggested by McKinsey, paid to take de facto control of the Department of Immigration of Canada. They're so zealous that they are going so quickly currently that the 100 million Canadians at the end of the century will beat that. That raises the issue of numbers. But now we're throwing numbers around because it's easy to do that. But in reality, we need tools to measure after 1, 2, 3, 4 years the quality of integration and the quality of life in general of people who've chosen to come live in Quebec. It's a set of variables. It's not just about whether people speak French. Are your credentials recognized? Do you have a good job? Do you have an affordable housing? And now this is the other extreme. Now it's just about the number, open everything up. And now there are people who have arrived here with the status of asylum seeker who are sleeping on the street in Montreal. They have no home. And that is a striking example of a heartless failure from the government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member of Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Leader of the Bloc for his speech. My French is not up to par, je m'excuse. My first language is actually Chinese, and I had to learn English as a second language, so many languages to learn, to be sure. But on the issue around the motion, what I'm hearing and reading the motion, the key point, I think, is this, aside from consultation, which is absolutely critical, is to ensure that the federal government also provides the necessary resources to Quebec, to provinces and territories to help the province to have that capacity to resettle newcomers. And what we're seeing, of course, is the federal government has fallen short, way short in this regard. He mentioned in his speech about the issue of debt. So my question is, would he also agree what the federal government needs to do is to provide the necessary resources to support Quebec, provinces, and territories to successfully help newcomers resettle?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I really like this question. The government is acting in two ways. When it wants to act in the jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces, it keeps the money thanks to the fiscal imbalance and says, if you want the money, for example, for health, you'll have to cede powers to us and we'll cut you a check. We'll tell you what to do and we'll let you do it. But in this case, this is a jurisdiction that is federal jurisdiction. So what do they say? They say, since I can't buy power from you, I just won't pay you. I'll let you do my job, and I won't pay you for doing my job. I'll keep accumulating money with the fiscal imbalance. So at least they need to keep their word. And if we can look to the past to see what will happen in the future, it's hard for them to take on their responsibilities because they don't pay their bills. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when it comes to immigration, my leader can correct me if I'm mistaken, but substance and style are both important. The tone used when we talk about this sensitive topic, immigration, it's almost as important as the substance. So the Minister of Immigration talked about heat pumps, but when we ask to have asylum seekers go in different places, he said we shouldn't treat people like cattle. And then online lately, he said that the Bloc Québécois are just doing showmanship. But we are an opposition party in the British parliamentary system, and that's a lack of respect. So is the tone of the Minister of Immigration acceptable when we debate this sensitive topic? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I have a bit of a hard time being objective here because last week, in my absence, the Minister of Immigration lied to this House by saying that I had compared immigrants to heat pumps. The member knows full well that he can't say that somebody lied in the House. So he can choose a different word that is not exactly that one. But I would remind him of that. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The question is no less relevant. Say he had said something that makes no damn sense and that he didn't mean to do it. Well, that's not any evidence of competence. That's how we can present it. It's an accumulation. An insult is an argument for someone who has no argument, and that defines the minister well.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, my first language is neither English or French, is Kannada. Due to the requirement that we had to study English, I lost touch with my culture, my heritage, due to the lack of my language. Coming to this debate, Madam Speaker, while I'm interested in the Century Initiative, which sees Canada having the population of 100 million, I too am focused on the next 3 to 4 years, the immigration that is required for the next 3 to 4 years from the economic development point of view. I would like to ask the member whether he has consulted the business owners in Montreal, Quebec City, Gatineau, and how they are facing problems due to the lack of, has he consulted them on the need of skilled workers, on the need of immigrants to help them do their business and contribute to the economic development of Canada?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. In recent days and weeks, we've seen a significant number of economic and banking institutions that are very credible, and they've said that the current immigration policies go beyond the economic integration capacity of this country. This didn't come from nasty separatists or the bloc, so I have no trouble in saying that. We've always recognized the economic importance of immigrants, and I acknowledged that when we were talking about temporary foreign workers. In the poll this morning, I found it interesting because people were asked a number of questions about, do you think there's extra pressure on housing, on inflation, and so on? And people, without any meanness of spirit, said yes. And Quebecers and Canadians said yes. Newcomers do contribute to the economy. But they said, do it properly and it'll work. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I'd like to point out that we are on the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor today to discuss this motion and to talk about the Government of Canada's immigration targets. We are determined to cooperate with our partners in the provinces, territories, and municipalities and to respond to their evolving situations and needs. Of course, this includes the work we do with the Government of Quebec. I want to make it clear that Canada is committed to its fundamental value, and that is caring for those who come to this country in search of a better life. I think it's fundamental. It's a fundamental value that all Canadians buy into, and I would hope that parliamentarians from all parties would agree with me on that. In recent years, Canada has welcomed a significant number of permanent residents. This is mainly because we need newcomers as much as they need us. Immigration is essential to expanding our workforce, ensuring the prosperity of our economy, and guaranteeing the quality of social services on which all Canadians depend. As our population ages, we need skilled and talented newcomers to ensure our future economic prosperity. That's true for Canada as a whole, but also for my home province, Quebec. Right now, Quebec has one of the worst severe labor shortages in the country. In the third quarter of last year, the number of vacant positions was estimated at 175,000 jobs, mainly in healthcare. Without immigration, businesses wouldn't have the workers they need, and Canadians wouldn't have the social services they rely on. In recent years, Canada has welcomed significant numbers of permanent residents. This is mainly because we need them as much as they need us, as I already said. So immigration will continue to play an important role in supporting the nation's priorities in the years to come. While we tend to measure immigration from one year to the next and think of people as asylum seekers, refugee claimants, or economic immigrants, we should remember that a newcomer's potential far exceeds the sum of his or her circumstances. The benefits of immigration extend over multiple generations. A child arriving in Canada today could be tomorrow's inventor, athlete, nurse, or entrepreneur, or a volunteer who supports and inspires the immigrants who come after them. We can't just look at how newcomers contribute to our economy today. We also have to keep in mind the broader, longer-term benefits that immigration brings our communities and society as a whole. Also, we need to look at current immigration pressure points from a broader perspective. The immigration landscape is very different today from what it was 10 years ago, or even 3 years ago. Settlement and integration in this landscape are also evolving. Canada is welcoming more and more forcibly displaced people from different places for new reasons and with complex needs. Canada is not immune to the consequences of forced displacement caused by rising conflict and climate-related disasters. We have a moral obligation to act and maintain a fair, efficient, and humane immigration system. In the face of changing demographics and our own country's needs, my department is working hard to stay at the forefront of all these changes. As the Honourable Member no doubt knows, our immigration levels are tabled in the House November 1st every year, as required by law. I can assure the House that the Department has consulted extensively on immigration levels for 2024 to 2026, as we do every year. Canada's immigration plan is data-driven, based on input from employers, communities, provinces, and territories. The immigration targets are based on the feedback we received on our last immigration levels action plan. They're based on this information as well as on stakeholder feedback. Work continues throughout the year. It's ongoing as we gather feedback and information from governments, communities, stakeholders, and other partners. We work continuously to improve each year's plan through ongoing evaluation and integration of the information, feedback, and data we receive. The federal government consults with its ministerial counterparts at the provincial and territorial level to develop immigration levels and determine appropriate admission targets. For example, the Forum of Ministers responsible for immigration meets several times a year. Quebec is invited to these meetings and participates as an observer. We ask our partner organizations, such as the hundreds of settlement organizations across the country, to share their challenges with us, both globally and locally. We learn about the rural and urban communities they serve and support, where newcomers enter the workforce, seek recognition of their foreign credentials, learn English and French, and seek services in both official languages all across the country. This dialogue takes place between officials at different levels through events and conferences and through formal consultations. We meet with many municipalities over the year, whether to seek their advice or to address their challenges and concerns. They talk to us about how newcomers integrate, and they share which of our programs and services are best suited to their communities. These discussions are not a one-off. It's an ongoing dialogue. In fact, last year we held even more in-depth consultations, as the levels and mix of categories we welcome were also a key factor in our strategic immigration review on the future of immigration in Canada. We consulted on the future and on what systems, programs, and services are needed to support all our provinces, territories, and municipalities, on how we can support employers in all sectors, particularly those sectors identified as priorities by the provinces, territories, and municipalities, like housing, healthcare, and technology, as you can see in downtown Montreal in my riding. In addition to soliciting contributions from across the country, we organized in-depth sessions, including one in Montreal. Once again, we met with experts on key issues like housing, rural immigration, skills attraction, and social cohesion. We also gathered feedback from Canadians all across the country and from newcomers who've used our services through an online survey. In fact, we heard from nearly 18,000 different people, over 2,000 organizations, and more than 2,100 former clients about what they need and the future immigration can offer them. We met with Indigenous leaders, business leaders, rural and remote communities, youth councils, provincial and territorial governments, groups and educational institutions that provide support services to newcomers, to gather a wide range of input and understand their perspectives. While the federal government collects feedback on its programs and services across Canada, Quebec has its own immigration controls and systems. It's important to note that the province of Quebec sets its own levels, which are fully respected by the federal government. The Canada-Quebec Accord of 1991, under that accord, Canada sets the annual number of immigrants for the country by taking into account the number of immigrants Quebec wishes to receive. In effect, this takes into account Quebec's capacity to welcome newcomers and address labor shortages in key sectors like agriculture and healthcare. Quebec has rights and responsibilities regarding the number of immigrants destined for Quebec and the reception and integration of those immigrants. Quebec's announced immigration levels have been below federal per capita levels for several years. On November 1st, 2023, just after I presented Canada's immigration levels plan for 2024 to 2026, the Quebec government maintained its level at 50,000 entries per year for 2024 and 2025. Under the accord, the federal government provides an annual grant to Quebec to help it process newcomers and fund the services and assistance it provides to them, including French language training. Since 2015, the federal government has transferred more than $4.4 billion to Quebec. This year alone, we've provided more than $700 million to Quebec to meet its needs for processing and settlement services. This is no small amount. Under the Accord, Quebec is solely responsible for the selection of economic and humanitarian immigrants and the application of federal selection criteria for family reunification, while the federal government is responsible for the selection and admission of family class applications. As a result, we work within the framework of the Quebec Levels Plan and only process applications that have been approved by the province. If the members opposite are concerned about the number of newcomers to Quebec or the immigration levels set by the province, that's a conversation they'd be better off having directly with the government of Quebec.
Le gouvernement fédéral.
The federal government is working on a comprehensive, coordinated growth plan that brings governments and partners together to ensure we have the infrastructure, services, and supports newcomers need to succeed. This means building capacity in housing, healthcare, education, language training, and other areas. Work is already underway to develop a more integrated immigration plan that reflects the role of our other partners and presents a more complete picture of the needs of all newcomers. This will help us better understand what we need to invest more in, from housing to healthcare to transportation infrastructure, to ensure that newcomers and all Canadians succeed. We will also continue to work with provinces, territories, and municipalities to ensure that asylum seekers have shelter over their heads in Quebec and all across the country. I recently announced an additional $362.4 million for the Interim Housing Assistance Program to continue supporting this important work. We contributed $150 million to Quebec this year, and nearly 50% of all program funding since 2017 has gone to Quebec. Quebec's immigration minister has even said that this measure is a step in the right direction, and we will do more. We'll continue to be there for Quebec on this and other areas to support newcomers. The Government of Canada is working with all our partners to find the right balance between supporting our employers and our economy, respecting our long-standing humanitarian commitments, and ensuring our immigration plans are aligned with the needs and priorities of each community. A plan that stabilizes Canada's immigration levels into the future will also better accommodate capacity issues and unforeseen developments in individual jurisdictions. Immigration levels for 2024 already reflect the needs of Canadians in all regions of the country. They support Canada's demographic growth while moderating its impact on essential national systems like housing and infrastructure. Newcomers are vitally important to our communities. Many of our country's temporary and permanent residents work in key sectors like healthcare, transportation, agriculture, and manufacturing. Newcomers are part of the solution for Canada's future and essential to our future growth. The 2024-2026 Immigration Levels Plan is fundamentally about attracting skilled workers who will contribute to Canada's economy, and we're more confident than ever that we can preserve our world-class immigration system. We will reduce wait times, we're constantly doing that, promote family reunification, and continue to support the world's most vulnerable populations through one of the world's best refugee resettlement programs. Canada has a long tradition of welcoming newcomers. Canadians are justifiably proud of their immigrant past. It's also through immigration that our country has grown strong and continued to progress, not to mention forging links between people, diversifying our communities, and acting as an economic engine. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm glad the Minister was able to contribute to this debate. It's hard to take him seriously, though, because that immigration plan was tabled November 1st. And by that time, his own ministry, and he knew that there were over now 1 million international students in Canada. And he came 2-3 months later to announce a cutting down by 35% and capping all over the country. An assistant he knew, by his own admission, his own words, was out of control when he tabled to Parliament the report which included what the temporary resident numbers were going to be for the following year. And then to add to insult to injury to this House, we then had the former Minister of Immigration, now the Minister of Housing, a gentleman who's now still moonlighting as a senior Minister of Immigration, said the system is a mess. So how can we believe him now when he says all these golden words that things are going so well, when we know the immigration system is broken and we know that it's not working what they're doing?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member well knows, the plan that I put forth in the fall deals with permanent residency numbers. We know that the temporary measures, the temporary foreign workers that we have in Canada under various descriptions have increased significantly in the last couple of years. This is something that has been good for the economy, but it's also something in some sectors that we acknowledge has gotten out of control. As you've seen, I took 3 measures 2 weeks ago to make sure that we were addressing the integrity of the system with respect to international students. I think that's something that all Canadians can support, because the international student visa system was not created for fly-by-night operations in various parts of the country as a backdoor entry into Canada. This is about the integrity of the system and obviously the future of Canada. There's some bright students out there. They don't need to be stigmatized, but that's something that the government needs to be responsible in reining in. Thank you.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. The Bloc raised the issues of Quebec's integration capacity, and we were basically called backseat drivers. But let's just put that aside for a sec. What about the fact that most Canadians and Quebecers feel that Canada cannot integrate all and properly integrate these high numbers of immigrants? I hope the member is not going to insult all the Quebecers and Canadians who answered this poll. So on the merits, I'd like him to respond to the fact that Canadians and Quebecers are calling on the federal government to review its approach. Is he willing to answer that? The Honourable Minister. The poll in question, Madam Speaker, shows undeniably that immigrants are good for the economy. The Bloc is calling on us to review our targets, but basically what they're saying is lower our targets. But this is something that we have to have a reasonable discussion with our Quebec counterparts. And when it comes to integration capacity, we have to look at the labor shortage. This isn't about being backseat drivers. I expect an answer to that question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his comments. We all know that the immigrant community contribute to Canada in more ways that I can actually articulate. We all know that in this House. Now, what's important, of course, for provinces, for Quebec, for territories, is the resources that are necessary to help with the resettlement process. And the federal government, actually, with their policy, is such that asylum seekers, for example, do not get federal resources. Until more recently, there was huge pressure for the government to come in with some resources, but on the whole, the federal government is not there. And I think that's also part of the problem and the tension that's created in the communities. So my question to the minister is this: will he actually review that policy to ensure asylum seekers who come to Canada are fully supported and be able to properly resettle in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for a question. Obviously, your passion on this issue. This isn't about just coming to Canada and treading water. You have asylum seekers and refugees that are members of cabinet, members of parliament, one of which even crossed Roxham Road and is now a great serving member of parliament in Ontario. Our resettlement service, our settlement services are the envy of the world. I just went to Geneva, and this was noted by my counterparts, particularly in a forum dealing with this issue. Clearly, we can do more. We are facing flows of historic proportions in Canada. This is about coordination with provinces. This is not a sole responsibility of the Government of Canada. It's one that is shared with provinces, including the province of Ontario, including British Columbia. It's one where we have to work together to make sure that people have a shelter over their head. We do provide interim health benefits. We do provide interim housing. Is it the long-term solution? Absolutely not. We need to do more, and we need to do better in making sure that people are here while they get their due process. They are not necessarily entitled to be here, but if they are truly fleeing war or the oppression from the source country, they clearly have a home in Canada, and that needs to be done quickly in a way that respects their humanitarian rights. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my writing, there are several cases of Canadians who have married someone abroad and who want to bring their spouse to Canada, but there are barriers. In these cases, it's not a matter of housing or funding. They already have everything they need, and in some cases they even have children together. So I'd like to hear from my colleague, are there any ways to remove these obstacles? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank the member for her question. Canadians want to be able to bring their families together. Currently, family reunification is kept, in my opinion, artificially low, and this harms many Canadian and Quebec families who are trying to bring their families together. I have had discussions with my colleagues in the government of Quebec to try to fix the situation, and I hope that the situation will be fixed soon because the wait times in Quebec are much longer than they are in the rest of Canada.
For Sonia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for the Minister has to do with the announcement that was made recently about cutting the number of foreign students in Ontario by 50%. Lambton College in my riding depends on those foreign students to keep tuitions low, and they produce nurses, personal support workers, paramedics, and with the aging population, we need those. But the Minister took a decision that master's and PhD students could stay, but all the rest of these colleges would be cut. Now, Lambton College built student housing, and they're building more student housing that'll be there by the time the caps come into play. So will the Minister either allow exemptions for colleges that are not part of the issue, or revisit the decision that was made and maybe focus on eliminating the fake strip mall colleges that exist?
The Honourable Minister.
The answer is no, Madam Speaker. We need provinces to step up and actually do their jobs in regulating designated learning institutions that they have authority over. We trusted for far too long, and perhaps we should have verified, but this is really something that needs to come under control, and that is notably in Ontario, but there are other provinces that need to do a better job as well. I don't want to single out a single college. There are lots of trade colleges that are doing great work. Perhaps there's a permanent residency pathway to those people, but that wasn't the guarantee that was made to those people coming into the country. It was to get a high-quality international education, and filling up coffers of colleges and institutions on the back of international students was not the business plan behind the international student visa model. It needs to get under control. Colleges and universities need to go see their provincial governments and talk to them about sorting out the cap. This is something that needs to be done. It is crucial for the integrity of the system, and we will absolutely work with them. I would encourage anyone that is interested in dealing with the federal government to get with the trusted or recognized institution model, and we can talk about that in the fall. That's right.
Brief question, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Oh, pardon me, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for my Honourable colleague, the Minister. What does he have to say about the fact that Quebec is so sick of the situation that it actually wants a referendum to repatriate all immigration powers? What does my colleague think? A brief response, please, from the Honourable Minister. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm here in politics to work with the government of Quebec. I'm not here to put on a show. We know that the Bloc Québécois doesn't speak for Quebec. There are many members in this House from Quebec, for example, the Prime Minister. We know that the federal government has a very clear role to play in immigration. Resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to be joining this debate on a block opposition motion, which is essentially, summarizing it briefly, it's recalling a vote that we took in this House to tie immigration targets in Canada to various areas of capacity in social services, in French and English language training, transportation infrastructure, healthcare, jobs availability, education. This was end of last year, around the time when typically Parliament has tabled before it the permanent residency plan, but also the temporary residency plan that the government has, because it's a 3-year rolling plan that's put forward. So this motion is basically just referring to it and telling the government to go back and do its homework once again, in light of a lot of new announcements that have been made. So from the beginning, in these types of debates where we have a Minister of Immigration, and my experience on the Immigration Committee is that often invectives are hurled towards members who simply have questions, who have concerns and comments. A few members of the bloc have already expressed that whenever they express a concern about the integration capacity in Quebec, because they can see, especially on the island, Montreal, there's a lack of capacity, for example, for French language training, that they are quickly named names, that they are insulted by the Minister of Immigration outside of this House quite often. At committee, it happened again yesterday on his Twitter account on a pretty regular basis. Well, we Conservatives have that same experience very often from Liberal members of Parliament. If you don't have an argument, you move to the insult. Margaret Thatcher used to love to say that quite commonly. So what I want to do today is kind of outline what I think is a common sense Conservative proposal to what we should look at when we're looking at redoing the targets, what we should take into account. And a lot of it comes directly from government sources. You can see it in government talking points, what different ministers have said. You know, we have this bizarre situation today where you have a junior and a senior Minister of Immigration. You have the new Minister of Immigration who says the system is out of control. That's his own admission. He's actually said it several times. He said it in the National Post. He was quoted as saying it. He said it in CTV's question period. He went on to say it really is a system that has gotten out of control. The volume is disconcerting. And then in this article, that's journalist Ryan Tumilty, with the headline, "Out of Control, Immigration Minister Says He Wants to Reduce International Student Arrivals." It goes on to say here, the increase is considered one of the many factors leading to housing shortages and rent hikes across the country. So that's the tie-in to housing. And you have the senior Minister for Immigration, who's now the housing minister, and he has a lot of regrets. Because for 2.5 years, he essentially let the system get out of control, because that's what the Minister of Immigration today is saying about his predecessor's work. It's not Conservatives saying it, it's not Bloc MPs saying it, it's not New Democrats saying it. You have two ministers fighting it out in public over the last 3 months. Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it that the system got out of control? The Minister of Housing now, the Senior Minister for Immigration, actually went even further in a different article. Turia Isri, Global News, he was quoted as saying, "Fraser says temporary immigration programs are putting pressure on the housing system and creating," and this is a direct quote, "serious issue we need to address." Why didn't he address it when he was the immigration minister? Why did he only discover this now? In fact, if you read the journalists, they referred to a briefing note that was given to that minister, the new Minister of Housing, the Senior Minister for Immigration, that told him, warned him, that the targets the Government of Canada was setting, and especially what it was doing on a temporary resident permits. So these are international students, these are foreign work permits, so like the temporary foreign worker program, the international mobility program, was especially on the rental side, was going to lead to pressures in housing. People were going to have a tough time affording housing, either to purchase a home or to rent a home. And we know from the Bank of Canada, 60% of newcomers rent, especially for the first 10 years. And I know this for a fact. I used to be a newcomer as well. When my father came here in 1983, he rented. When we came here in 1985, we rented for many, many years. We actually rented in Montreal on the South Shore. So I'm very, very well aware of that newcomer experience. When you first come to Canada, you rent. And we see rents across the country going up. Rents in the last 9 years have doubled. Down payments have more than doubled. Prices of homes are out of control, and that is not the fault of immigrants or newcomers. That is actually the fault of the government for vastly overspending during the pandemic. $600 billion of pandemic spending, $205 billion of which had nothing to do with the response to the pandemic. So when you have a lot of cash chasing fewer goods, leads to higher prices. And then if you have a briefing note provided to you by your own department when you're immigration minister, that's telling you if you continue to allow a lot of newcomers to come to Canada, and it's well over 1 million last year, and I think it'll be 1 million before the same deadline this year. I think in the next few months it'll be over 1 million as well. Then you do have a system that's out of control, and I'm quoting the immigration minister, the junior one. And the system is a mess. I'm quoting the senior immigration minister. He's titled as the housing minister, and of course they have regrets. And they're going on different podcasts and complaining about each other's works, and they're saying basically drawing attention to like, whose fault is it? Well, it's their fault. They have been in government for 9 years. It is their fault. They bear responsibility for the chaos on our streets today with crime that is out of control. They're the ones responsible. If you're renewing your lease this year and you see a 20% increase, a 30% increase to your lease, you have only one person to blame, and it's the Prime Minister, his Housing Minister, and his Immigration Minister. And every single other minister on the front bench. They bear cabinet responsibility for these decisions they made. And it's not Conservatives making the argument. I'm using their own words that they have been in the news. I have another one right here. Mia Rapson from Canadian Press at the end of November, again quoting the senior immigration minister who's now moonlighting as a housing minister. It's a bit of a mess, he said, of the student visa system. It's time to rein it in. The current minister then went on to talk about Uber drivers. And, on the international student program, he was making comparisons that some of these colleges are behaving like puppy mills. Like, what kind of bizarre commentary is that to try and insult international students who are here? I was an international student at one point in the United States, not here in Canada, and I don't remember being insulted in such a way. And if, in fact, for the last 2.5 years, there were these colleges, private colleges and others, who the ministers are accusing of being puppy mills, they were issuing visas for them. Why were they doing that? They were warned. There was a briefing note somewhere circulating. Some journalists have it, I don't. I was actually asked by a journalist from the Toronto Star whether I had that briefing note, and I do not have it. It is the one that ties the temporary immigration numbers to the potential for a housing crisis. That's not me saying it. That's the department. The Immigration Department of Canada was warning the previous minister, who's now the housing minister, this might happen. And the articles go on and on and on. So you have these two ministers who are having a public debate. They're having an argument. I'm sure that it started sometime in cabinet. And there's a Yiddish proverb I'm reminded of, because I love Yiddish proverbs, as many members know. My grandmother used to say them in Polish, but Yiddish is such a common language, or used to be a common language, a common culture to Eastern Europe. And when a fool and a wise man are debating, there are only two fools debating. And sometimes it feels that way when I'm watching the debate in public, because...
Before you get to your proverb, there's a few members that I'm sure would want their colleague to be heard as opposed to being interrupted. They may not realize that their voices are loud enough, and so I would just ask them to please take their conversation outside and allow their colleagues to not be interrupted by the background noise. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd. Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
I really appreciate Yiddish proverbs. I'm asking if the member could repeat that so that we have it on the record nice and clearly without the interruption. So if he wanted to just step...
I think he was just getting to it. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I won't joke. I'll take as unanimous consent to restart my speech from the beginning. No, I'll say a Yiddish proverb that I love is if you have a wise man and a fool debating, rabbis love this quote as well, is you have two fools debating between each other. And sometimes I feel that is what I'm watching. I'm listening to podcasts, like the Hurley-Burley podcast. The Minister of Immigration, the new one, has been there twice now. And he talks a really tough game when he's on the podcast. And then he comes here and he sings us a song of how great things are going. And we have an immigration system with a 2.2 million backlog in applications. I have been told everything, that moving to digital would fix it, a new system, more people. This department has more than double the staff, double the money that it had in 2015, and nothing is getting better. That is pretty much static. It was about 2.9 million application backlog near the end of the pandemic, and has barely gotten any better. You have 1 million people who are waiting in the queue, and we hear this constantly. We have members of parliament in our constituency offices inundated. 80 to 90% of our case file work, I'm sure, Madam Speaker, is the same case for you, is case file work related to the immigration department. Families are broken because they can't be reunited. Small businesses locally who are missing that one critical person to fill a gap so they can then start hiring other fellow Canadians to fill the jobs needs, and they can't do it. International students who maybe have changed their college, or they're going to a different program, or they're applying for a postgraduate work permit, and then they're being told, no, you can't do that anymore, or they apply, then they're out of status, they lose their temporary jobs that they had. And all of these are related to the customer service levels at the immigration department, which has not gotten better. That is rarely something I hear from the minister being addressed. And so it is a concern for Conservatives. It continues to be a concern of ours that the service levels are poor, the immigration backlog continues to be very high, and nobody there seems to want to take responsibility in the moment when they're making the decisions. It's once they leave the department, and I think we're on number 5 or number 6 of immigration ministers so far, after almost nine years. And it's still not getting better. It's still not improving, except for the rhetoric amongst the cabinet ministers who are accusing each other of getting the system out of control and making it a mess. And again, I'm not the one saying that. I am quoting 2 ministers who are having this public fight amongst each other on whose fault is it. And they're pointing fingers at each other. That's the most incredible part of it all. And they're blaming each other. Et, Madame la Présidente, donc, dans notre grand pays.
In our great country, we of course have 2 official languages, so I wanted to make a few remarks in French. We've already held this debate in the House before. In October or November, we debated another opposition motion from the bloc, which is mentioned in this motion. And we know that the government did not do anything in response to that. Nothing. It made some announcements about international foreign students here in Canada. We know that there are many of them in Canada. We heard about that in October. And yet this government is responding very, very slowly, even though opposition parties are offering solutions. And one of the issues at hand is, of course, asylum seekers who have a right to come to Canada. And we know that the Premier of Quebec, Premier Legault, had to write a letter to the government in January, nearly 4 pages, because if there were consultations, well, Premier Legault was not listened to, clearly, since he had to write a letter. And in that letter, the Premier makes the case that over time we've received Chilean, Vietnamese, Syrian, all sorts of other immigrants from Ukraine as well. But we know that there's one specific problem. In 2016, this government removed the obligation for Mexicans to have a visa to come to Canada. So now we know that there is an ETA system. You can just get for $7 or $8 an authorization online to come to Canada. So we know that at the Montreal airport, thousands of asylum seekers make their claim after arriving. So the only purpose of their travel to Canada was to make that claim. In 2016, there were about 250 asylum seekers. I have the press release here. It's just in English.
Sur le site web.
I'm going to read this from the Prime Minister's website. I don't know if it's still there. This is from 2016, June 28th.
Closer collaboration between Canada and Mexico on mobility issues will also help encourage travel between the 2 countries while preventing any increase in asylum claims or other irregular migration. Officials plan to meet regularly to promote these mutual interests. C'est passé de 250.
So it went from 250 asylum seekers in 2016 to, in 2023, tens of thousands of claims. And 11% of these were accepted, which means that 89% were rejected. And we're not the ones who are doing that. An independent tribunal is reviewing the cases, is looking at these claims and saying that these cases don't respect our rules or allow us to receive you in Canada. So when I asked the minister about this, when I look at the 2016 press release, we were told that systems would be in place to prevent asylum claims from going up.
I asked the minister yesterday, I asked him to give us examples of programs and actions that have been taken to ensure that asylum seekers who come from one country, in this case Mexico, that we can ensure that they won't present a false claim. There are people, 11% were accepted. And yesterday, the minister said it's higher, it's 30%. This is a debate about numbers. Perhaps he can give the committee numbers. But even with those numbers, that would mean 70% of people were rejected. But they came here because the visa was taken off. So the question is, what is the government doing? There's no program. The only example the Minister of Immigration was able to give me was pandemic-era programs, public policies from December, a month and a half ago, that were taken away because they were deemed no longer useful. In 2016, there was no pandemic. It began in 2020, so it had no relationship. There was no example to give to the committee as an example of what was done to stop this. And in the minister from Premier Legault, he talks about the cost of these decisions, hundreds of millions of dollars. This is a cost in human lives as well. People who came to Canada who thought they would be able to make an asylum claim for a number of reasons. For Premier Legault, he says the 11 first months of 2023, there were 29,000 new asylum seekers in Quebec, and 65,000 is the projection for this year in Quebec, and it continues. With all of those claims, there's a cost, there's a human cost, real people who will be affected by the negligence of the Liberal government, two immigration ministers criticizing each other publicly to lay blame on who created problems in immigration and housing. And now we have articles, and I'll talk about two, from Romain Chouet, who said that immigration cartels, a network of smugglers and false passports linked to organized crime in Mexico, increasingly involved in trafficking at the Canadian-American border. Two Mexican cartels, Sinaloa and Jalisco New Generation, which are partly linked to human trafficking. And the government hasn't been able to explain a single program. As for one program, just one, any one, that the minister could name, and there wasn't a single one. The other article, that South American thieves assaulting Canadian homes, and then it's describing what's happening today because there was a decision in 2016 and there was no follow-up. And this is an example that I want to give because it's about the same thing that happens with these reports to Parliament that are provided for permanent immigration, as the minister said, tabled in the House every November. But it also covers temporary immigration. There are many people who come to Canada as immigrants temporarily. They come to work, they come to study. Many of them change their status from temporary to permanent. About half of what I see from the department, what they gave me as information, temporary immigrants, about half of them become permanent immigrants through programs like the Provincial Nominee Program, like the Construction Worker Program. There are a number of them. About half of that number are people who are already here in Canada, who have housing, who rent, who've bought something, and they just changed their status. So for the Conservatives, we're focused on what is the experience of newcomers to Canada. And today, it's not the experience that I had when I arrived in Canada. Through Quebec, of course, because my father worked in Sorel at the time. And I think the leader of the Bloc talked about the fact that many immigrants come to Canada and we're told that it's an Anglophone country, but you go to Quebec and it's a French workplace. That happened to my father. I know it. He talked about it a lot. I understand that. But we see here a cabinet that's not able to decide whose fault it is that there's waste and things aren't going well in immigration, but it's their fault. Even when they changed the Minister of Immigration, it's their fault. It's taken 9 years to destroy the consensus on immigration that Canadians had before. What we need is a common sense government, and that's what we will have with the Prime Minister from Carleton, when the next election is held. We will offer hope to Canadians, hope for the immigration system. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate my colleague from Calgary. He made a very good speech. We see he knows the issue well. It's very pleasant to work with him on committee, and I want to congratulate him once again on his speech. I totally agree with him. The management of immigration by this government is unacceptable. We have the third immigration minister since 2019. That says a lot about how immigration is being managed by the Liberals. My question is simple. He's talked about the Legault government, the letter from him, Minister Fréchette. With a Conservative government, if ever that were to happen, am I to understand that my colleague would agree that Quebec have all of the immigration powers, that it be resolved once and for all? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. Madam Speaker, what I would be ready to say is that we will have a common-sense immigration system. We won't need a referendum because we will have a federal government that can work with all of the provinces fairly, equally, so that their issues are not treated with, that there's no name-calling, that there's no reference to heat pumps, no insults, that we work with them. That was the history of the Harper government, working with provinces, not against provinces.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was the critic for immigration when the common sense Conservative government was back in place, when they actually denied Canadians the opportunity to be able to sponsor parents and grandparents to be able to come to Canada for permanent residency. They literally killed the program. When we had the nonsense, I should say, not nonsense, what do you call it, common sense immigration issues, I reflect in terms of how long it took to sponsor someone such as a spouse, going into years and years in terms of trying to get someone's loved one, a wife or a husband or a significant other, to be able to immigrate to Canada under the permanent residency. Is this the type of common sense / nonsense Conservative policy that we're going to see being brought back under that type of an administration?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
It's sad, Madam Speaker, sometimes members don't read the immigration plans pre-2015. It was the Conservative government that created the super visa program for parents and grandparents. It was a Conservative government that made the PGP, the parent-grandparents permanent immigration system, work better. What they did, the Liberal government has done, is create a lottery system where you have people who spend years in the lottery not knowing when their loved ones will be allowed to immigrate to Canada. In fact, I know of cases that have been reported even in the CBC. Even the CBC is going after the government, where you have nationals from Iran waiting 5 years to be reunified. So married couples who are apart for 5 years in order to see their loved ones again. Every single permanent immigration stream to Canada, by the way, Madam Speaker, is longer today than it was in 2015. Whether it's student visas, whether it's work visas, whether it's tourist visas, they're the same way. They're actually longer. And the member I heard say it's not true. I invite him to check the Immigration Committee's record, because all the numbers are being tabled successively over the last year that proves the case that all the backlogs are worse than they were in 2015 for almost every single program the government controls today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I know the Conservatives fancy themselves as friends of the immigrant community. Let us not forget they were the people who brought in cessation, that said to refugees who came to Canada that they cannot return to their country of origin for any reason. Even in the case where Saddam Hussein doesn't exist anymore, and if you came from that place, you're not allowed to return to that country of origin to visit a dying family member. Or in bringing in or taking away second-generation born, in passing on their Canadian citizenship to their children, to the point where now it's being challenged in the courts, and the court found it to be unconstitutional. My question to the member is this: would the Conservative reduce immigration target numbers? Is that their common sense policy that they're not telling Canadians?
I just want to remind members when they're taking the floor just to make sure that their earpiece isn't close to the microphone. I'm not sure, but we were hearing like some noise in the back, and so I was just wondering that, you know, because it does cause problems for the interpreters. The honourable member Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So it's sad to see an experienced member of the House, and she has a lot of experience, especially on the Immigration Committee. I usually don't agree with her, but I do respect the fact that she brings a deep level of knowledge to a lot of the immigration issues that she approaches. And we usually are on the opposite sides of voting, but she's basically supported this government for the last 3-4 years without objection, every single one of these immigration targets, the running of the department. So she bears responsibility for the 2.2 million backlog in applications. She bears responsibility for experience of Iranian nationals who are trying to flee that region.
Point of order, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member is categorically wrong to suggest that I did not raise any concerns with the government's immigration policies.
Unfortunately, that is a point of debate. It's a point of debate. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
So I did say she bears responsibility with voting on every single confidence motion and every single confidence measure in the House. So she does bear responsibility for the decisions made by this government because she's supporting the spending, she's supporting the employment, she's supporting the numbers that they're hiring and how they're handling the files. That is what I am saying. The member wants to debate pre-2015 what a previous Conservative government is. We have 9 years of a Liberal government's tenure in office. We have 2 immigration ministers fighting it out in public, saying one is out of control, one is a mess, and I rarely hear that member on committees side with the Conservatives when we're trying to advocate for people and trying to find a solution to some of these problems. So I'm just calling her out here, Madam Speaker. I'm trying to bear it out on the public record, what I see happening at the Immigration Committee and what I see happening in the House of Commons.
So, in the last couple of questions that I've had, that I've allotted, after members have asked their questions, they seem to want to ask other questions. I would just ask them to wait until the appropriate time to do that, as opposed to trying to interrupt the member. The honourable member, questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Calgary Shepherd for his speech and for his sensitivity. I think he made a number of interesting points. He mentioned a number of times that the government wasn't taking on its responsibility. I'd like to ask him a clear question in the hopes that he will have some clarity on this. Will the Conservative government support the Bloc's motion, the Conservative Party rather, and as critic, would he commit to not taking on the 100 million target of McKinsey? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. For the first part, it depends. I don't think he'll be pleased with the answer. It will depend on how the debate plays out. And for the second part, as the member knows, the Conservatives voted for the Bloc motion in the past on the Century Initiative. So we voted with the Bloc and the other opposition parties in the House. So I think that answers his question.
It's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, again, I want to focus in terms of the times in which I was in opposition when we had the Conservative government, and another program when he says, well, we didn't have backlogs. Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I recall the backlog for experienced workers that got so long that what the then Minister Kennedy did is, as opposed to dealing with it, he literally hit the delete button. Hundreds of thousands of people that were in stream were actually deleted out of the system. So I think Canadians need to be aware that the Conservative common sense approach, Madam Speaker, is to the detriment of the long-term healthy immigration policy, where we have actually seen a number of areas where processing times is far better than what they were under the Conservative era.
The honour for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the member is wrong. When the Paul Martin government was defeated in 2006, and a new Conservative government took over, it took a few years to realize that, in fact, there was a 6 to 8 million application backlog created by previous Conservative government, previous Liberal governments. And at that time, the decision was made to reset the system to zero because there was no way to fix it. Liberal governments from the 1990s to the early 2000s have basically broken the immigration system back then, like they've broken the immigration system today. And the decision was taken to return people's money in their applications to restart the system at zero. That was their fault. Now, let's talk numbers, because I have the numbers for 2015. So in 2015, according to IRCC, study permits took 31 days to process, work permits took 42 days to process, temporary resident visas took 13 days to process. In April 2023, study permits took 88 days to process, work permits took 62 days to process, temporary resident visas took 72 days to process. Those are bigger numbers than the first ones, right, Madam Speaker?
I'll take a brief question from the Honourable Member Sarnia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for an excellent speech. Now, he's outlined some of the failures of the Liberal government in terms of huge backlogs in almost every area. But I think it's important to point out as well that the type of people that are being allowed in, you know, we're talking about needing to build homes. Construction workers is low. Meanwhile, there's an open door at Pearson Airport where people can just show up and claim refugee status.
Answer from the Honourable for Calgary Shepherd.
So the member is correct. Member Sarnia Lambton is correct. I asked the government to tell me how many construction workers were brought in through all immigration streams, the different NOC codes. The minister claimed he wasn't the minister responsible for NOC codes. It's about 4,500 per year since 2016. We have a shortage of 100,000 residential construction workers just in Ontario, where they're not going to meet their targets because it hasn't been their focus area.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to indicate that I will be sharing my time with my wonderful colleague for Vancouver East. Madam Speaker, I'd like to note that the very good question that my colleague asked to the Conservative Party representative wasn't answered at all. The Conservative Party seems to want to hide its intentions regarding immigration targets. Aside from nice speeches, we have an official opposition that is vague, that is playing games. And I find it unfortunate that my colleague from Vancouver East didn't receive the answer she should have received to her direct question to the Conservative Party member. This is an important debate, an important discussion that can sometimes spark passions in the media, but it's totally legitimate. It concerns the kind of society we want to build, how we want to welcome people, the economic development we want to have, and the contribution of people who want to share their lives here with us in Quebec or in Canada. The joke I make is that, of course, Quebec and Canada are lands of immigration. I'm a 13th generation immigrant. The first one in my family arrived at the end of the 17th century. A potter, Jean Boulris, was not written the same way back then, but I think we need to continue this tradition of integrating people, welcoming people. It's been that way for centuries, and we need to do it well. We need to do it in a positive fashion, and looking positively at the contribution of all those who, for different reasons, want to come live here and have a better life, sometimes for protection, sometimes fleeing persecution, sometimes simply hoping for better for their children, their families, people who work extremely hard, Mr. Speaker, who've contributed to our economic development in an extraordinary way. We look at recent statistics. 33% of recent immigrants, Mr. Speaker, when they arrive here, create their own business. They start a small business and then they hire people. They hire people who may have been here for longer than them. So these are entrepreneurs, job creators. These are people who contribute in different activities, different sectors of our society. 20% of immigrants work in construction. And when we have a housing crisis, well, we have people who come work here Yes, they will live in houses and apartments, but they will build them to 1 out of 5 immigrants works in construction. That's not nothing.
Il faut le souligner. I think it's worth mentioning that. All across the country, 1.6 million immigrants work in healthcare, providing care to our friends, our parents, our grandparents, people who are ill. 2.6 million. That's a huge number. So when we have this discussion about immigration targets and integration capacity, we have to view it from that angle. Not only is this a positive thing, it's a necessary thing. We need immigrants to contribute to our economic activity. Most chambers of commerce in Quebec are saying there's a labor shortage. They need arms, they need brains, they need workers. And you won't always hear the NDP talking about what the chambers of commerce want, but in this case, yes, and in Montreal and in Quebec, we really feel that need, the need for workers. There are so many projects that businesses want to get started, but they don't have the workers. They need to get them underway. So economic immigrants to Quebec. I know people are talking about the numbers, 50,000, 75,000, 30,000. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm no expert. I'm not a demographic, and I'm not an expert. I'm not a labor expert. It depends on the context. It depends on the needs. It depends on the capacity to settle those people and integrate them. So this whole idea of integration capacity is very vague. Obviously, there's a housing crisis these days and a lot of pressure on our public services, a pressure on community groups that work with immigrants and refugees, and we need to pay heed to that reality. But closing the taps is not necessarily, shutting off the taps is not necessarily the solution, because there are companies that need those workers. We need those people. So we need to have an adaptive, intelligent response instead of just having speeches that at times can be quite discriminatory or anti-newcomers. As some reporters quite frequently use language that's very exclusionary, and people are sometimes blaming immigrants for the housing crisis, which is ridiculous. We can't blame newcomers for our own inaction over the past 30 years when it comes to building new housing units. It's not fair to say that a newcomer is responsible for the current housing shortage. They weren't even here when new housing should have been built. It's the inaction of conservative and liberal governments, one after the other, that caused this housing shortage. It's not fair to blame newcomers. They've come here to work and to contribute. So to point the finger, and some reporters have done that, it's not only irresponsible and discriminatory, it's also false. The Liberal government stopped investing in 94 in housing. That's when the problem began, and that was continued by the Harper government afterwards. That's the reality. And today, when you look at the situation on the ground, when you look at the vacancy rate, it's 1.5% in Montreal with lots of new arrivals. And in Rimouski, the vacancy rate is 0%. There's a worse shortage of housing in Rimouski than in Montreal. And it's not because Rimouski is taking in way more people proportionately than Montreal. So we need to be realistic here. We need to look at the facts. And my colleague from Vancouver East will make some suggestions later on that. And that is, the idea is that we need to look at this in all its nuances. We have to stop doing like the Quebec immigration minister who says that immigrants don't want to work, they don't want to speak French, they don't want to learn French. That's not true. That's not true. I live in Montreal. There are lots of newcomers who are working very hard. They're all working. We're all working hard. But they are working hard to build a new life here. And their contribution is outstanding. and they want to learn French. The problem is there aren't enough teachers. There aren't enough French language and enculturation services. The waiting list for French training is endless, and that's because the Quebec government isn't using the funding the federal government has given it for French language training. But that's another issue, Mr. Speaker. So it's false. It's wrong to say that these newcomers don't want to learn French and they don't want to work. It's terrible, it's unacceptable, and it's not true. Last Friday, I was fortunate enough to attend a meeting in my riding with organizations that serve immigrants and refugees. And they agreed with me that this debate about levels is a false debate. It's a bit of a red herring because those groups, they help people settle. They help them navigate the red tape and everything they need to get access to services and so on. And that's why Ottawa and Quebec City have to do more to support these organizations that help people settle. Our integration capacity depends largely on those community groups that don't have enough funds and they're overwhelmed. And they're saying it's not because there's too many people, it's because there's not enough resources. They're not getting enough funding, enough assistance to support these people, to serve them, to settle them. So, yes, there's a housing problem, but I think we need to look at things logically. It's not immigrants who caused the housing crisis. They came here. We welcome they're here, whether they're refugees, asylum seekers, or economic migrants chosen by the government of Quebec under their points system. But let's do better, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, for his speech. He talked about community organizations that are working very hard. And in Granby, I'm very proud of the organizations in my riding that do that work. And with the umbrella organization, for all those organizations, they're doing outstanding work in my region, and I'd like to give them a shout out. But it's true that they're overwhelmed. Another point I'd like to come back to, and I agree with my colleague, and that is that this debate, and it's not just me in the bloc, but the bloc, we shouldn't make this all about numbers. It should be a discussion that's as respectful as possible. We should be looking at things like, what about international students? And the federal announcement that those numbers would be cut. But there's one thing that the schools are calling for is that these students are part of our community. They help support our post-secondary educational institutions, and this is the wrong target. Cutting the number of foreign students is the wrong target. What does my colleague think about that? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague and congratulations to the organizations in her community that support newcomers. That's an excellent question because it's a complex matter, and sometimes apples and oranges get mixed up. There's economic migrants, there's refugees, there's family reunification, there's foreign workers. And there's lots of people in all of these different streams. And of course, temporary foreign workers are very important in agriculture and in slaughterhouses, but also in healthcare, on farms, and so on. There's a whole host of problems associated with that. But of course, foreign students make an economic contribution too. They spend money here. Sometimes they get jobs here. Sometimes they stay here after their studies. So reducing the number of foreign students at all costs could actually harm our universities. They're an important revenue stream. They pay a lot. They pay expensive tuition fees. And the federal government's cuts to the number of foreign students is going to impact universities' bottom lines. So we need to make sure that foreign students don't become scapegoats and don't get blamed for all these problems when all they're trying to do is seek out a good education here. Questions and comments?
Speaker, and this is where I'd like to pick up on the exchange that just took place. When you talk about cutting international students, my biggest concern, quite frankly, is the exploitation that's taking place with international students and how that particular program has led to the exploitation because of, in particular, let's say, provinces, post-secondary education facilities that have not stepped up to the plate in which they should have, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of international students every year. I believe that the federal government needs to step in more, because we have seen neglect at the other levels, Mr. Speaker. And as a result of the current minister getting more directly involved and putting in a cap, we are going to prevent the exploitation of potential international students, Mr. Speaker. And we need to continue. And the question I have for my colleague across the way, would he not agree that the federal government needs to continue to work with other jurisdictions and be sensitive to the issue of international students? It's not as simple as just saying, cut the numbers.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rarely this flustered. He says we want to protect foreign students by preventing them from coming here. We're going to protect them by preventing their exploitation. If this member from the Liberal Party is serious about preventing exploitation, well, what about temporary foreign workers? They're getting truly exploited and not protected by the Liberal government. How is it that this government keeps giving farmers permits where the workers can't change jobs and they're put under pressure, they're harassed, and they're being mistreated and threatened with being sent home? This Liberal government talks a good talk, but doesn't walk the talk when it comes to temporary foreign workers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. By the Liberal member's logic, is to blame the victim. They're subject to exploitation, so let's blame them and stop them from coming. That's their logic. And so to the point about migrant workers, many migrant workers come to Canada and are subject to exploitation. And yet the government will not give them landed status on arrival so that they have full status and protection. So my question to the member is this. Would he call for the government to stop the exploitation by ensuring migrant workers get full status on arrival?
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague from Vancouver East. She's quite right. If we're serious about this and we want to protect foreign workers, well, the way things are done has to change. These people are in a precarious situation. The Liberal government promised a process to regularize those without documents, but they haven't done that. And this is supposed to be a country that respects workers' rights. This is shameful. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to enter into this debate today. And of course, we're talking about newcomers. We're talking about the capacity for Quebec, provinces, and territories to successfully resettle newcomers. We're talking about the federal government needing to properly consult Quebec provinces and territories with respect to Canada's immigration targets. All of that is absolutely valid, and we should be engaging in that discussion. What I want to point out very clearly, though, Mr. Speaker, is this. We just heard from the government parliamentary secretary blame the victims in their approach to say, we have too many newcomers, so let's first pick at international students and put a cap on international students. They claim they're doing that because they want to protect them because of exploitation. Under what universe is it normal to actually say it's the victim's fault? It reminds me of the old debate back in the day when women were faced with domestic violence. They blamed the women. Women who face violence, they blame them, not the abuser, Mr. Speaker. And that is absolutely shameful. And now we have the Conservatives who says, oh, but we have a common sense approach. We're so good. We love newcomers. You asked them specifically on a clear question. Would they reduce the immigration target numbers? Did they answer that? No. They will not answer questions clearly. They talk in euphemisms. They talk in slang, and they talk in such a way that are just there to make a clip for them, but they don't actually answer the question. And they say, oh, but don't look at our record. They were so long ago. Oh, my goodness. The record of who you are stands for what you believe in and where your values are. The Conservatives, for the immigrant community, for the refugee community, let's be clear, brought in cessation laws that says if you're a refugee who's fleeing persecution, you will not be allowed to return to your country of origin. If you do, you will lose your Canadian status, even though the threat that caused them to have to flee their country of origin no longer exists. And even though you want to go back and visit a dying loved one, if you do, you will be subject to cessation and you will lose your status in Canada. That is the Conservatives' record, to which the current leader was part of that administration that was there and oversaw all of this and agreed with it. And what do we have as well, Mr. Speaker, on the Conservatives' record on how they treat immigrant communities? They brought in a law that says second-generation born abroad Canadians will no longer be allowed to pass on the Canadian citizenship to their children, to which, in Ontario, families brought that to the court. And the Ontario court found it to be unconstitutional. That is the result of the Conservatives' record. They want to talk about what a great job they did in dealing with backlogs. I still remember back in 2015 when I was first elected and I came to this House and I was the NDP immigration critic. I continue to be so. And one of the first issues that people brought to my attention was the long delay in processing of spousal reunification. The stories that family members told, how much pain and suffering that they had to endure as a result of that separation of 10 years of the Harper administration. Let's just forget about that and pretend that didn't happen, according to the Conservatives. So let us just be clear about where they stand and what their record has been. I can go on for days about that, but I only have 10 minutes for this entire speech, and I want to spend a little bit of time about the value of newcomers and how they contribute to Canada. Let's be clear. They are here that helps to fill our labor force, the gaps that exist in our labor force. They pay their taxes and they support our local economy. Just to be clear on the demographics of things.
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I worry that the member speaking forgets that it is actually the Liberal government that is in power for 8 years.
I appreciate the intervention, but that is debate. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
I can resume, Mr. Speaker. Well, thank you very much. The contributions from newcomers are significant. You know, 1.6 million newcomers are engaged, immigrants are engaged in the healthcare sector at a time when we actually have a significant labor skill shortage in the healthcare sector. They are doctors, they are nurses, they are care aides, they are people who care for us when we're sick, they are people who care for our family when we need them the most. During COVID, they are there risking their lives to take care of our loved ones. Who else are newcomers? They are people who help build houses. 20% of the immigrant community are engaged in the construction sector, where we need them to build the infrastructure, to build the houses that we desperately need. There are people who put food on our table. There are people who do the farming work where there's a significant labor skill shortage. I can go on about their contributions, Mr. Speaker. So I will say this. When Canada's faced with a housing crisis, do not blame the immigrant community. Do not blame the migrant workers. They are not at fault. Who is at fault? It would be successive Liberal and Conservative governments who failed Canadians in not ensuring that Canada builds the housing that is needed, that is affordable for Canadians. Because the Conservatives canceled the co-op housing program and the Liberals canceled the National Affordable Housing Program and left the whole thing to the private sector to deal with. Then we have 30 years later a significant housing crisis. Do not blame newcomers for that. Blame the governments who failed Canadians in that regard. Mr. Speaker, I want to add one other thing in terms of contributions from newcomers. They also create jobs. Actually, a third of the businesses in our communities are created by immigrants, and they hire people, hire Canadians, and they actually create employment as well. So, Mr. Speaker, just so that everybody understands, do not blame immigrants. And what we need to do is for the federal government to also step up to ensure that provinces, Quebec, and territories are properly resourced. To that end, Mr. Speaker, for successful resettlement, I'm going to move the amendment. I move that the motion be amended by adding the following. D, call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a report on the gap between the resources that are needed to align federal immigration targets in 2024 and the capacity of Quebec, provinces, and territories to successfully resettle newcomers. And E, call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a plan to ensure adequate resources are provided to Quebec, provinces, and territories to support the successful resettlement of newcomers. That is what is needed. Do not blame the newcomers. Hold the people to account, and that will be the government who needs to step up and do the job in support of provinces, Quebec, and territories, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Je dois informer les honorables députés.
I must inform honourable members that an amendment to an opposition motion can only be moved with the consent of the person who tabled the motion or other party officials who can also offer that consent. And since the mover of the motion is not in the House, I would like to ask the deputy leader of the mover's party, does she consent to this amendment being tabled? On behalf of the member for Belleuil-Chambly, we would accept the amendment.
Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Barron, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. Quote, D, call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a report on the gap between the resources that are needed to align federal immigration targets in 2024 and the capacity of Quebec, provinces, and territories to successfully resettle newcomers. And E, call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a plan to ensure adequate resources are provided to Quebec, provinces, and territories to support the successful resettlement of newcomers. The
amendment is in order. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Vancouver East for her speech. when I think about my work on the Immigration Committee, she's always very easy to work with, and she also knows all of Canada's immigration programs really well, like the palm of her hand. She has a great command of her file. I'd like to thank her for that. Now, with this amendment to our motion, which we have accepted, I think the Conservatives, the NDP and the Bloc are all going to agree on this motion, I believe. And I think that with that in mind, the Liberal government will have to also vote for the motion. So I have a simple question. Does this show that the Liberals are the real problem on immigration?
Thank you very much. First off, I also want to thank my colleague for his collaborative approach. I enjoy working with him at the Immigration Committee and most certainly in the House as well. I think that on the question around immigration, there are issues that needs to be addressed. And we need to ensure that in addressing those issues, that newcomers are not to be blamed. I hope that the amendment, the amended motion is passed in this House. I have no idea where the government's going to go, the Liberal members. I have no idea where the Conservatives are going to go. They did not indicate in this debate that they would actually support it. And so I would wait to see, and I do hope that the motion passes, because I think it is very important to make sure that proper process is in place and proper resources is in place and proper information is in place. And I think the issue around the gap between what is needed for provinces, Quebec, and territories and the resources from the federal government needs to be in place, needs to be put on the table so that newcomers are not being blamed for the problems, the housing crisis, and others that Canadians are faced with.
Questions and comments of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've listened very closely to the member opposite over the last half hour or so on the issue of immigration. I'm very much interested in knowing what the NDP position is in terms of overall numbers that they would like to see come to Canada. She indicated very clearly that temporary foreign workers that come to Canada should be granted permanent resident status. She also indicated that it should be an unlimited number of international students that should be allowed to come to Canada. I'm wondering if she could share to us two things. Number one, should international students be also provided assurances that they could become permanent residents? And if so, when she factors that into the number of permanent residents through the temporary foreign workers program, what is the target goal in terms of overall number of immigrants in any given year, or does the NDP have one?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me just be very clear. The NDP has always stood and supported the principle that if you're good enough to work, you're good enough to stay. If you're good enough to study here, you're good enough to stay. That principle ought to apply. The truth of the matter is this: between successive Liberal and Conservative governments, they have brought in a significant number of people with temporary status, whether they're student or workers, to the tune of over half a million people. Half a billion, 500,000. 500,000 people into the country, and then without permanent status and counting. Mr. Speaker, those individuals are subject to exploitation, and we know that, and the government knows that. What are they doing about it? Not a heck of a lot. It is time to recognize them and give them full status so that we can ensure exploitation is eliminated for these individuals.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Boy, I'm fighting over the same thing. The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, then to get a specific answer from the member, is the member clearly saying that if you come to Canada to study and you come to Canada as a foreign worker, that you should be granted permanent resident status? If she is saying that, and that's what I'm hearing, then does the NDP have any sort of limits that they would put on the numbers that they would allow in every year? A clear answer, I believe, is owed to Canadians on that question.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
I'll tell you what is owed available to Canadians. The government brings in immigration policies that sets people up for exploitation. The government brings in immigration policies that blames newcomers for their problems that they have created. Look at what's happened with the international students. Who are they blaming? Oh, they're blaming international students for exploitation. What sort of joke is this? Yet the government is proceeding accordingly because that's who they are, and that tells you a whole lot about who the Liberals are.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time for the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, the beloved whip of my party. We always need to be very, very nice when we talk about the whip of our parties. Isn't that right? Mr. Speaker, Ottawa needs to review its immigration targets if it wants a successful immigration target, a successful immigration model, and make sure that new arrivals can live well here. On October 31st, 2023, on a Bloc Québécois Opposition Day, the party invited all parties in the House to vote in favor of the motion to ask the federal government to review immigration targets after, of course, consulting Quebec, the provinces and territories. Today, the Bloc Québécois is asking that once again and asking the House to reaffirm its unanimous vote on November 1st, 2023, to ask the government to review immigration targets starting in 2024 after consulting Quebec, the provinces and territories, based on their capacity in order to create a successful immigration system. And the Bloc Québécois also wishes to ask the Prime Minister to convene a meeting with his counterparts in Quebec, the provinces and territories in order to consult them on their respective integration capacities. And finally, it asks for the government to table within 100 days in the House a plan for revising federal immigration targets in 2024 based on the integration capacity of provinces. It's very clear that Quebec and the provinces better know the realities on the ground, and they know about their integration capacities based on health, education, language, and housing. And this is a necessity to create a successful immigration model and to make sure that people can live well here. Ottawa needs to respect our integration capacity. Quebec is generous and welcoming. We want all new arrivals to be properly welcomed with access to housing, health, childcare, education, and in order to be able to learn French and fully integrate into our society and become part of it in the fullest sense possible. We want to be able to welcome people properly with the appropriate dignity and respect. What is really a pity, and that's an understatement, is that even though the Liberals supported the Bloc Québécois motion, the Liberals published new immigration targets without consulting Quebec. On November 1st, the federal government published these targets without knowing whether new arrivals would be able to access housing, childcare, healthcare, education, French language learning services. It's really unfortunate that the federal government decided to do this, but we in the Bloc Québécois are not going to let go of this file. Recently, the Premier of Quebec sent a letter to the Prime Minister. He mainly discussed the issue of asylum seekers. But let's be very clear, there's also the matter of Quebec's integration capacity. Non-profits are at the end of the rope. Quebec is the province that has integrated 55% of all asylum seekers in Canada. This is a major financial burden. And Quebec is also still waiting for the $470 million that is spent on these asylum seekers to be paid back. This is an area of federal jurisdiction. The federal government boasted that it would give Quebec $100 million, and it thought that would be enough to shut the province up. This is not accountable at all. I care deeply about democracy, and in a democratic parliament like ours, it is perfectly healthy to have public debate on important issues that affect our future. And it's also essential for the government to consider the opposition party's positions, just as we must also respect different ways of seeing things. So I'm not here to score political points on the backs of asylum seekers and migrants. On the contrary, I think that as parliamentarians, we must constantly be doing what we can to protect the most vulnerable among us and those who are seeking a better life. Making a journey of migration is extremely difficult. It's expensive and often very, very dangerous. With that in mind, we must show accountability and trustworthiness. We need to be worthy of the trust of people who leave their homes, who cross borders, who undertake incredibly difficult travel with their children in the hope that one day they'll find a welcoming community and happier days. But the federal government is not giving Quebec the chance to keep doing this properly. Quebec has exceeded its integration capacity by far, even though it's something that's so important to the province, because it's the integration capacity of Quebec that allows it to properly welcome people and tell them that they are welcome in Quebec and can live lives here. We've received all sorts of blame since the beginning of the session. It's really unfortunate to see that this government doesn't respect the other parties. We're being insulted. We're being constantly told that Quebecers like to pick fights. And the federal government ultimately is just turning a deaf ear to our claims. Even yesterday, we heard from the Quebec immigration minister that Quebec is reaching the breaking point. In fact, in Quebec, people are thinking about a referendum to repatriate immigration authority. Now, here in the Bloc Québécois, we will always vote in favor of what's right for Quebec. And if the federal government has such a good relationship with Quebec, as my colleague, the Minister of Immigration, claims, if things are going so great, as he keeps saying every time he rises in the House, then maybe he should finally put his money where his mouth is. Because I suspect that's not true and that instead the relationship is fraying, the Minister of Immigration as we saw, he came out in the media and said the Minister of Immigration of Quebec said that we might need to hold a referendum in Quebec to repatriate immigration powers. And yet, meanwhile, the Canadian immigration minister is saying, yes, everything's going just fine. We're having great discussions. Something there is not entirely clear. We're getting some mixed messages. And I have to say, I trust the Quebec immigration minister more. The motion that we're bringing forward again today aims to protect a better future for all Quebecers and all those who wish to become Quebecers. And we can't do that any which way or at any cost. We need to do it accountably and showing new arrivals and their families that in Quebec we are worthy of their trust. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Sarnia-Lambton.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to what the Bloc had to say. They spoke about the difficulties that the immigration system is experiencing. So my question is the following. If Quebec were to be responsible for immigration, then what would their plan be? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. Well, my plan is for Quebec to have full immigration powers. It's pretty simple. And I've never had a Conservative clearly answer whether they agree with what the Minister of Immigration said. So the next time a Conservative member rises to ask me a question, I'd like them to answer the following question. Do they agree with the idea that Quebec should have full immigration powers?
Port Moody Coquitlam. Oh, sorry. Did I call it? Nanaimo Ladysmith. I was one up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Et merci à mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague. According to a Léger poll, 70% of Quebecers believe that the Quebec government should do more to increase the pool of available workers through economic immigration. Would the Bloc Québécois agree with that? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. In order for that to be possible, Mr. Speaker, I would like to return to what the Minister of Immigration of Quebec said. If Quebec wants to better control economic immigration and increase the workforce, it needs to have full authority on immigration. Currently, for example, the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, people say that Quebec fully controls that program, but it's not true. The largest portion of these workers belong to an Ottawa-controlled program. So even in that area, the Quebec government doesn't fully control the program. This Parliament voted last fall, or rather, this Parliament voted earlier and recognized that Quebec is a nation. A nation should control its immigration. Thank you.
House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that through the expansion, in particular, Jean Chrétien back in 1998 with the provincial nominee program, sent a very clear message that we do need, from an Ottawa perspective, to continue to work with the provincial jurisdictions. And I think Quebec was the model province at the time and continues to be in many ways in regards to immigration. But there is a need for people to be working together. But the question I specifically have for the member is, does the member agree with the NDP position that temporary workers should be given permanent resident status? If not, why not?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. We had that debate at committee. It's an excellent question. I don't agree 100% with the NDP's proposal, but it's something we can look at. The Union of Farm Workers made a proposal recently saying that temporary foreign workers in agriculture should have access to permanent residency, that it should be facilitated. So then, I agree with my NDP colleagues on some aspects, not on all. And if Quebec had all powers in immigration, this issue wouldn't be raised because there would be no Bloc Québécois critic on immigration. We wouldn't need one. Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean for his speech. He talked about the acrimonious tone of the Minister of Immigration toward the Bloc Québécois, calling us armchair critics. And perhaps we have a thicker skin, we can handle it, but when he insults us, he's not managing the situation. And those who are suffering the most are immigrants. Last week, there was an asylum seeker, a man who said he feared for himself and his 9-year-old daughter because he was about to have to live on the street. Does my colleague agree with me that while we are being insulted, there are real people who are suffering from his inaction and his irresponsible decisions? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. What an excellent question, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there's a problem around managing this. Comes from the top, from the Minister of Immigration, who has a very acrimonious, abrasive, irrespectful tone. And the debate on immigration, which should be responsible, sensitive, calm, sometimes goes downhill. And this is the third immigration minister since 2019. So how can that department get back on its feet? The Department of Immigration at the federal government is probably the most dysfunctional in all of government in Canada. And it's not by changing the leader every 6 months that things will start going better. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I'm pleased to speak today during the Opposition Day of the Bloc Québécois on the topic, the important topic of successful immigration. What can I add to what our critic on immigration has said, the member for Lac-Saint-Jean? Because he knows so much about this issue. So I decided to speak to you more specifically about what successful immigration looks like. What does it mean in my riding? Because often, I've heard in different speeches this morning, that we tend to talk about successful immigration with statistics, with numbers. But today, Mr. Speaker, you know me a little bit. I'll talk about real people in my riding. So first, Salaberry-sur-Loire is a riding that is part urban, part rural. There are two major cities that are industrial, and many rural municipalities. And when you think rural, there's a lack of transportation, lack of access to nearby services. I've been a member since 2019, but I was also there from 2006 to 2011. And when I came back to politics, I noticed that the question of immigration, of newcomers in my riding in large numbers, is relatively new. We didn't really experience that. We had a few newcomers, especially temporary workers, but now we're very pleased, very happy to see our communities be enriched by people who arrive here in Salaberry-sur-Roi to contribute to our development, to settle, to start a family, to work, share their culture with us, create a big family. It's relatively new when we compare ourselves to Montreal or major cities like Toronto and Vancouver. For us, it's relatively new. So we see lots of people arriving, and oops, it changes things. Because as my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean has said, there was no discussion, no conversation between the provinces and the federal government to plan immigration, plan successful immigration. That means how many people will be arriving? Do we have the capacity to integrate these people well? And I'll tell you a little story. There's a working town, Huntington, in my riding, that has a major industry that takes sweet potatoes and turns them into fries. So it's a major business, and they needed temporary workers to be able to run their plant. And I must say, Maison Racette and Ferme Valette, and these are businesses that have used foreign labor, but take great care in doing so. They say to themselves, if I help temporary workers who come from a different country, who wants to be in my community, I have to do it well. These people must be accompanied so they can feel they are part of our community and they want to stay in Huntington. This is a rural area where immigration was pretty new. And we discussed the issue of French language training. In Huntington, this is a rural town where there are 2 primary schools, but few nearby services. And we realized that because that massive arrival wasn't planned, it hadn't been discussed, we found ourselves with no French language classes in the factory that had a lot of workers to accompany those workers in learning French. So the best thing we did, because it's my brand in my riding, Mr. Speaker, when we see a problem, we gather around a table and together we try to find solutions. So we gathered a number of times and finally we said the best thing would be to develop French language training nearby, near where people are working, so they can arrive there without having to use transit, because that's the challenge. There isn't much planning. There's little interest from the federal government in reflecting on integration capacity. Communities aren't organized to take this on. So if the school had night classes, because schools are usually empty in the evenings, after the workers' shifts, the temporary workers could go learn French there. So we sat down and we thought about the location we needed, the teachers we needed, and we needed money to fund this. And then we realized that our institution, our school, hadn't planned in its funds to have French language classes. Because once again, to have successful immigration, we need to have discussions, we need to plan the targets for integration capacity. So by talking together with innovation, we were able to find a location and teachers. And then we said, all right, now that we can teach them French because we worked as a team, we talked to each other, what do we do for the other services? The other services that these workers and their families need. For example, service delivery. A daycare center, is there one nearby? Do people have access to transportation to access these services? And it's complicated because we are reacting to something that could have been planned out, that could have been discussed if the government had taken the issue seriously, especially if the provinces had been considered as a major important player in this analysis of integration capacity. So there's a lack of planning from the federal government, and the provinces don't have the money they need, but the main victims are immigrants. And that's why the Bloc Québécois thinks that to have successful immigration, the federal government needs to stop just acting like the big boss without considering the provinces, without bringing the provinces around the table and listening and finding solutions. And the Bloc Québécois, with the motion before us today, is proposing a solution. The motion was amended with specific timelines. So we await the government's concrete proposals to measure the quality of our integration capacity by province and in Canada. I've said the main victims of the lack of planning for the quality of integration are immigrants, and I'll give you a few statistics. I said I wouldn't give you any, but I can't help myself. So, processing a permanent residency claim, someone who comes to our office and is awaiting permanent residency, do you know how long it takes? Right now, 11 months. 11 months to be able to obtain permanent residency. How long does it take for family reunification? 34 months. 34 months. How long does it take for a refugee, for an asylum seeker to receive a work permit? Because when they arrive, they don't have a work permit. Without a work permit, they can't work. How long does that take, Mr. Speaker? Too long. As a federal member, the member of parliament from my riding who wants the best for immigrants, who wants successful immigration, I encourage all of my colleagues in this House to support the opposition motion from the Bloc Québécois, which is to review immigration targets starting in 2024 after consultation with Quebec, the provinces and territories, based on their integration capacity, particularly in terms of housing, healthcare, education, French language training, and transportation infrastructure. All, Mr. Speaker, all with a view to truly successful immigration that respects the human beings we want to have here in Quebec. Questions and comments?
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, a relatively quick question. Given the nature of the matter we're discussing, I'm wondering if the member could give a clear indication whether or not her or her party actually did any consultation with the Government of Quebec with respect to what it is that they're proposing.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. It's a question I find partisan because here the Bloc Québécois put forward a question that concerns all of the provinces. That's a consensus this morning. Maybe he hasn't read the Journal de Montréal where it's written very clearly that Quebecers and Canadians, we often talk about two solitudes, but not here. We think the same thing. We think that we really need to put Quebec and the provinces at the same table, that everyone should have a voice. We should find a solution together to have successful immigration. And the real winners of that democratic exercise would be immigrants.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I heard that there's a lack of services for French language training in Montreal, in the writing of the member who gave her speech. What is it that the government can do to increase services? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I thank my colleague, my Conservative colleague, for her question because it's a very good one. So the first thing to do would be that the federal government, which owes $470 million to Quebec, reimburse it. Quebec would have flexibility, financial flexibility to increase services. It's complicated. The integration capacity problem is complex. And what we know, even if we don't have all of the solutions, what we know is that it requires funding to increase services, to give newcomers with everything they need to immigrate successfully and to want to stay. I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, the people I find the most courageous are the people who leave their country, who leave their family, who arrive here to have a better life, and who are faced with inhuman bureaucracy and then long wait times to have access to services or a work permit or other necessary paperwork to integrate well in our community. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Shefford. I thank my honourable colleague from Salaberry-sur-Roi for her speech. I saw a lot of humanity, Mr. Speaker. She explained well the continuum of services that we must offer so that we can welcome people humanely, people who enrich our communities, and I see the same thing in my writing. But, Mr. Speaker, contrary to the Leader of the Opposition, I'd like my whip to tell me, well, rather, the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, but my dear whip, we can't reduce this issue to housing. It's about much more than housing. It's a continuum of services, whether it's healthcare, and we need to increase transfers. There's early child care centers. If it's just about housing and accusing immigrants for being responsible for the housing crisis, it's false. That's not what it's about. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you to the member for Shefford for her question. I know she's very sensitive to this issue as well. Mr. Speaker, do you know what breaks my heart? It's when we have about 40 students who come from French-speaking Africa. We're so happy to have them in Salaberry-sur-Roi. They speak French. They want to study, to become nurses, to contribute to our healthcare system. But what breaks my heart, Mr. Speaker, is that they arrive here and they don't have what they need to immigrate successfully. Some of them have to go to the housing service, to the food bank, and ask for help to move. They may be too many people in housing that's designed for fewer people. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand how the government could vote against our motion. Our motion makes sense. It addresses the human beings, the newcomers we need to take care of.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, it is my pleasure to share my time with the member for London West. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her interest in the role of the federal government in the setting of targets for new permanent residents in Canada. When we talk about immigration policy, we often forget that these decisions have a real impact on the lives of individuals here in Canada, but also abroad. These decisions have an impact on lives today and for generations to come. It is important that we continue to have these conversations on this very important issue. If you've been to a citizenship ceremony, you've surely seen all of the work that has to be done by permanent residents to become citizens. You've seen the joy on their faces when they make their citizenship oath and continue to build their lives and that of their family in Canada. Over the past few years, Canada has had many changes and immigration has taken on a new importance. The 2021 census clearly shows that Canada's population is aging. Immigration is now the main driver of demographic growth and labor stability. Many do not realize it, but young families, students, and workers from other countries who choose to come here are essential to our daily life and to the growth of our economy. Canadians are living longer and families have fewer children. 50 years ago, the worker-retiree ratio was 7-1. Many things have changed since then. This ratio is now close to 3-1. In this regard, the Globe and Mail recently reported that the fecundity rate in Canada reached its lowest level in 2022.
If we don't welcome more newcomers, this rate will approach 2-1 in the decades to come. This would put extra pressure on our key infrastructure and programs like healthcare and education, and would expose them to undue risk. When the Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship announced Canada's latest level plan, he stated that the government was stabilizing immigration targets for the future to ensure that housing and social services are available to all Canadians and newcomers. Many won't realize it, but young families, students, and workers from other countries who choose to come here are critical to our daily lives and to growing our economy. In order for Canada to remain a leader in resettlement, we need to fill labor shortages and attract the skills and talent needed. According to Statistics Canada, in the third quarter of 2023, there were nearly 18,000 job vacancies in Quebec. This figure includes over 45,000 vacancies in healthcare. 45,000 job vacancies in healthcare. In fact, the labor shortage in Quebec's manufacturing sector is costing the economy $7 billion. This past summer, I had the chance to tour Quebec by bike, and everywhere I went, I saw signs that said, "We're hiring." I can't help but wonder why the Bloc Québécois has put forward this motion, essentially asking the federal government to reduce its immigration levels when the facts show that Canada and Quebec are facing labor shortages that are affecting small businesses all across the country. Are they promoting economic stagnation? The federal government recognizes the need to align our immigration levels with the needs and capacities of newcomers in communities across the country, including Quebec. Of course, we didn't arrive at our objectives by chance. Our government consulted widely on the number of permanent residents Canada should welcome and on the balance between different categories of newcomers. We sought the views and priorities of federal partners, regional representatives, provinces and territories, Indigenous communities, stakeholders, and the general public. These immigration levels will help set the pace of Canada's economic and demographic growth while moderating its impact on critical systems like infrastructure and housing. They also maximize the economic and social benefits of immigration, which will be felt in all regions of Canada, including French-speaking communities outside Quebec. In my riding of Milton, there's a vibrant Francophone community. There are lots of wonderful French schools, and there's an amazing Francophone community. So I'd like to take a moment to give a shout out to our government's commitment to support Francophone communities outside Quebec by increasing Francophone immigration outside Quebec to 6% of total immigration in 2024, 7% in 2025, and 8% in 2026. The Minister of Immigration also recently announced a new Francophone immigration policy that will attract talented Francophone workers from around the world, thus contributing to the economic and cultural development of Francophone minority language communities. For example, recent changes to the Express Entry program have enabled us to invite more than 1,500 tradespeople from abroad, including people who will be able to help build new homes all across Canada to alleviate pressures on our housing system. Under the Canada-Quebec Accord on Immigration, Quebec has rights and responsibilities when it comes to the number of immigrants headed for Quebec and the selection, reception, and integration of these immigrants. In other words, their settlement in Quebec. Canada establishes the annual number of immigrants for the country, taking into account the number of immigrants Quebec wants to receive. Quebec is solely responsible for selecting economic and humanitarian immigrants to Quebec. Quebec alone is responsible for applying federal selection criteria for family reunification. The federal government is responsible for the selection and admission of family class applications. We have consulted in order to better align our plans with evolving needs. And this has been done in cooperation with the Quebec government and all provinces and territories. The contribution of an immigrant is far greater than the sum of their circumstances on arrival. A child arriving in Canada today could be tomorrow's inventor, leader, athlete, nurse, or entrepreneur, or a volunteer who supports and inspires the immigrants who come after them. Let's not forget what the government said before. We need newcomers as much as they need us. And our current immigration levels are a reflection of this fact. Canada will remain a welcoming country that understands the benefits of immigration and offers refuge to those fleeing persecution, war, and upheaval. We will continue to benefit from the diversity and openness of our communities. These are just some of the reasons why Canada is one of the world's top destinations for people from all walks of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
And comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. I'm very concerned about the length of time it takes for every kind of immigration permit, whether it's a PRC card or people that are waiting for their permanent work visa after they were students. It's taking years, literally years, and the department has increased 50% in size. Can the member tell us what exactly the Liberal government will do to bring down the wait times?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For the Conservatives to complain that it takes too long when they cut the public service that we rely on in order to get wait times down. It's absolutely essential that we make sure that our public service has the resources and capacity to ensure that wait times are low and reasonable, while at the same time, many constituents will rely on good members of Parliament, and gratefully we have lots of those on this side of the House. Perhaps some of those well-experienced members on the other side who like to cross their arms and tell me that I'm out of my job soon, which is ironic given recent comments from the member. It's great to hear that the Conservatives are on board with immigration and making sure that the new Canadians get the services that they desire.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik-Ayu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I'd like to remind him that in Quebec this year there was a huge spike of 46% in permanent residents, and also a lot of funding has been demanded by the Quebec government, and the federal government has not ponied up. So what's being done to meet those demands, and what's being done to make sure that Quebec is listened to when we call for better living conditions for our immigrants? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her question. As I said in my speech, I had the opportunity to visit Quebec by bike this summer, and I saw lots of help wanted signs for small businesses. The sign said, "We're hiring." There is a labor shortage in Quebec, and it's important to ensure that our economy and our small businesses get the workers they need. And we need to make it known that it's attractive to work and live in Quebec. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Northern College in my region has had extraordinary success with relations with international students. So many students who've come, who've got an education, who've actually helped build our economy. Now we suddenly have this arbitrary cap that's having a huge impact, not just on the college, but all area businesses who rely on the students who come, get educated, and want to stay, and then, of course, the students themselves. I want to ask the member if the Liberal government is willing to actually, instead of one-size-fits-all, address the obvious faults in their plan to make sure that regions like ours and colleges like Northern College are not unfairly impacted by this new cap.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Ontario for the question because it's very important. In my region, we have Conestoga College, Laurier, we have McMaster, and all of them rely on international students, as does our economy. However, some colleges and universities, which are less reputable, are bringing in students by the thousands, and that's what really we need to have a look at. And I would say it's not thousands, it's actually tens of thousands, and in some cases hundreds of thousands of students who arrive with the expectation of a really good education. I'm certain that the college referenced by my colleague from Northern Ontario is a reputable one and an excellent school. However, there's a lot of them that are in basements of strip malls, and we need to have a look at that. And I would note, Mr. Speaker, that this is a provincial responsibility, and it's unfortunate that the system has been taken advantage of by both provinces and some of these smaller colleges of low reputation.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for London West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a huge pleasure for me to be able to provide information to my colleagues about how the federal government is working with its provincial, territorial, and municipal partners to welcome and settle newcomers. Immigration is one of Canada's defining characteristics. We're a welcoming country where newcomers can feel part of the community and where we understand that immigration contributes to the growth of our economy, to our diversity, and to building the communities we live in. Our immigration system is considered world-class, but we're also well aware that with nearly 110 million displaced people worldwide, our planet is facing a global migration crisis, and Canada is not alone in feeling the impact. We also continue to have significant demand for newcomers, particularly workers who bring the skills and assets needed to meet our country's evolving economic needs, such as in healthcare, construction, and technology. To maintain our position as a world leader and to keep attracting newcomers, the federal government recognizes that we need to plan for the future so that our system can be efficient, resilient, and innovative. That's why Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, or IRCC, launched an Immigration System for Canada's Future, which was a strategic review of immigration that took place between February and May of last year. The purpose of this large-scale consultation initiative was to examine how Canada's immigration policies and programs could foster a shared vision for Canada's future. The department worked with partners, stakeholders, and Canadians from across the country to answer the following questions. What should the immigration system of the future look like? How can we meet the rapidly evolving needs of employers, migrants, and communities? And how can we ensure that newcomers to Canada quickly integrate into our communities and the workforce?
As to prepare measures that will improve Canada's immigration system and that will be implemented through the whole of government approach and the whole of society collaboration. In addition to soliciting input from all regions of the country, we also organize an in-depth session with experts on key issues such as housing and attracting skills our economy requires. So the impacts these results will have on the improvement and the evolution of our immigration system are invaluable. These findings have revealed a way forward based on the three key themes: improving the reception and integration of newcomers, better aligning our immigration objectives with the needs of the Canadian labor market, and most importantly, developing a comprehensive and coordinated plan that brings together all levels of governments and partners to ensure that we have services and supports that newcomers actually need and will use.
So, to improve the settlement and integration of newcomers, we're working to make our system more responsive to applicants' needs and easier to navigate. This will enable users to make informed decisions based on predictable and clear decisions in line with our service standards. In addition, we continue to work with communities and our partners to ensure that the support services needed to attract and retain newcomers to these communities are available. Our Immigration Levels Plan is an essential tool in addressing labor shortages. Immigration remains an important tool to ensure we have enough nurses to support our hospitals, enough tradespeople to build new homes, and enough technology workers to support our innovative businesses. By linking sectoral, federal, and provincial strategies for worker and employer needs to our immigration policies, we're not only helping stimulate economic growth, we're giving ourselves a global competitive advantage. IRCC has also launched a new Francophone immigration policy to foster the economic development and vitality of Francophone minority communities all across Canada, including mine. To strengthen the presence of French in Canada, we've also renewed and expanded the Welcoming Francophone Communities Initiative and are continuing to implement the Action Plan for Official Languages. These measures will contribute to increasing the demographic weight of Francophone communities. So, Mr. Speaker, immigration is also helping to address labor shortages in healthcare. On January 15th of this year, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages announced a series of measures to accelerate recognition of the skills and credentials of some 6,600 foreign-trained healthcare professionals.
Organizing our immigration system is not an easy task, but the federal government is determined to continue to working in harmony with the provinces, territories, municipalities, and all other partners to implement an innovative, sustainable solutions that will benefit all Canadians. The federal government is also committed to continue to advance Canada's humanitarian leadership on the world stage, to protecting our competitive advantage in attracting the talent and the skills our economy needs, but above all, to welcoming newcomers in a way that reflects the difficult decisions they make to change their lives when they come here. Thanks to this strategy review, the federal government is now better equipped not only to meet the needs of newcomers in the communities that welcome them, but also the needs of the Canadian society as a whole. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank the member for her speech. She talked about the importance of integration capacity, but that's precisely the heart of our motion. We want to have consultations that will bring a bit more foreseeability to this issue, because the way things work now, the newcomers come in and then we have to try to grapple with settling them and integrating them, and there's a housing crisis. Toronto has sounded the alarm. The people on the ground are unable to handle the demand, and these demands were not taken into account when the levels were set, when the targets were set. So my question is, what is it in our motion that the member opposite that doesn't sit well with her? What's the blockage? What needs to be done so that we can adequately settle and integrate all these newcomers? The honourable member for London West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. I think that what I said in my speech was that the plans we're making are made in partnership with all industries and all sectors, including service providers. We've asked, how can we increase the services and make them better? And as I said in my speech, is that we've put systems in place to take all of that into account. And this is something that we began earlier in this year, and we will continue to work on, so that when newcomers come to Canada and they come to our communities, they have everything they need in order to settle in. Questions and comments?
Neil Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for the member opposite is this. She mentioned in her speech that, we need nurses, we need construction workers, and I agree. I mean, we're short 100,000 construction workers in Ontario alone, and quite a number of thousands of nurses. But the Minister of Immigration just made an arbitrary decision to cut by 50% in Ontario, colleges which produce nurses and construction workers and all those kind of things. So would the member commit to take it back to caucus to try to get exemptions for colleges that are providing housing and adequate support and producing the nurses and construction workers that we need?
The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just said in this speech that we're working with partners in territories and provinces and municipalities to make sure that we are targeting key sectors when we're receiving newcomers, especially through the different measures that we have. I think what the minister said is that he's trying to figure out a way to proportionately move newcomers across the country and not concentrate them in areas where they're already overly concentrated. I just mentioned in my speech that we are looking to have different sectors such as nursing, construction, and different sectors that are really key for Canada, and that's something that we've already started to do, and we'll continue to support the minister's work on making our sectors and our employment sector that is changing quickly and rapidly continue to respond to those needs through these conversations that we're having across the country. So he's not cutting. We're putting a pause in the next 2 years to make sure that we are appropriately bringing newcomers in the parts of Canada where they're most needed, and that is going to have an impact in our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for her speech. I'm wondering if the member could provide me with some insights. We're seeing right now immigrants being blamed for our overcrowded healthcare system. We're seeing immigrants being blamed for our lack of housing, when we know what is to blame is consecutive Liberal Liberal and Conservative governments who have underfunded severely our housing and healthcare systems. Our provinces and territories need the money required to be able to provide the healthcare in our provinces. And so I'm wondering if the member could please share some insights as to when we will see, in healthcare specifically, our provinces being provided with the funds necessary to be able to provide the healthcare required. In particular, there was $4.5 billion promised by the Liberals in mental health transfers. We've yet to see that. Our healthcare system's overloaded. And when will we see the appropriate investments being made?
The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to say in this House that immigrants are not to be blamed for any challenges that our country faces. The challenges are already embedded in here, and when they come, they also face the similar challenges that Canadians are facing. So they're not to be blamed for healthcare issues or housing issues. And I appreciate my colleague's question, but I think she knows that healthcare is in the province, and the federal government has made the investments and continue to support provinces to do so. And we have conservative premiers across the country that I have not seen at the table actually to be able to respond to those questions. I think these questions that she's asking are really good questions that I think the conservative premiers across the country could answer as well. Thanks.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to ask for consent to share my time with my honourable colleague for Saint-Jean. Very well. I'm very pleased to rise to speak to an extremely important and delicate issue today. The Bloc Québécois was one of the first to raise the question of the limits of integration capacities when raising the immigration thresholds was discussed. Of course, it's a sensitive issue. Some people have said that we're xenophobic, that we don't like immigrants, and that we're even racist. And in fact, these epithets are sometimes applied to all Quebecers. We should instead hold a respectful debate in this House on such an important topic. Now, of course, a respectful debate with the Minister of Justice is as easy as catching a fly with chopsticks. I see that he just understood what I said. I guess he was waiting for the interpretation. And so I would just say that this is not honorable behavior. We want a respectful debate. In a post-national, multicultural Canada, massive immigration is constantly being praised. But we were just saying maybe we should think about our integration capacity. Many economists have said that economic growth is too high compared to our integration capacities, just like we've been saying, that the need for housing is much higher, that the demand is much higher than the supply, that there was a shortage. And we know that there are many other matters, such as the GDP, but does having a higher GDP really make our country more wealthy for the people who actually, because it's not just the total GDP that counts, it's the per capita GDP. But for 6 years, that's been stagnating in Canada. We're not getting wealthier because our production capacities are not high enough to enable new arrivals to be productive. We are limited. That is limiting our integration capacity. And then later, the CMHC said that we should be building 3.5 million new housing units by 2030 because of immigration, which is very high and which is making it hard to house everyone. When we talk about housing supply and demand, we really need to focus on demand, which is the sum total of people who need a home. We can't be segregating people. You don't need a math doctorate to understand that the more people arrive in the country, the more there will be housing demand. That's obvious. So the increase in demand is exacerbating the housing crisis. And then the CBC immediately came out and said that the CMHC is behind the times, that actually we're going to need 5 million new housing units by 2030. That's more than double current housing supply. Then the University of Waterloo said that immigration is actually leading to a decrease in per capita GDP. That's not what the Bloc Québécois or our leader has said. That's the University of Waterloo. Then TD said that immigration is leading to a sharp increase in demand, and that there'll actually be a shortage of 500,000 housing units over 2 years. We are not the puppet masters pulling the strings. We're not using a complicated system of levers and pulleys to control all of these banks. Everyone, the CBC, CMHC, TD, and so on, they're all saying that. This government is being told that with its immigration policy, it's making the housing crisis worse. And what does the government answer? The Minister of Immigration has said that these immigrants will build their own homes. I don't think he understands that in real life, you can't just run around building your own house like that. Life is not a cartoon. Someone can't just show up and say they're going to build their own house. You need to own land. And in Montreal, there is no more land, because we have what's called agricultural zoning. Land doesn't grow on trees. You have to go farther out. Now, where I live, some people have land, but there's no drinking water. Again, we can't all just run around with our little toolbox, like Bob the Builder with his little hat and his little toolbox, and build drinking water infrastructure. All right, maybe you have to go fully outside the island of Montreal, but there's no infrastructure. How are people going to... There's infrastructure, there's a question of transport too. This government doesn't seem to understand that you need transportation, water, and other infrastructure. This government is ideological. They're ignoring reality. They have no sense of what we need to settle people, to integrate people. Yes, they can increase the supply a little bit, but the demand is skyrocketing. What about health? What about education? They have no idea how to take care of those areas. Then there's the question of Francisizing people who arrive in Quebec. These are realities they have no familiarity with. They should consult the territories, the provinces in Quebec, but they don't. But they don't want to. They know everything. This Ottawa knows best approach. They know everything. They don't need to talk to anyone. But then even when they're supposed to pay the bill, they don't. They make this face and they pretend to be shocked. They pretend to be shocked that they are supposed to pay the $470 million debt. They are not reimbursing Quebec that has paid for things that are the federal government's responsibility. I'm telling you, food bank owners and others must be very concerned when they see this government not paying its debts. I have numbers here. It's very concerning. Just on education alone, in 2023, 1,150 new classrooms had to be built in 1 year. That's some serious problems. So these people can be integrated the way they deserve to have a happy life, so that they can live well and with dignity. The member for Beauport-Limoilou asked Mr. Barton, you said earlier that when it comes to the Century Initiative, there's the matter of French. What are the initiatives that will promote French in Quebec and Canada? And Mr. Barton answered, I think that access to the advisory group on growth will only apply to the economy. We didn't consider the social context. We were only thinking about productivity. Although economists have shown that increasing immigration did not increase productivity. So in conclusion, I would say we have a responsibility. We need to show humanism. We have a great responsibility to act in an intelligent manner, and we need an appropriate integration capacity. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you. I was very interested in my colleague's speech, especially because we live in the same area. I'm sure he, like we in our office, know of cases where Canadians or Quebecers married someone from abroad who want to bring their spouse. I'd like to hear from him about what he thinks we could do about these obstacles. The honourable member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank my neighbouring colleague for this question. Yes, we get this kind of request very often. We need to be respectful towards people who are making these requests. We also need to consider that there are conditions that must be met. We need to support these people. And I think that this work is generally done pretty well. Sometimes it takes a long time. But often in my office, we're able to resolve these problems. And we help people be happier.
Comments, question, commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question to the honourable member is that the current situation with the number of employees we have in the immigration department, if he's got any idea how many of these we have, and whether what he's proposing is going to add layers of more public servants in this department, and how that can contribute to the efficiency of the system at all to be able to serve Canada in general.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We know that Canada has two orders of government that often end up fighting over the same jurisdiction. And when it comes to immigration, both orders of government are involved. I'd say in order to simplify that and to cut down on the public service without cutting down on services, which would be great, I'd say we should transfer all immigration responsibilities to Quebec. And if my colleagues want a more responsible, efficient public service, if they want the same amount of services, but with fewer public servants, then Quebec should just be independent. That's it.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis...
I'm going to ask my question in French, but I am sorry for any mistakes. In Alberta, in Edmonton Strathcona, we have a Francophone community. It's growing quickly. The French Quarter has a lot of construction going on, and it adds a lot to Edmonton. Should we not concentrate on an objective of Francophone immigration to focus on adequate resources for the immigrants rather than reducing immigration levels? The honourable member, thank you. And I'd like to thank my colleague for the effort she's put into asking her question in French. It was excellent. I've never been to Edmonton's French Quarter. Perhaps one day, if I'm invited, I will visit. Yes, we need to support the francophonie throughout Canada, especially when it's concentrated in certain areas. We need to preserve it. And as for increasing resources to integrate more people, what I want is to ensure that our integration capacity means that everyone who arrives here can live up to their full potential. If you want to have high integration capacity, then you will need to invest a large number of resources. Of course, resources are limited. There's only so far we can go when it comes to lands, infrastructure, transit, and so on. So there are limits there.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bit intimidating to speak after the leader of my party. I don't want to disappoint him, and that way he'll still let me go to his office when I want to steal almonds from him. Now, last fall, we had a very similar debate about immigration targets and Quebec and the province's integration capacity. I started my speech by saying that I hope very much that the speeches we would hear over the course of the day would be speeches with substantive arguments, rather than speeches that were simply full of partisan attacks and insults. I mentioned some epithets that I hope not to hear over the course of the day, for example, racist, xenophobic, anti-immigration. Unfortunately, since October, I must sadly say that did not happen.
This is a very important issue, a very sensitive issue, but it hasn't been treated well by the government, and particularly the Minister of Immigration. The member for Belleuil-Chambly this morning, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, used an expression that I used myself in my speech. An insult is an argument for someone who has no argument. And I'm still looking for arguments from the government side to oppose the content of our motion that I find thoughtful, balanced, reasonable, and focused on something important: the immigrants themselves, the capacity we have to integrate them well, to meet the responsibility we have when we say welcome. Since October, it's not just the Bloc Québécois who has spoken out on this. My colleague, the member for La Prairie, talked a bit about this. I wish to do so as well. There's Toronto that has sounded the alarm as well. Our integration capacity is overwhelmed. Community organizations are overwhelmed. Shelters as well. They don't have the funding necessary. And that gets a little bit more attention from the government, because when Quebec talks, well, they can pretend not to hear, but Toronto gets more attention. The member for La Prairie said the banks, which aren't necessarily the first in saying that we need to review what we're doing with immigration, review targets. Economic areas are generally very much in favor of huge numbers of immigrants. But now they're saying too much immigration without taking into account integration capacity could have an impact. They've talked about the negative impacts of immigration coming in too quickly that would put pressure on some sectors, on housing, and that's what we've talked a lot about recently. And also all public services and the quality of public services. There are academics who started to talk about immigration and our integration capacity. Brian Bourdaba from the University of Montreal has said that when the population increases, whether it's due to births, permanent residency, temporary immigration, the pressure on services and infrastructure goes up in consequence. Strong increases reduces the time to adjust, and that leads to issues like those we are seeing now with housing, daycares, and hospitals. So there's that aspect. The speed of the increase doesn't allow us to adjust in real time and provide adequate services for the people we welcome. CMHC has said we have an issue with the number of housing units, which my colleague mentioned as well. By 2030, there are 3.5 million housing units we would need based on the targets the government has set out, and it would be even more. 3.5 million housing units can't be built overnight. It takes time. And I'll give this reminder. The Bloc has never and will never say that the housing crisis has been caused by newcomers. Newcomers are one of the many victims of it. They are not the cause, no more than they are the cause of the lack of classes for children or the lack of access to healthcare services. They are victims of this. And if we're not responsible in managing targets, well, then we're responsible for the results. A depreciation in the quality of services for everyone, especially the most vulnerable immigrants. More recently, today or yesterday, other people have spoken on this, on immigration and targets and integration capacity. Well, people in general, Quebecers and Canadians, through a poll, have said that there are real issues currently in our capacity to welcome people. In that survey, the Léger survey, that there's a failure of integration, but that needs to be moderated in the way of saying this. Is it just anti-immigration? Well, in the polls, there's something that stood out. Quebecers, many more Quebecers than Canadians, recognize the positive impacts of immigration, notably for the economy, for labor, for the aging population. And Jean-Marc Léger said that wanting to review immigration targets for Quebecers, it's not because they're anti-immigrant. On the contrary, it's because they want the services we offer these people to be better. They want solutions for the people we welcome. So the banks, the Mayor of Toronto, CMHC, academics, the population in general, have started saying about the same thing as the Bloc. And that's a lot of people the Minister of Immigration is going to have to insult if he wants to insult rather than develop an argument. So I hope that as time goes on, he'll calm down and provide real answers. I was talking about housing, but housing is not the only aspect of integration capacity. And that's why we need a comprehensive discussion about how we can improve our integration capacity, because this covers language training, such an essential issue in Quebec. It's very sensitive for integration capacity. We can talk about infrastructure. It's great to build housing, but if we don't have the zoning that allows for it, if we don't have access to potable water, we can't build. There are some cities that no longer have land to build. We need to think about that with different players regarding healthcare and education. Even if we build hospitals and schools, we need healthcare professionals and teachers. We need people who are much more specialized in the area of immigration, especially for asylum seekers, because these would be children who would have special needs for speech pathology, for social work. Unfortunately, they often have trauma they bring with them, and we need to handle that in a particular way, and we need professionals to do so. And that's why it goes above funding. It would be great if the federal government reimbursed the $470 million it owes Quebec, but that won't solve everything, because it's not by making money rain that healthcare professionals will appear, that housing will appear, that French language training capacity will appear. This is a really comprehensive discussion we need to have with the different players, but we haven't had that discussion. Despite the unanimous position in the fall on the Bloc Québécois motion, the next day the minister announced new targets that hadn't been discussed with the provinces in Quebec. The minister said she didn't know where that came from. So that's why we have this motion once again, but it's more specific. We are calling for a response within 100 days and for a consultation to be organized with counterparts from Quebec and the provinces. So within 100 days, there would be a specific plan for the targets. What is the basis for them? What are the discussions that led to X, Y, or Z number? We want concrete evidence that the government, even if it votes in favor of our motion, it's not just about letting us talk and them not listening. Because ultimately, as I said at the outset, this debate is about those who are most vulnerable, those we want to welcome. I'll reiterate that, just like last time, I want us to have this debate in a healthy way, in a collaborative fashion, in a comprehensive manner with all players, rather than getting lost in a whole slew of insults that don't help anyone, certainly not those that the motion seeks to help, newcomers.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lac-Col. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I really appreciated the speech from a colleague. I think it's Montérégie Day today. It's important to shed light on our region and the importance of immigrants in our region. And I'll ask the same question that I asked earlier. My colleague raised issues around housing and more. Quebecers who are waiting for a spouse from abroad, it's not a housing issue, and often there's even a job awaiting them here in Canada. So I'd like to hear her response. Apparently, Quebec has set a target and people aren't able to come in. There are long wait lists because of Quebec's criteria. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I'll come back to what I said earlier. The discussion about targets must be comprehensive, and it must be done outside of the provinces because there are things like interprovincial migration. All of this needs to be taken into account. But no matter the category, there are people who've been here for a long time who are having a hard time finding housing. In Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, which I mentioned in my previous speech, there was a newspaper that was saying that asylum seekers coming in from Roxham Road went back to Saint-Jean rather than Montreal because the city was welcoming, rents were lower, it was easier to find a job. But there wasn't enough housing, and it's even more striking now because this week, Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, the vacancy rate is 0.4%. There are only 56 housing units available right now for 100,000 people. So regardless of who we're talking about, there's that issue. It needs to be taken into account in integration capacity for a comprehensive discussion with everyone, and mainly the people who are on the ground. Questions and comments?
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, you know, I notice when I take a look at immigration in the larger picture, what you have seen over the last 15, 20 years is a movement towards there is more provincial participation. And to amplify that fact, one only needs to take a look at the provincial nominee program, where today it's over 100,000 people that will be coming targeted over the next year under that program alone. And I'm wondering if she could just provide her thoughts in regards to that, yes, when we talk about the supports that are necessary to put into place, that also provincial jurisdictions also have a role to play in it, given they have the interest also in the immigrants that are coming to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. The provinces certainly have a role to play on immigration, and especially Quebec, given the language issue. But despite the role that Quebec already has, it's not working. The Immigration Minister of Quebec has had to threaten a referendum to repatriate all of the immigration powers. And this is a party that's not one that really likes to talk about referendums. They campaigned on not talking about referendums on the independence of Quebec. But now they have to talk about a referendum because it's not working. Even though there are powers for Quebec, Ottawa clearly is turning a deaf ear, and this is the result. So in the abstract, you can talk about the powers of the provinces in Quebec, but if the government decides it's going to do what it wants to do, it can do so. With the results we've seen, everybody is saying that the targets are too high, that immigration is not being managed responsibly by the government, and that the people who suffer the most are newcomers.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. Always interesting. Mr. Speaker, I think the 338 members of this House can say unanimously that our riding offices are full of immigration cases, people who are waiting. There are 1 million cases backlogged. That's the reality after 8 years of this Liberal government. Can the member tell us about her riding? Is that the case? How does she manage it? The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. I can confirm that he is not the only one to have many people calling about immigration. All of our offices are called upon. And sometimes there are people who have come to us from the government members' offices. They can't get services from them. The Bloc does things well. They call us and they ask us to resolve their issues because, once again, we are seeing incompetence from the government on managing immigration, the 1 million case backlog. But on a daily basis, we feel it. We get phone call after phone call. Things are not working. The government is not present.
Do this, but I'm going to have to move on to the next speaker for 5 minutes. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak to the immigration system in Canada regarding asylum seekers. As we are aware, we continue to face an unprecedented migratory crisis in the world. Canada is not the only country to have many people fleeing persecution in their country to seek refuge at our border. Canada has national legislation and international conventions that require it to support people who present an asylum claim. The government respects its legal obligations.
I am splitting my time with the member from King's Hat, if I'm correct in the name of the riding.
So people who represent an asylum claim. The government respects its humanitarian and legal obligations, and we continue to provide support at a level that reflects the number of asylum claims in our country. Our government continues to work with partners at the provincial, territorial, and municipal level to determine how we can better support them as effectively as possible. In this regard, we've provided additional resources. Provinces and municipalities are responsible for housing and for supporting asylum seekers. We recognize the need for the federal government to play a role at all levels to continue its work to find solutions. We've been present throughout the process, and we will continue to be present. Since it was created in 2017, the Interim Housing Assistance Program provides funds to provinces and municipalities based on a cost-sharing basis to mitigate pressure on housing and to increase capacity to better respond to the increased number of asylum seekers. The program reimburses direct housing costs like shelters, hotel rooms, and other temporary arrangements, transportation, and the costs. The amount by jurisdiction is based on claims for reimbursement. Mr. Speaker, the federal government has provided to the provinces and municipalities a great deal of money to help them attenuate the excess pressure on housing related to asylum seekers. Since 2017, our government has provided funding to the province of Quebec to support the increased demand for housing from asylum seekers. The Government of Canada is determined to continue collaborating harmoniously with provinces and municipalities to put in place housing solutions that are permanent. That is why recently the government announced additional funding of $212 million through the Interim Housing Assistance Program. And this would reflect the number of asylum seekers. Last week, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, announced additional funding, $362.4 million for this program. In total, $500 million have been given to Quebec through the Interim Housing Assistance Program this fiscal year. This new funding will allow the provinces and municipalities facing an increased demand for places in housing locations to better respond to this request, so that asylum seekers do not find themselves without a place to live. In the framework of the program, the Canadian strategy on housing.
Mr. Speaker, I look forward to member statements and question period.
When the honourable member comes back, he'll have 5 minutes to resume his debate. Statements by member. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, representing Richmond Hill has given me the privilege to learn about different cultures, join in their celebration, and most notably, enjoy lots of delicious food. I'm delighted to rise today to acknowledge the beautiful celebration of the Lunar New Year that's taking place on February the 10th. Many Canadians with Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, and other Asian heritage will celebrate the start of the year of the Golden Wood Dragon. My riding is home to many of these vibrant communities, and in these past 2 weeks, I've had the honor and the privilege of celebrating this occasion with different community members, organizations, and representatives, where we were able to enjoy lively performances, music, art, and especially food. From my family to yours, I wish you a lot of joy, good health, and good fortune this new year. Long Ning Koile, Long Ning Faiko, Seibok Mani Badu Seo, Sukwang Nomoy. Happy Lunar New Year. Sin Ling Koilo, Gong He Fa Choi. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, living has never been more expensive for Canadians. The temperatures in Saskatoon were well below -30 for 10 days straight in January. And now the bills are coming in from that cold spell. And it is shocking how much the carbon tax is costing business. One owner, 33% of the bill is carbon tax and GST on the carbon tax. That amounted to $1,127 for 1 month. For another, 35% of their bill is carbon tax. And that amounted to $1,690 in 1 month. Now the Liberals plan to quadruple the tax, with another increase coming April the 1st. Common sense Conservatives will build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and more important, axe the tax.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of Parliament for Markham Unionville, I rise today to celebrate Lunar New Year, the Year of the Dragon. This culturally significant occasion brings our diverse community across Canada together in joyous celebration, reflecting on tradition and values that enhances our nation. In Markham Unionville, Lunar New Year holds a special place in our hearts as we embrace the rich diversity of Asian cultures that contribute to our community's sense of belonging. From vibrant parades to festive gatherings, the spirit of renewal and hope resonates throughout our riding. On behalf of the constituents of Markham Unionville, I extend warm wishes to all Canadians celebrating Lunar New Year. May the Year of the Dragon bring abundance of happiness and good fortune to you and your loved ones. 恭祝大家新年快乐，身体健康，龙年吉祥，万事如意。Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago to the day, horror struck in Laval. A city bus crashed into the St. Rose Child Care Center, killing 2 children and seriously injuring several others. I was there last year with the leader of the bloc. It was overwhelming to experience those emotions, especially when you spent your life with kids like I did as a school principal. In these dramatic moments, some people showed admirable compassion and composure, like Mike Haddad, who was dropping his son off at daycare and who acted swiftly to assist the children trapped under the bus and to subdue the suspect. Today, we salute his extraordinary courage. While we still fail to understand what could have motivated the driver to commit such a horrific act, it's our duty today to remember the innocent victims and their grieving families, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Surrey Newton. Surrey Centre. I apologize. Surrey Newton.
Speaker, this week marks the 10th anniversary of Canadian School Counselling Week, celebrated by the School Counsellors Chapter of Canadian Counselling and Psychotherapy Association. This week recognizes the contributions of the school counselling profession to the personal, social, educational, and career development of students at all grade levels. School counselors support students in their social and academic needs, as well as life and career planning. As mental health professionals, school counselors are responsible for maintaining a very high standard of professional competence and ethical behavior. Through comprehensive programs and services, school counselors continue to make a positive and meaningful difference in the lives of children and youth in communities across Canada. Happy Canadian School Counselling Week.
The honourable member from Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, the late Norman Kwong of Calgary will again make history next week when he is celebrated with his own Heritage Minute. A 60-second snapshot of his life will be thrust onto TV screens from coast to coast, injecting culturally historic education into an entertainment segment. Normie was the hard-working son of Chinese immigrants who settled in Calgary and ran a grocery store in the early 1900s. He joined the Calgary Stampeders Football Club in 1948, just a year after the Chinese Exclusion Act was repealed, and he became the first player in the CFL of Chinese descent. He won 4 Grey Cups in his 12-year career. He was inducted into the CFL Hall of Fame. He was named to the Order of Canada and was recognized with the Alberta Order of Excellence. He helped bring the Flames to Calgary and is one of 5 people with their name on both the Grey Cup and the Stanley Cup. In 2005, he broke another barrier and became the first Alberta Lieutenant Governor of Chinese descent. That is a lot to fit in a minute, Mr. Speaker.
You're here.
But it was done well. It was done well. The honourable member from Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a sense of pride and admiration to recognize the outstanding achievement of one of Whitby's finest. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Javeria Zahir on her remarkable and well-deserved triumph in Jeopardy's Champions Wildcard Tournament. I join our community in applauding Javeria's achievement and wish her continued success as she moves forward on now to the Tournament of Champions. Javeria has brought immense pride to our community, and she has proven herself a champion to her legion of fans. Her extraordinary achievement speaks to her incredible intelligence and commitment that brought her to the pinnacle of success. The Whitby mom and psychiatrist, who is the head of medical at the Centre for Addiction and Mental Health Emergency Department, has represented Whitby in Canada with distinction, and I'm sure all members of this House will join me in wishing her continued success in future shows.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, in December, Newmarket lost a true community leader. Terry Carter, a newsman, a historian, a business leader, family man, and my friend. His work as the editor of the Newmarket Era for 25 years reflected his caring perspective for the community that he loved to call home. He had deep roots in our community. He was our historian. He played a significant role in the revitalization of the Sharon Temple, gaining National Historic Site designation for this architectural gem. He embraced our heritage and dedicated much of his life to ensuring the history of Newmarket was well known and documented. In 2008, Terry received the Lieutenant Governor's Ontario Heritage Award for Lifetime Achievement. I was proud to have arranged the naming of Terry Carter Court to recognize his meaningful contributions to our community. Newmarket has lost a fine gentleman.
The honourable member from Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, for hundreds of years, First Nations have suffered under a broken colonial system that takes away power from their communities and places it in the hands of politicians in Ottawa. The Indian Act hands over all resource land and money to the federal government. This means that First Nations have to go to Ottawa to ask for their tax revenues collected from resource projects on their land. This outdated system puts the power in the hands of bureaucrats, politicians, and lobbyists, not First Nations. The direct result of this Ottawa knows best approach has been poverty, substandard infrastructure and housing, unsafe drinking water, and despair.
That's right.
Conservatives have listened to First Nations, and today the Leader of the Opposition announced his support for an optional First Nations resource charge that enables them to take back control of their resources and money. Putting First Nations back in control of their money and letting them bring home the benefits of the resources will also help get local buy-in for good projects into the future. Only common-sense Conservatives will fight for real economic reconciliation by supporting First Nations taking back control of their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Sackville Preston Chesapeake.
Mr. Speaker, February marks the beginning of Black History Month, a time to reflect on the many contributions of Black communities have made to the fabric of our country. I'm extremely proud to be the Member of Parliament for Sackville Preston Chesapeake, where we have the largest multi-generational Black community in Canada and also the largest Black cultural centre in Canada. We are proud of the remarkable social, economic and political achievements of Black Canadians and recognize that many barriers still exist. This month, we reaffirm our commitment to working with Black communities across the country to combat systemic anti-Black racism, support Black economic empowerment, and help promote mental health and wellness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to a remarkable man who, despite being forced to quit the Senate, won't be quitting his active involvement in our country. And I'm talking about my colleague and friend, Senator Pierre-Hugues Boisvenu. It takes courage and strength to survive the unthinkable. That's the title of his book, published in 2008, in which he describes his path of resilience in the face of the loss of both of his daughters, whom he cherished with all his heart. Pierre-Hugues' destiny led him to support women's safety, and his kind-hearted legacy is the Victims' Charter, designed to defend the rights and interests of victims in the criminal justice system. The Charter establishes fundamental principles for the fair and respectful treatment of victims all through the court process. Mr. Speaker, if I had to sum up Pierre-Hugues Boisvenu's career in one sentence, I'd say his commitment and actions restore full meaning to the words human dignity. Thank you, Senator Pierre-Hugues Boisvenu.
The honourable member from Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has seen a sharp increase of sexual assault reports since 2015, with 20,948 violations. Stats Canada has reported an increase from 2015 to 2022 at 71.66%. Although these stats are not broken down by gender, we know that the crime is more likely against female victims of violent crime, especially on sexual assault. Women are 5 times higher to experience sexual assault compared to men. According to a report, victimization reports 106 out of 1,000 for women and 59 men out of 1,000. These stats are a direct correlation to the failure of this government's catch-and-release bail policies passed in Bill 75 and C5, which removes mandatory minimum sentences for certain major crimes. A common-sense government can ensure that repeat offenders remain behind bars while waiting trial and will bring back mandatory jail time for serious violent crimes that were repealed from this government. Conservatives will always stand for victims of crime. Conservatives will bring home safety.
The honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, your car is not just a way of getting around. For many in my riding, it's a part of their livelihoods and a main source of income. In 2022, nearly 6,000 vehicles were stolen around Mississauga, and auto theft rates rose by 48.3% in Ontario alone. I've been working on this issue within my community, including with Chief Nishant Duryappa of the Peel Regional Police and federal agencies to fight auto theft and make our communities safer. This is why our government has committed $121 million to fight gun and gang violence, including auto thefts, and $28 million more to the CBSA. It's why, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, our government is hosting a national summit on combating auto theft with all levels of government, police, and industry leaders to build real solutions. We will keep working diligently with all partners to reduce crime in our communities and keep us all safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we can be proud of our aerospace industry. It represents 212,000 jobs in Canada and over 37,000 in Quebec. Good jobs, often unionized, and with unrivaled expertise. We're one of the few places in the world where our companies can design, simulate, manufacture, assemble, and certify an airplane, or a helicopter, or surveillance aircraft. Yesterday and today, Pierre, Michael, Peter, Pascal, and Melanie, I've heard you talk about your trade, your profession, with pride and passion. Your industry is one of the world's biggest exporters and one of the biggest investors in R&D. And the federal government should be there to support you for innovation, for workforce training, and for the green transition so crucial to our common future. A national aerospace strategy is long overdue. I call on the Liberal government to catch up and finally take action for this industry and for its workers. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the aerospace world is on the hill under the auspices of the AIAC. I'd like to extend my warmest greetings to these dynamic players who make us one of the few major hubs on the planet. The presence of this strategic sector on the Hill naturally demands that we affirm our unwavering support, but it also demands commitments that go beyond words. Aerospace deserves to be a top priority, at least as much as the auto industry. A strategic industry requires a strategy, but there's no aerospace strategy. We urgently need one. A strategy devised in concert with the players in the sector, governments, companies, unions. A strategy based on public purchasing policies with local spin-offs, R&D support, workforce training, support for projects and SMEs in accessing the international supply chain. You can count on us to be staunch defenders of your amazing work. Thank you.
The honourable member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Canadians across the country are dealing with the result of 8 years of this Prime Minister's catch-and-release bail policies. Repeat criminals are out on the streets, while law-abiding Canadians are afraid to walk them. The numbers don't lie. Under our former Conservative government, the number of sexual assaults in Canada decreased from 2010 to 2015, and overall violent crime was down by almost 25%. However, since 2015, as a direct result of this Liberal government's soft-on-crime policies, the number of sexual assaults has increased by almost 72%. In my city of Calgary, the total number of violent criminal code violations are up by almost 40% since 2015, and women and girls are terrified to ride the C train. These numbers affect us all, but statistics confirm that women are far more likely to be victims of sexual assault and violence than men. Women need to feel safe, and that is why a Conservative government will eliminate bail for repeat violent offenders.
The honourable member from Scarborough-Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, on February 10th, communities across Canada will ring in the Lunar New Year, also known as the Spring Festival. This year, we welcome the Year of the Dragon, which is associated with energy, good fortune, and success. Lunar New Year is traditionally celebrated for 2 weeks, ending with the Lantern Festival on February 24th. This joyous time of the year includes gathering and feasting with family and friends, wearing new clothes, getting a haircut, giving red envelopes to children,
and singles for good luck, hanging lanterns, and my personal favorite, making dumplings, and more importantly, eating them. Wishing the Vietnamese community Chak Mong Nam Moi and lots of luck in 2024 to the Korean community. Sahai Bok Mani Badadeso Long Nen Kwai Le Lo Ma Jing San. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député de Regina-Capelle.
After 8 years, the Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the crime. The previous Conservative government reduced car thefts with common sense policies like tougher penalties for repeat offenders. The Prime Minister changed that and gave car thieves easy bail and house arrest. Under Conservatives, car thefts down by 50%. Under Liberals, car thefts up by 34%. And now he's being told at his fancy summit that his policies are the problem. Celeste Power of the Insurance Bureau said car thefts are up because, quote, profits are high and penalties are light. So when will the Prime Minister abandon their soft on crime approach so car thefts can come down?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, would the Conservatives actually like to know that since 2006, the 5 years with the highest amount of car thefts in Canadian history was under the Stephen Harper government. We are actually reducing crime. Today we had the Auto Summit where we brought in leaders across the country, including police. Mr. Speaker, we are working on tangible solutions, not just slogans from the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member from Regina-Capelle.
Those were the first 5 years we inherited from a previous soft-on-crime Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. But it's not just crime that this government's policy is making worse. On April 1st, the Prime Minister is going to drive up grocery prices again with another hike to his carbon tax. And the impact on this affects Canadians every step of the way from farm to fork. Keith Warner, professor at the University of Guelph, said 44% of growers are operating at a loss presently, and 3/4 have difficulty offsetting production cost increases. Instead of driving grocery prices up even higher, why doesn't he cancel his plan to hike the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservative who have no plan, Mr. Speaker. I guess their plan is to ask Jenny, Mr. Speaker. But on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to make grocery to stabilize price in this country, Mr. Speaker. It's called competition, Mr. Speaker. Canadians at home understand that. They are the only one who are blocking the further reform we want to put, Mr. Speaker, because Canadians understand that we want stabilized price, we want more choice, we want more competition. On this side, we'll fight for Canadians at every step of the way.
The Honourable Member from Regina-Capelle.
You would think that they would have thrown those talking points out after this week when we learned, Mr. Speaker, all the relationships between Liberal staff and Loblaws, like Brian Topp and Don Guy, both who collect checks from Loblaws, and last year they met twice with the PM's Director of Policy. Or like Taya Backett, the in-house lobbyist at Loblaws. She used to have an office in the PMO. You could run a superstore with all the staff over there that have relationships with Loblaws. When will the Prime Minister realize it's not Conservative volunteers driving up grocery prices, it's the carbon tax, stupid?
Although that is a political expression known to many, I do warn all MPs to please to try to watch and to stay safely on the right side of parliamentary debate. The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Speaker, I will abide by your words, Mr. Speaker. And one thing that we're doing when he talks about superstore is right, and I'm happy to talk about that because that's actually what we're trying to bring, Mr. Speaker. We're trying to bring more competition. I've been in touch with foreign grocers to bring more competition, to bring more options for Canadians. And people are watching at home. They understand that on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan. We are working for Canadians. On this side, they have no plan. And the only plan we've seen is to ask Jenny, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work for Canadians at every step of the way.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, the housing crisis is hitting Canadians hard. For example, in Quebec, the average rent has gone up by 19% over 1 year, and it will take twice as long to pay off a mortgage and up to 25 years to save up a down payment. That's what Canadians are facing after 8 years of this Liberal government. Yet this government is very good at photo ops. When will they instead work that hard on building housing? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. If there's something the Conservatives are good at, it's insulting mayors. The last time we heard from the Conservative leader, he was insulting the mayor of Quebec City, the mayor of Montreal, who is working with us to build more housing. What we're doing on this side of the House is creating programs to build affordable housing, collaborating with provinces and municipalities. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that we must work together, and that's exactly what we're doing. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, for 8 years, this government has been insulting all Canadians with their terrible housing record. Even the president of the CMHC has admitted that the government has no plan to fix the situation. There has been a 28% decrease in housing starts over the last year. That's the Liberal reality. So my question, when will you stop holding press releases with photo ops, and when will you start building homes? That's what Canadians want. The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent. That said, I don't think we have much to learn about videos and photo ops from the Conservatives. Recently, we saw the Conservative leader doing a photo op and a video at the Port of Montreal, thinking that a video would fix auto theft. We have met with leaders in order to fix this problem and others. We talked about monitoring. We talked about innovation. We talked about technology. What the Conservatives don't understand is that in order to move this country forward, we must work together. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has been a pioneer within Canada in showing compassion to people who are suffering. It was the first jurisdiction to offer medical assistance in dying. And then today again, it is ahead. Quebec is ready to authorize advance requests for people with a serious and incurable neurocognitive disease. The Quebec legislation has been in place for 8 months. People who are suffering have waited long enough. Will the government modify the criminal code so that Quebec can move forward with these advance requests? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was lucky enough to be Minister of Health previously, and as my colleague did, I would like to recognize the important contribution of the Quebec government and Quebecers over the last several years in order to move forward. Thinking and action on this incredibly sensitive and important issue, we must all work together, and we will determine the way forward with the government of Quebec over the months to come. The honourable member, well, Canada can continue to reflect, but Quebec is ready. The National Assembly of Quebec unanimously asked the federal government to modify the criminal code so that Quebec can go ahead with its advance requests legislation. Ottawa has a moral duty to grant Quebec's unanimous request. Canadians can reflect longer if that's what they wish to do, but that shouldn't cause years of useless suffering for Quebecers. Will the government finally legislate to enable Quebec to authorize advance requests? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for discussing this sensitive issue. We know that people's choice and control over their lives, their choice to have medical assistance in dying is already part of the choices people have. We also need to protect those who are most vulnerable. We will work closely with healthcare providers. We will elaborate codes of conduct, and we will look closely at matters both having to do with the criminal code and with healthcare delivery. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, people are struggling at the grocery store. For months, food banks have been overwhelmed. Montreal Liberal MPs know this. It's happening to them too. But we in the NDP are offering solutions, like our bill to lower the costs of a grocery basket. But the Liberals voted against lowering prices for Quebecers. These Liberals really want to support their buddies like Galen Weston. Is this all they're really going to do? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but I don't really understand where he's going with it. He ought to be very proud, because in the competition reform that we presented in 3 parts, Mr. Speaker, we accepted many of the recommendations of the leader of the NDP. So they should be happy that by working together hand in hand, we are increasing competition in this country. All the experts will tell you more choices and competition will stabilize prices. My colleagues should get up in this House and thank us for working together for consumers.
Honourable member from London, Fanshawe.
The fact of the matter is that the Liberals voted no on the NDP bill to lower food prices for Canadians.
Yeah.
They voted against giving the Competition Bureau more powers to crack down on greedy grocery chains and take advantage of families. Sky-high food prices are forcing Canadians with full-time jobs to resort to food banks to feed their families. Under these out-of-touch Liberals, ultra-rich CEOs win and Canadians lose. Why are the Liberals determined to keep grocery prices high for Canadians?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm happy to hear the question from my colleagues. She should be happy because we actually listened to what the NDP had to propose, and a lot of what has been proposed by the leader of the NDP has already been included in our bill to reform competition in this country, Mr. Speaker. One thing that we should do is to work together, Mr. Speaker. Her bill, the bill that's been presented yesterday, will go to committee. We'll listen to experts. We'll listen to recommendations. But one thing Canadians should know is that we have their back. We're going to fight for them to bring stabilization in grocery price in this country.
The Honourable Member from Lethbridge.
After 8 years of this government's reckless policies, our country is in a place of crime and chaos. Since 2015, sexual assault cases have increased by 72%. 72%. That's a big number here, folks. The Liberal government's soft on crime approach is a direct attack on women and girls in this country. It's disgusting. And so how many more sexual assaults need to take place for this government to finally do something?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I want to thank the member opposite for a question. This is a serious issue that requires a serious response. It is not something that should be highlighted in a negative way in the House of Commons. This government has taken steps through Bill S-12, Bill C-3, Bill C-51. We've taken serious measures to address sexual assault crimes, including sexual assault offenders be included on the offence registry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Lethbridge.
The Honourable Member is right. This isn't something to be made light of, but that is exactly what this Liberal government's policies have done. Unfortunately, after 8 years of this government, the number of sexual assault cases in this country has skyrocketed by 72%. 72. That's a very large number. That is many women and girls who are affected. And what makes this even worse is that so many of these crimes are committed by individuals who are out on bail who shouldn't be. And the reason they are is because of this government's soft on crime policies. The Liberals are putting women in danger. It is this government's decision to do that. So when will this Prime Minister take it seriously and do something?
Your Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the issues around sexual violence and violence in general towards women is something we take incredibly seriously, including the fact that we supported legislation, nonpartisan legislation, to have proper training for judges, something unfortunately Conservative senators blocked, but we persevered to ensure that women go through the criminal justice process respecting the violence that has happened and the underreporting that happens in this country. We are going to continue to do everything possible to make sure women are safe in this country.
The honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, chaos and crime is at epidemic levels. Just weeks ago, a mom of 3 was murdered in Calgary in front of an elementary school in a targeted domestic killing. Her offender had previous charges, multiple active warrants, and a no-contact order. She did everything that was asked of her, and she was still murdered in broad daylight. Why? Because this Liberal government's soft on crime policies. Enough. We don't need summits, we need action, and we need a timeline. So when will they reverse these deadly policies?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it is not a partisan issue in dealing with violence against women in this country. Crimes like that are absolutely horrific. It's something that we are working hard on with not just the Minister of Public Safety, but across government to ensure that women across this country are not only safe, but are safe to report violence. As we know, oftentimes violence starts early with domestic violence and can escalate. One of the reasons we're also banning guns.
Yeah. The honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, this became a partisan issue the minute this fake feminist Prime Minister let women die. That is the reality. 94 municipalities in Ontario alone have declared domestic violence an epidemic. Violent crime is up almost 40%. Sexual assaults, 72%. Sex crimes against children, up 126%. You can bet this is partisan. It is their policies destroying the lives of Canadians, and Conservatives will stop the crime and make sure women are not murdered in front of elementary school, and the guy who did it is behind bars.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to see the Conservatives fired up about taking the violence against women seriously. That is precisely why we have put in firearm legislation to deal with situations of intimate partner and gender-based violence. Mr. Speaker, we are putting a national freeze on the sale of and purchase and transfers of handguns. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to violence against women, we are going to put in place every measure possible to keep women safe. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to this, and I'm glad to see the Conservatives passionate about protecting women.
Colleagues, order, colleagues. I know this is a very important and sensitive issue, which is deserving of all of our attention to listen to the question and all of our attention to listen to the answer.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this government, violence in this country has increased horrifyingly. Violent crime is up by 40%, sexual assault by 71%. There are more and more femicides, as well as domestic violence. Women always have to be hyper-vigilant, and despite that, the Prime Minister is still letting criminals relax in their homes. A Conservative government would bring back common-sense law and order policies and protect women. Meanwhile, what will the Prime Minister do to protect Canadian women? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I'm very glad the Conservatives are paying attention to the question of violence against women. Our government has taken important measures to strengthen legislation to prevent firearms use violence in this country, to prevent violence against women in the home, and in restricting firearms violence, well, the Conservatives are actually against those policies. They should make more of an effort to bring forward policy to protect women throughout the country. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, women tell us about the fear, pain, and torment they experienced at the hands of a violent partner or a trafficker. Conservative bills, for example, Senator Boisvenue's bill, were tabled to protect women, but what has this government been doing for 8 years? It takes the side of criminals instead of victims. The good news is that our Conservative government will put an end to that. Why is this government continuing to keep violent criminals comfortably in their homes instead of them putting them behind bars where they can't hurt anyone? The Honourable Minister of Global Affairs. Mr. Speaker, for 8 years, this feminist government has been working on protecting women, especially vulnerable women. And that's why, throughout our time in power, we've made that a priority before, during, and after COVID. For 3 elections, the Liberal government has won on restricting firearms violence. And 3 times in all of these elections, the Conservatives have voted against. I'm happy to see that my female colleagues on the other side of the House care about this. We will continue to show leadership on this file.
Colleagues, this is a very serious issue which is being raised by members. It's deserving, of course, of your respect to listen to the questions and also to listen to the answers.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, another dark day for our media and for democracy. Bell has just announced that it will be cutting 4,800 positions and that it's selling 45 radio stations, including 7 in Quebec. The federal government is watching our information media die before its eyes and is not spending any money on saving our broadcasters. There has been no emergency fund, as the Bloc Québécois asked for in the fall, no tax credit for electronic media, like what there is for print media. How many more workers will be sacrificed before the minister realizes that C-18 alone will not save our Quebec media? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a dark day for 4,800 people in Canada who learned this morning in the news that they were facing layoffs. It's very upsetting for them and their families. I offer them my full support and solidarity. My colleague knows very well that $40 million has been offered to Bell Media every year. Bell Canada has been raking in billions of dollars in profits this year. They should continue to keep their commitments to provide news to the entire population. We will not be giving more public money to a billionaire company like that. The Honourable Member. I'm not talking about giving money to a billionaire company. I'm talking about helping an industry that is suffering and has been in crisis for years. As we speak, the only new money to help our media with C-18 is from Google. It's like a fox pretending that it's tending to the hens. And yet we have offered many proposals: an emergency fund, a payroll tax credit for electronic media, tax credits for advertisers in traditional media, or increasing the share of government advertising in traditional media instead of giving $50,000 to Meta, as the Liberal Party has done over the last 3 months. When will this government finally take action? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I share my colleagues' indignation about the decisions that companies like Bell Media have taken in order to protect the dividends of shareholders who are still raking in the profits and who are instead sacrificing 4,800 people. As my colleague knows, for more than 3 years, we have been fighting to modernize the Broadcasting Act, and yet the Conservatives have constantly opposed that. The regulatory framework would have been adopted 3 years ago if they hadn't constantly opposed it with their absolutely nonsensical gobbledygook, where they call it censorship. That's where we would be, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in November, CBC revealed that Mexican criminals are taking advantage of the lack of visas to come to Canada for their criminal operations. Yesterday at committee, the Minister of Immigration, the RCMP, and Border Services all denied any link between the lack of need for a visa and crime. They are burying their head in the sand, although they all have access to internal reports that lay it out black on white. All 3 of them have proof that the cartels are taking advantage of this policy to import drugs, engage in human smuggling, and more. Why doesn't the minister bring back the visas, since they know that criminals are taking full advantage of this situation? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Well, Mr. Speaker, you don't need to be an expert to understand that criminals will exploit any vulnerability they find. The member across the way should know that any announcement made in advance would create more vulnerability to be exploited. If he thinks that I'm going to make such an announcement in public, he should think again, because there are many people paying attention to what the immigration minister says and who will be in a hurry to take advantage of any change, loophole, or vulnerability. I hope he will respect that in this context.
The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, we know that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost of groceries. Dawn, an independent, multi-generational greenhouse operator, was forced to sell because of the cost of the carbon tax coupled with rising interest rates. After telling the Minister of Agriculture her story directly and asking him to pass Bill C-234 unamended to reduce costs for farmers, he ignored her. What does that minister have to say to Dawn and the many facing challenges like her who are losing their businesses, their livelihoods, and their family legacies because of that Liberal government's policies?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it quite ironic to be lectured by the Conservative Party on our support to farmers when just at the end of last year they voted against the On-Farm Climate Action Fund to support sustainable agriculture. They voted against the Dairy Innovation and Investment Fund. They voted against support for dairy, poultry, and egg supply management producers. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will support our farmers in the transition towards a low-carbon economy, and we will help Canadians make that transition.
I'd like to remind the member from Battle River Crowfoot that he had an opportunity to ask a question, which I would encourage all members to listen carefully. I'd also encourage him and all other members to listen to the answer carefully. The honourable member from Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax on food is working against Canadians by decreasing both the amount and the type of food that they buy. Visits to the food banks are at record highs, over 2 million visits. And just think the new records that we're going to set once the carbon tax is quadrupled. Highline Mushrooms is in Leamington. They supply American and Canadian retailers with their mushrooms. Their American competitors don't have to pay the carbon tax, so they're forced to pass along the carbon tax cost to the Canadian consumer. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. When will he axe the tax?
Great job, Dave. Great job. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I would agree with the Conservative member for Regina Louvain, who recognized that there's absolutely no data to support any link between price on pollution and higher grocery price. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there is no pricing on pollution in the United States of America, and their grocery prices are the same as we have here in Canada. There is simply no link between pricing on pollution and higher grocery prices.
The honourable member from Flamborough-Granbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Beverly Greenhouses is an award-winning greenhouse operation in Flamborough that produces healthy, fresh cucumbers for Canadians. Almost $4,000 of their $13,000 natural gas bill in October was carbon tax, and it has only increased since then. When this NDP Liberal government quadruples the carbon tax, Beverly Greenhouses is going to struggle to compete with cucumbers imported from Mexico. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. When will this government finally axe the tax so that this family farm can continue to feed Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And being a farmer, I'm well aware how important it is to take care of the environment. And that's why it's so important to have a tax on pollution. And in fact, last Tuesday in committee, Tyler McCann at the Canadian Agri-Food Policy Institute indicated to the committee members that there is no data to support the carbon pricing is resulting in any increase in groceries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, the CBC reported that the Liberals made the decision to suspend life-saving funding to UNRWA without seeing any evidence of allegations or waiting for the results of the independent investigation. UNRWA is the only organization that can reach Palestinians in Gaza who are starving and who are being killed in the tens of thousands. And this government cut life-saving support. This decision needs to be reversed and somebody needs to be held accountable. Was it the minister or the PMO who decided that Canada should turn its back on starving Palestinians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be very clear. The funding that Canada is given to civilians in Gaza has increased just last week $40 million more on top of the $60 million which was already there. This makes Canada a top donor for aid helping the crisis in Gaza. We are proud. Canadians want us to help. Every time there's a time of emergency, we stand up, we are clear, and we will always be there. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, every day the Liberals show how out of touch they are. This week alone, they voted against an NDP bill that would lower food costs for Canadians. And then, with only 2 weeks' notice, they scrapped the Greener Homes program that helps Canadians lower their heating bills, while they still give out billions to big oil and gas CEOs. Canadians want to do their part to fight the climate crisis, and heat pumps lower costs and save lives. We need a program that makes sure that every Canadian who wants one can get a heat pump. Will the Liberals do it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, one of the most amazing things to have seen is how popular the Greener Homes Grant and the Greener Homes Loan has been among Canadians who are taking those steps to switch the way they heat their homes and to reduce their bills at the same time. We are working on the next steps for the Greener Homes program, which is actually going to make sure that the people who need the help the most have access to the program. We would ask you to keep watching for the progress of this new program.
Good job. Good job.
Honourable Member from Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UN General Assembly proclaimed 2015 to 2024 the International Decade for People of African Descent. This proclamation recognized the over 220 million people of African descent here in the Americas and in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this government has fully embraced the UN's proclamation by investing and developing new programs to help support Black communities in Canada. Can the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion please update this House on the decade as it moves closer to an end? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Diversity and Inclusion.
Mr. Speaker, last night we gathered with thousands of Black trailblazers from across the country to celebrate Black History Month. It was a perfect opportunity for the Prime Minister to announce that Canada will be extending the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent until 2028. Mr. Speaker, this extension builds on the $860 million that our government has committed to deliver Black-made, Black-led solutions. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we've always been deliberate about choices. Choice to invest in Black communities, choice to call out and combat systemic racism, and a choice to celebrate Black History Month, and we're going to continue to make sure we support our communities all across.
The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Housing hell. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are literally living in housing hell. Rent has doubled. Mortgage payments have doubled. Yep. The cost to buy a house has almost doubled, and it takes 25 years now to save for a mortgage. It's no wonder for a down payment. It's no wonder there's tent cities all across this country. When will these Liberals realize you can't live in an announcement, you can't live in a photo op, you can't live in a press release, and support our common sense Conservative plan to get houses built?
Hear, hear. Yep. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate he contradicts himself every time he speaks. Just a few days ago, he was praising this federal government's record on housing. Today, he critiques it. Let me offer something else, Mr. Speaker, in terms of a contradiction. He talks about the challenges of homelessness, which admittedly are unacceptable in this country, affordability in housing, which is unacceptable in this country. He's voted against every measure the government's put forward to address that. The National Housing Strategy is there. It's yielding results. It will do more. We are working with municipalities to incent changes at the local level in terms of zoning. It will do more. He's voted against it, and so have all they.
They don't really care.
The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
You know your housing plan is an utter disaster when the only support you can find for it is to misquote a member of the opposition. That's how bad it actually is. Here's the facts. Housing investments in December are down another 18%. All these fake Liberal announcements and photo ops, and guess what? Less houses are getting built. This Liberal Prime Minister isn't worth the cost because their announcements mean nothing. Will they finally realize they've caused housing hell in this country and support our common sense Conservative plan to get houses built?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
More slogans from the member opposite and the party opposite, Mr. Speaker. What do we see on our side? We are putting serious measures forward to work with municipalities. Across the country, over 500 have applied through the Housing Accelerator Fund. We've completed deals with 30 municipalities, working with mayors, not denigrating them. And what do we hear on the other side? What do we hear? We hear no plan at all. They want to tax home building, for example. That will not lead to more homes built. What's another big idea? They want a snitch line for residents to rat on their neighbors if there's concerns around NIMBY. That's not how you get change, Mr. Speaker, not at all.
The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, the cost of rent and mortgage payments have doubled. And this is at a time when housing starts are down in 2023. Even if the Liberals' plan came to fruition, the CIBC reported that this Liberal plan falls 1.5 million homes short of restoring affordability. People are in a cost of living crisis, and yet the Liberal housing minister jumps from one photo op to another. No government has ever spent so much to achieve so little. When will this government build homes, not bureaucracy?
Board.
House, we are taking a comprehensive approach to building more housing. That means increasing supply. We are eliminating the GST on purpose-built rentals. We have struck deals with over 30 municipalities from coast to coast to ensure that we are getting more supply in the system, and we will make sure that we are there for vulnerable Canadians and the middle class all the while. The Conservatives on the other side of the House vote against measures to support Canadians. That's not our approach, and we will always be there for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, house prices have doubled, rents have doubled, and this government is not worth the cost. A shelter for the homeless, the Bercaille in Saint-Georges in Beauce, reports that it is overwhelmed with requests for rooms in 2024. The government continues to abandon Canadians when it comes to housing. They need to get out of the way and let municipalities prosper, as Victoriaville, Saguenay, and Trois-Rivières are doing. Why doesn't the Prime Minister build more housing instead of building bureaucracy? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to hear a question from a colleague from the Greater Quebec City area. During its 10 years in power, the Conservative government built 24,000 housing units. We've built 10 times more. 500,000 more were announced recently. My Conservative colleagues from the region of Quebec City, would they agree to go see Quebec City with me, the mayors and municipal councillors, so we can tell them why their Conservative leader is calling all the people of Quebec incompetent? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, French is hanging on by a thread in Canada. We saw it again in committee. A Liberal parliamentary secretary, the Conservatives, and the NDP all voted against bilingualism for miscarriage of justice review commissioners. The Liberal claimed he was defending unilingual francophones. Francophones always lose when bilingualism takes a back seat. He added that he was also defending anglophones. Well, yes, that we believe. Mr. Speaker, if justice is bilingual, if Canada is bilingual, will the minister commit to appointing bilingual commissioners? The Honourable Minister of Employment. I am a proud Franco-Albertan. We have standards here regarding promoting bilingualism, and that applies to tribunals and throughout our system. We know, and we've committed to protecting French in Quebec, throughout the country, and not with $1, $2, $3, but $4.1 billion. We are here for bilingualism and Canadian French. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, if that's true, he'll have to talk to his parliamentary secretary about it. French is hanging on by a thread in Canada, as I said, even in the Prime Minister's office. Radio-Canada received a copy of a letter from the Privy Council stating that translating the documents produced for the Rouleau Commission would take too long and be too expensive. Even providing a simple table of contents would take too long and be too expensive. You'd swear they don't feel like it. You'd swear that the rights of Francophones only matter when it is easy and costs nothing. Will the Prime Minister remind his own department that respect for French as an official language is mandatory? The Honourable Minister of Employment. I respect my honourable colleague. We promote bilingualism. We respect the tribunal. We respect the committee. A 2,000-page bilingual report for all Canadians will be coming.
The honourable member from Fundy Royal.
The Justice Minister has spent the last week arguing with Conservatives and telling Canadians that strengthening penalties for auto theft won't work. Now, we all know this Prime Minister has a habit of throwing his Justice Ministers under the bus. And earlier today, the Prime Minister finally admitted that stronger penalties are required to tackle the auto theft crisis that he created. They can't both be right. Will the minister finally admit that he was wrong and Conservatives were right, and will he commit to repealing Liberal soft-on-crime policies like house arrest for car thieves?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, auto theft is a very serious problem in Ontario, Quebec, and across the country. It requires consultation with experts to find a proper solution, not slogans and simple criticism of problems that don't really address the problem. So today, we've had the Auto Summit. We brought in people from all the provinces, the police associations, different levels of governments, and they are going to come up with constructive solutions that are going to address the issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Fundy Royal.
Auto Summit is not what Canadians are calling for. They're calling for action. Auto theft in Toronto is up 300%. In New Brunswick, 120%. This is the Liberals' own number since they took office. Only Conservatives will do what's necessary to stop the crime with a proven approach of jail, not bail for repeat offenders, ending house arrest for auto theft, and bringing in mandatory penalties for repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the numbers are in, the facts don't lie. Why won't this minister stand up and admit that the Liberal soft-on-crime agenda is a failure and it needs to change?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will agree with them insofar as the facts don't lie. Some people just have a problem interpreting them. Because the reality is we have toughened the sentencing requirements for auto theft. We have improved and strengthened the bail system. We have improved the system in a way that is going to protect Canadians and keep them safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Niagara Falls.
Speaker, this government loves photo ops and convening meetings, but they are light on action when it comes to auto theft. This government's own news release shows auto thefts in Toronto have increased 300% under their watch. At home, Niagara Regional Police indicated they were investigating some 30 auto thefts just from January. The Prime Minister is responsible for the ports, the CBSA, the RCMP, and the Criminal Code. It's time to stop the crime. Will this PM reverse his soft-on-crime, catch-and-release policies that have helped cause this auto theft crisis?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Speaker, as I've said already, this is a problem that requires consultation with all of the parties involved. Industry, different levels of government, the law enforcement community. Slogans are not going to find a solution. Jenny Byrne has obviously been hired by the bumper sticker industry, and that's her pool over there for drafting them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kings Hants.
Speaker, this weekend my province of Nova Scotia was hit with one of the worst snowstorms in 2 decades. The Cape Breton Regional Municipality declared a local state of emergency, and some communities in northern Nova Scotia, like Pictou and Antigonish, remain isolated. Community members are deeply concerned about their safety and that of their neighbours. And I ask this question on behalf of my honourable colleagues from Central Nova, Cape Breton, Canso, and Sydney, Victoria. Can the Minister of Emergency Preparedness update this House on what is being done with the Government of Canada in partnership with municipal and provincial authorities to help residents in need?
The Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for this very important question. I also want to thank all the members of Parliament from Nova Scotia who kept me informed so we can make the appropriate and timely decision to get the support to the people in need. And what I can say, Mr. Speaker, that Parks Canada leveraged the crucial snow removing equipment, that we did that within hours. And I also want to say thank you to our partners like the Canadian Coast Guard, Team Rubicon, who rapidly put people on the ground to help their neighbours get out from under the snow. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's over 500 people made available to provide this support. Thank you.
The honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
For hundreds of years, First Nations have suffered under a broken system that takes power away from their communities and gives it to Ottawa. The Indian Act hands over all reserve land and money to the federal government, meaning First Nations have to go to Ottawa to ask for their tax revenues collected from projects on their land. But after 8 years, the Prime Minister has allowed this system to continue. Our Conservative leader just announced his support for the optional First Nations resource charge that enables First Nations to take back control of their resources and money. Will the Liberal government put First Nations in control and support the FNRC, or will they let the Ottawa Knows Best model continue?
Yeah.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the member for his question, and I'd like to thank the Conservatives for actually asking a question on Indigenous issues, considering the fact that we agree that the Indian Act needs to change, and that's exactly why this government introduced the legislation on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. This is why we continue to support that as Liberal, and when Conservatives had a chance, they obstructed and voted against it.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, last night in shameful display, the NDP Liberal Coalition tried to shut down the committee studying the ArriveCan scam. This $54 million egregious abuse of taxpayers must be fully studied. Canadians deserve no less. More and more details are being revealed, and the corruption within the CBSA and this government is astonishing. The walls are caving in, the rot is being exposed. What is the coalition so desperate to hide?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said in this House time and time again, that we are happy to see the work that the committee is doing, that when we issued a contract for the ArriveCan app, that when we do so, we expect all procurement policies to be followed. The President of the CBSA has confirmed that there are internal audits and investigations happening. The police have been called when necessary. And Mr. Speaker, we look forward to the results of that investigation because any acts of wrongdoing will come with consequences.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
That type of response proves that this Prime Minister and the NDP Liberal government are simply not worth the cost. Let me clarify the record, Mr. Speaker. 76% of ArriveCan contractors performed no work. $11 million went to a two-person basement company for no work. And now top bureaucrats at the CBSA face accusations of lying to committee and even destruction of evidence. After everything else that has been exposed in this $54 million boondoggle, what else is the coalition agreement trying to hide?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we have faith in the CBSA president, who has already acknowledged that they've launched an internal audit on the current procurement process. We look forward to the OEG report on ArriveCan next week. Mr. Speaker, I have said time and time again that we are working hard to ensure that when contracts are issued, that all procurement policies are followed. We look forward to these audits and the AG report, because if we can make further procurement improvements, we will. We expect contracts to be done properly.
The honourable member from Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, we know that families are struggling with the cost of living. For parents of young children, the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system is helping them return to the workforce while accessing affordable quality childcare. In Prince Edward Island, $10 a day childcare has been available since the 1st of January, and we can already see its positive impacts. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development update this House on the progress that has been made as this important national system continues to be built out? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Childcare is good for our kids, it's good for families, and it's good for our economy. Islanders have already been benefiting and seeing the savings, and as of January 1st, they've reached $10 a day, along with 6 other provinces and territories across this country. At a time when families are feeling the pressure, $4,200 in savings a year is outstanding. Instead of preying on Canadians' fears, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives need to start listening to families.
The honourable member from Churchill-Kuratinukasky.
Mr. Speaker, 4 First Nations, Wasagamak, Red Sucker Lake, St. Teresa Point, and Garden Hill have declared a state of emergency. They are unable to bring in fuel and other necessities because the ice roads they depend on have melted due to climate change. We are talking about thousands of people stranded. For years, the Liberals, like the Conservatives before them, have ignored the need for an all-weather road for these communities. What will it take for the Liberals to help build the all-weather road needed for the East Side First Nations who are already paying the price of climate change?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that very important question. We know that northern communities are dealing with the impacts of climate change firsthand, and this is no difference from that. Remote communities relying on winter roads are living with firsthand impacts. The pressures are real. A shorter season and a shorter window to work on infrastructure projects like schools and water plants. We will do what it takes to make sure essential resources are delivered and communities have what they need throughout the year. I understand that meetings are in place right now with our Minister of Transportation as well, with the community leads. We're going to get to the bottom of this and make sure they have access. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, on October 23rd, I asked the Minister of the Environment a question about the unreasonable delays in reimbursement of the Canada Greener Homes grant. I was told that the government was aware and that the situation would improve. Yet, in my writing, people received a letter in December confirming that the grant had been approved and that they would receive their check within 30 days. Finally, 30 days later, they received a letter stating that their grant had been denied. In Quebec, reimbursement takes 2 months. At the federal level, in Canada, it takes more than 18 months. Is there anyone in the government who is accountable and who could make sure that this important program can work? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. It's wonderful to see that there were so many Canadians who used a grant for greener homes and for loans. We've worked with Canadians to make it work well, and we are continuing to do so, and we have another program that will be coming soon to help people be better able to make these changes for their homes.
On arrive à la fin de la période des questions.
We are getting to the end of oral questions.
Maintenant, on va avoir la déclaration de jeudi. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
And as it is Thursday, I'm very excited to ask the Thursday question. And I was wondering if the government House Leader can update members as to the business of the House for the rest of this week and into the next week. And I will take this opportunity to ask about how the government plans on managing Bill C-62. C-62, as you know, of course, is the response to a court deadline to protect vulnerable people with mental health afflictions. And the government has had over a year to deal with this. And yet here we find ourselves yet again on the eve of an expiration of a court-imposed deadline with not a lot of House time left. So if the government would like to enlighten members as to how they foresee Bill C-62 moving through the House in time for that court-imposed deadline so that vulnerable Canadians are not in any way victimized by the regime around MAID. I'm sure members of all sides and all parties would like to know that.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and his colleagues in the official opposition for finally letting Bill C-57, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, come to a final vote. This is good news for Canada and our Ukrainian friends with whom we stand in solidarity. As for the business of the House, we will continue to have ongoing discussions that would see us dealing with Bill C-62, medical assistance in dying next week. We are, of course, well aware of the deadlines that are looming. There is a March 17th deadline, and I remind all members of this House that there is a March 17th deadline attached to this very important legislation. Je rappelle que nous avons...
I would remind you that we would like the support of all members in the House and the Senate to come up with a process that will help guide us in dealing with MAID. We will have a report that seems to have garnered consensus. We will also give priority to a bill from the Senate, which is now at the last stage of debate in the House, C-29, with respecting a creation of a body for reconciliation, and C-37 having to do with childcare. And as I said in the beginning, Mr. Speaker, we will be continuing consultations with the opposition party. My door is always open, and if necessary, we will make adjustments so that the House can work in an orderly fashion.
I recognize the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, I rise to intervene on a point of order raised by the member for Winnipeg North this morning respecting Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and Canada Labour Code, adoptive and intended parents. My colleague from Winnipeg North mentioned the committee process where I tabled crucial amendments to this legislation that would bring the bill into compliance with Canadian law, specifically with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of on Indigenous Peoples. Let me remind the opposite or the government through you, Mr. Speaker, that they are the government that passed Bill C-15, which affirmed that all legislation going forward has to be compatible with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Not including these important amendments means that this legislation now is not compliant with Articles 19, 21, and 22 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The MP for Winnipeg North asked about or talked about the amendments being out of scope, but even the sponsor of the bill said that those amendments were absolutely in scope, and that C-318 with what C-318 is trying to do. Mr. Speaker, my colleague from Winnipeg North also pointed out the need for a royal recommendation for these amendments. And, you know, I'd like to encourage the member from Winnipeg North to reconsider, considering that's the highest number of kids in care in an urban area in the whole country. 90% who are Indigenous. What my colleague failed to mention is that the Liberal government has the power to allow the amendments to proceed by giving notice of a royal recommendation for C-318. They are the ones that have the power to do that. In fact, in Boston Gagnon, page 839, we can read, since Standing Order 79 was changed in 1994, private members' bills involving the spending of public money have been allowed to proceed through the legislative process on the assumption that a royal recommendation will be submitted by a minister of the Crown before the bill is to read a third time and passed. The only ones that can act right now are the Liberals. And on their watch, Mr. Speaker, by not upholding Canadian law, which includes Bill C-15, as we meet about the red dress right now, about murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, which is called the child welfare system, is called the pipeline for becoming murdered and missing. This government's failure to address the 90% of kids in care, it's only the Liberals that can save the lives of Indigenous children that are being dropped off at shelters, being separated from their families and community. I'm asking them to table a royal recommendation to do the right thing to make sure Bill C-318 can go to a vote at third reading with the amendments adopted by committee. Although they have mentioned they're putting forth Bill C-59, a similar bill, once again, it is not consistent with upholding Canadian law and the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People. It is on their hands. Lives are on their hands. They need to put forward a royal recommendation. I'm asking through you, Mr. Speaker, this is a life and death matter. They have to stop playing with Indigenous lives and do what is needed now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre for raising this point of order. It is one which the Speaker, which the Chair will take back and come back to members after I've closely taken a look at the arguments which have been raised by the honourable member. The honourable member for rising on a point of order, the honourable member from Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a question of privilege arising out of question period today. As you know, Standing Order 48 waives the required hour's notice when a breach of privilege occurs during the proceedings of the House. Misleading comments were made on the floor of the House. It is imperative not only to correct the record, but to draw a firm line against misleading comments being tossed around in a way the Liberals have done so egregiously. Normally we chalk these things up to debate, but the misrepresentation offered by the government is so egregious, I think it rises to the level of being a prima facie case and a contempt of Parliament. Here are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Here is what I said in Hansard transcript. Madam Speaker, as always, one has to be very careful with the Liberals when they talk about truths and untruths. What Dr. Charlebois said was that there was not enough data collected to see exactly what the effects of the carbon tax is on food prices. He also said, which conveniently this member omitted, that he called for a pause on the carbon tax to lower food prices. That's what Charlebois said. When one hears a story coming from the Liberals, it is always interesting that one should listen to the facts. Also talking to Mr. McCann, I asked if the point of a carbon tax is to increase the price so that consumers change their behavior. And Mr. McCann said that is exactly what the Liberals said the point of the carbon tax is. The truth is, when it comes to food inflation, food prices, and the relationship with the carbon tax, it will come out in the wash that there is a correlation. Because when one talks to farmers and one talks to dairy farmers, their highest input cost now is the carbon tax in the heating of their barns. If one does not think that affects the price of what a farmer does, then one should maybe get out of downtown Winnipeg and go to a farm in one's life. Mr. Speaker, as you will recall from today's question period, what was portrayed as being said is nowhere close to the facts. Right. To find a prima facie case of privilege, there are three things must be established. The statement must be misleading, the member making the statement must know it is misleading, and the statement must be offered within the intention to mislead the House. And Mr. Speaker, this has happened 3 times. Twice yesterday with the Prime Minister, and then today with the Minister of Environment. All 3 of these conditions haven't been met here because of the wanton and reckless misquoting and misrepresenting by an honourable member. If you agree with me on these points, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to move an appropriate motion to refer the matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Thank you.
I thank the member from Regina Leuven for putting his points very clearly. This is something which the chair will take back and under advisement and will come back to this House. On the same point of order, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I see that you were very generous in listening to what it is that the member across the way was saying. I had the opportunity to witness the exchange, and from my perspective, it is very much a dispute over the facts at best. I would suggest that what was being suggested as a point of order or a matter of privilege is just a matter of debate that should have, in all likelihood, stayed inside the committee. I realize that the member might have been embarrassed, but it doesn't justify bringing it into the chamber, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly.
I see rising on the same point of order the Honourable member from Regina Capel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a few points I want to address there. First of all, it was the government decided to bring something from committee into the House of Commons by allegedly repeating what was said, but they didn't repeat. No, he didn't say it, and that's the whole point. You know, it's usually the Speaker doesn't arbitrate the veracity of statements that are made, but previous speakers have indicated that members must be very judicious in their words, and completely fabricating a statement to try to give the impression that a member from an opposition party actually supported something as egregious as the carbon tax does rise to the level of where the Speaker should have an interest in order to preserve the integrity and the reputation of members. If not, Mr. Speaker, we could all just come here and make things up and say, oh, the member for Winnipeg North said this at committee. He said that carbon taxes were terrible and that the Prime Minister is responsible for car theft increases, even if you didn't say anything like that. So I do think that there are some very unique and special circumstances where the Speaker should look at just how diametrically opposed what was actually said is compared to what the Liberals' paraphrasing of that is. And I do believe that my colleague's point rises to that level.
So excuse me to all members. I'd like to thank the member from Regina Capel for raising this point of order. I'd also like to thank the Government House Leader, who I had not, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, who I had not had an opportunity to thank until this point. I think this chair has heard what needs to be said, and I will come back. I'm really quite convinced that the chair has heard very well and very well pointed out arguments in regard to what was raised at this matter. And I will come back to the House with a ruling. I will look very carefully at what was raised here today, raised by the member from Regina Leuven, supported by the member from Regina Capel, and also I will reflect upon what was raised by the Parliamentary Secretary, and come back to this House. The matter is now closed. To new issues. Order day.
Ordre of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides. Reprise des débats sur une motion d'opposition.
Resuming debate on an opposition motion in the name of Monsieur Blanchet regarding federal immigration targets. Resuming debate.
The honourable member from Regina Leuven.
Mr. Speaker, I just asked, just out of being transparent, if I could table the original comments on the floor of the House of Commons. And also, just the member from Winnipeg that talked about the point of order said it happened in committee, and it actually happened in the House of Commons. His interjection was actually wrong, Mr. Speaker.
I appreciate that, and I think that was the original point that was raised by you, and as well as by the member from Regina Capel. And I thank the honourable member for the opportunity for doing that, but we will review all transcripts to making sure that we take a look at that. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge has 10 minutes.
10 minutes. I think. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I think I have 5 minutes remaining.
Excuse me, you're absolutely right. You originally did have 10 minutes, but you have 5 minutes remaining in debate, followed by 5 minutes of questions and answers.
Beginning, it's always well appreciated. And a wonderful good afternoon to all these esteemed and learned members in this House. Ce nouveau financement permettra aux provinces.
This new funding will allow provinces and municipalities to better meet demand in order to help people who have no shelter. Through the program, the Canadian Program Against Homelessness, the government will be investing close to $4 billion in order to fight homelessness across the country. Don't we all have a fundamental right to safe shelter, Madam Speaker? But these are not the only ways in which the federal government is responding to the impact of the increase in asylum applications. When these claims put increased pressure on Canada's shelter and accommodation systems, we worked with the provinces and municipalities most affected to transfer asylum seekers who needed temporary accommodation from provincial shelters and churches to IRCC-funded hotels. As of the end of last month, we have approximately 4,000 hotel rooms in 6 provinces that are safely housing some 7,300 asylum seekers. In addition to the extension of the PALP, we've also put in place the Interim Federal Health Program. so that asylum seekers can benefit from healthcare coverage to meet their immediate and essential medical needs. IRCC has also put in place a temporary public policy that provides asylum seekers with rapid access to open work permits, allowing them to enter the Canadian labour market more rapidly and to support themselves whilst they wait for a decision on their asylum claim. Finally, Madam Speaker, the federal government continues to implement innovative immigration measures to address the housing shortage, such as cluster selection and regional immigration programs. These programs are key to attracting the workers the construction industry needs to get projects off the ground and build new homes. Immigration is one of Canada's defining characteristics, and we are a welcoming country where newcomers can feel part of the community, and where we understand that immigration contributes to the growth of the economy, to our diversity, Madam Speaker, and to the building of the communities in which we live. And in short, Madam Speaker, the federal government is and will remain attentive to its provincial and municipal partners to ensure that Canada continues to be a safe place for the world's most vulnerable people to seek refuge. Canadians expect no less from us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dealing with immigration, Madame la Présidente, my parents were immigrants to this country. In this country, we are blessed to call home. And I'll always be proud to stand and rise on behalf of them and the millions of newcomers that have come and made Canada home as we debate policies that bring newcomers here to Canada and we get them working, contributing to our economy and building their family and strengthening, most importantly, our social fabric. Madame la Présidente, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a question that I already asked to the Minister for Housing, or the former Minister for Housing, Mr. Hussein. During a question period, 100 million people by 2100. That was the forecasts. Before putting forward this bizarre number, was the housing minister looped in so that he could think about how to have enough housing for 100 million people? CIBC now says that with Canada's new immigration strategy, we need 5 million new housing units, not just 3.5 million. Last year, only 250,000 were built. Does my colleague believe that the Minister for Housing was in the loop when it came to all of these discussions?
Bridge.
I would like to thank my colleague for his very important question. To build housing. We don't only build housing for immigrants, but for also for Canadians who want to buy houses.
Infrastructure here in Canada is robust. We must ensure that builders have those approvals in place. That's what we're doing with the Housing Accelerator Fund, to ensure that they can put shovels in the ground and build the homes that not only newcomers want and need, but also Canadians want and need in our communities. And we need to make sure we can absorb newcomers and they have a place to call home, and so forth. We know our immigration system is between two different streams of permanent and temporary residents, and we always need to balance the needs of workers and the needs to building a better and better country that we are all blessed to call home. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to ask my friend across the way a question. A couple of years ago, the Immigration Department released a study where it questioned whether Canada had a diversified immigrant pool or not. Also, it's been recently suggested that if you were trying to undermine the great Canadian consensus on immigration, that the policies that the government has implemented would be indistinguishable from those meant to destroy that consensus on immigration. I wonder if the member could reflect on whether he thinks Canada is losing faith in its immigration system, and to what extent, if any, the government policies and what they've done in the last few years have contributed to that consensus.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank the Honourable Member from Simcoe North and a friend and a parliamentary colleague for their very learned question. I would say this, Madame la President, we as parliamentarians, this country, Canada, is home to millions of newcomers from all over the world that have come here to build a better future for themselves and add to Canada's future. And we always need to maintain that consensus that folks are coming here and they're working and they're thriving and they are learning and their kids are going to have a very, very bright future. The immigration policies of not only our government, but past governments, we always need to evaluate. We always need to make sure that the system is, the integrity of the system is robust, that newcomers are coming here on an efficiency basis, that they're being welcomed, that our economic capacity can absorb them, that the supply of labor is great. Not only that we are nation building, and that's what our immigration system should always be about. It should be about nation building and making making Canada a better and better place to call home.
The Member for l'Honourable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Recently, I met people from various organizations that helps immigrants and refugees. They do not have enough financial resources and human resources. They're overwhelmed. They want more means to better help asylum seekers and refugees. They receive no answer from the federal government. Does my colleague believe that we could do more to help these organizations who are essential in the integration of these new arrivals? The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge, 40 seconds. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's essential for us to help those who are most vulnerable in our country, including those who have come to this country to get help.
If these individuals do receive refugee approval to be here and to stay here and to build a better future, we need to make sure we have resources in place at the beginning, but also as we go along. We know that the whole world is continuing to face a migratory problem because of climate change, because of war, and because of a number of reasons. And we know literally millions, if not tens of millions of people would love to come to Canada this afternoon if they could, to call this beautiful country, this blessed country that we all call home, and that we all get to build our better future for us and our families. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Debate, the Honourable Member for King's Heads.
Bon après-midi, Madame.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be speaking today in this House and to have the opportunity to answer to the opposition motion when it comes to our shared responsibility in welcoming new immigrants. First of all, when I learnt the current opposition motion text, I was interested in why the Bloc Québécois was tabling this motion, because when I researched various programs that exist, this text and the use of this opposition day is not necessary in this context, because mechanisms between Quebec and Canada already exist to meet their concerns. And I will explain myself in the next few minutes. It's important to note that since 2015, the government of Quebec has received more than $4.4 billion of federal money through the Canada-Quebec agreement to meet its needs in immigration. The federal government has invested more than $700 million this year alone. And Madam Speaker, I'm a Nova Scotian MP, and I understand how important Quebec's place is in our confederation. When I read that statistic, yes, it's impressive to see how good cooperation is between the government and the province of Quebec. Perhaps it's different in Nova Scotia, but this initiative is perhaps something that could be mirrored in other regions in Canada to meet their specific needs. The Canadian and Quebec governments have been collaborating for a long time in order to help our immigration plans. Quebec's immigration powers are set out in the 1991 Canada-Quebec Agreement. I will now go into the details of this agreement. Quebec is the only province that receives an annual subsidy from the federal government to compensate its settlement strategy. In all other provinces and territories, the government directly funds settlement services in local communities that provide that kind of service directly or indirectly to new arrivals. Funding is available to the government of Quebec, and I think it's important given the context. Quebec receives an annual adjustment to update how much federal money it gets. The formula is based on net immigration numbers and based on the number of non-francophone new arrivals who have elected Quebec as their province of settlement. Madam Speaker, the agreement means that Quebec has the capacity to welcome new arrivals and guarantees that the federal subsidy cannot go down on a year-on-year basis. Irrespective of the number of permanent settlers and immigrants asked by the province of Quebec, the amount granted can only go up. I would also like to note that Canada's subsidy keeps increasing once again, Madam Speaker, keeps going up. It's very important to note this so that we can continue subsidies for the integration of new arrivals in Quebec. This amount more than doubled, going from $367 million in 2016 to over $724 million this year. Quebec isn't accountable to the federal government when it comes to explaining how they spend the money, but the province, pursuant to this agreement, must offer settlement and integration services that are comparable to those elsewhere in the country.
And it's really important to continue to have a solid relationship between the various governments, with public servants and also with responsible ministers who are elected and who are responsible for this file. And bilateral relationships with the Refugees and Immigration Canada and with Quebec is defined by this agreement. Its main objective is to preserve the demographic weighting of Quebec within Canada and to encourage integration of immigrants in the province while respecting Quebec as a society that is distinct. I mentioned the principles and the recognition of Quebec being distinct in our federation. The agreement aims to ensure cooperation between the federal government and Quebec throughout the immigration process in all categories of immigration. The federal government has to set standards and targets nationally for immigration, particularly in terms of overall immigration of permanent residents and conditions for citizenship, also with respect to humanitarian immigration. The Quebec government has the right to determine the number of immigrants, permanent immigrants, that it wants to welcome every year. Madam Speaker, I'd like to repeat that point. The Quebec government has the opportunity to calculate the number of newcomers to the province, and it keeps the right to exceed this figure by 5% for demographic reasons, to protect Quebec's identity, and also, and of course, to protect the French language, because we understand the importance of protecting French in this context as well. Yet Quebec only looks at 10% of, has 10% of targets for permanent residents. Madam Speaker, Legault government decided to keep a low level in terms of the total federal number of immigrants. That is their right to do so. At the same time, it's Quebec's decision. So I'm confused a little bit to understand why the Bloc has presented an opposition motion today for a decision made by the Legault government. This seems to go against the measures of the Legault government in terms of welcoming a certain number of newcomers. That is low with respect to the overall Canadian number. Therefore, I think, Madam Speaker, I have roughly a minute left. I understand the special relationship between Quebec and Canada and its place in Confederation. I am a Nova Scotian member of Parliament, but when I saw the various agreements and the mechanisms in place to ensure that there is a certain relationship and waiting to manage this process for newcomers in Quebec and within the Federation, I think this motion is not necessary because there are good processes in place. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm ready to answer questions. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. If my colleague is confused, it's because someone wrote his speech for him and he didn't read the Canada-Quebec Accord. Then they receive, well, they're not saying that Quebec has responsibilities for immigration that other provinces don't have to meet. Therefore, they have to be compensated for the work it's done. But he's almost saying that Quebec has a gift, receives a gift from the government. Many people sign this agreement, but there is no agreement for refugees. And the over 400 million that Quebec is asking for is for reception of refugees. This doesn't come from the Legault government, this number. This is federal. It is controlled by the federal government. Can my colleague, now that we've explained that, is he now ready to go back and talk to the Minister of Immigration and tell them that the millions, tell him about the millions that government owes Quebec for the refugees it is welcoming?
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
C'est ça. Nouvelle-Écosse, toutes les
all provinces and territories in the Federation have the responsibility to manage some services. My speech was very direct. Federal funding is directly available for the Quebec government. In terms of refugees, yes, of course, at Roxham Road and other places. The problem is more concentrated in Quebec. But I think the last few days, the minister responsible for immigration did announce several $1 million. I think it's roughly $4 million specifically to help with the situation in terms of resources for refugees. And I expect a certain amount will be available for Quebec. and I'm confident that the honourable colleague will be able to reach out to the Minister of Immigration on this.
Member for Simcoe North.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague spoke French very well.
I'll be able to stand up and deliver a speech like he did in our nation's second language. I want to ask the member about the temporary foreign worker program. There was an op-ed that was written in 2014, said how to fix the broken temporary foreign worker program. And I just want to quote from it. It cuts to the heart of who we are as a country. I believe it's wrong for Canada to follow the path of countries who exploit large numbers of guest workers who have no realistic prospect of citizenship. It's bad for our economy, and it depresses wages, and it's even worse for our country. It puts pressure on our commitment to diversity and creates more opportunities for division and rancor. That was written by the Prime Minister when he was leader of the official opposition. Now, since that time, the government's actually doubled the size of the temporary foreign worker program. So I just wonder if the member missed oversized it. Actually, in fact, tripled it. But if
I'll let the honourable member for Kings Hants have a chance to answer.
I will talk very confidently about the programs that we have for temporary foreign workers in this country. It is extremely important. The member from Simcoe North, I would presume his communities would also be reliant on these types of programs. In Kings Hants, we welcome over 2,000 international workers a year, particularly in our agriculture sector. The seasonal agriculture worker program, in my opinion, is one of the best programs we have to provide direct aid to other individuals who are in host countries like Jamaica and Mexico. That money goes directly to families. I've heard personal stories how their contribution in Canadian agriculture has allowed them to be able to put their son or daughter into school, for them to be able to buy a vehicle. I'm extremely supportive of the program. Do we need to ensure there's proper mechanisms to protect workers, ensure proper housing? Absolutely. But this is an extremely important program. I will always stand in this House and defend it. And I'm proud of the work that the government has done, particularly around the Trusted Employer program, which is going to help ensure that this program is run proper. We have good mechanisms in place to reward good employers that are taking care of workers and helping to contribute to Canadian society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very brief question from the honourable member for Nunavut. Very brief.
The NDP believe that immigration makes Canada stronger, so we support this motion. I wanted to provide a quote from the Premier of Nunavut on immigration. He said, quote, "We do not want to welcome new workers to Nunavut. We do want to welcome new workers to Nunavut, but our immense housing shortage is the biggest obstacle we face today." So in an effort to have Nunavut welcome immigration, will this MP support increasing investments in housing so that we can do the same as other provinces and territories?
Very brief answer from the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Madam Speaker, I would agree that housing and healthcare are important elements to ensuring that we can ensure the confidence of new arrivals to Canada, that we have proper systems in place. The Minister of Housing was actually just in that honourable member's riding to announce housing for Nunavut. I noticed she voted against the fall economic statement and the measures that actually contain the housing delivered that was put to Nunavut just recently. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, allow me first to say that I'll be sharing my time with my member for Terrebonne, who will be making a very striking speech, as they said. Madam Speaker, Quebec or Mackenzie? Well, we choose Quebec, but we have to admit, however, that Ottawa opts for Mackenzie. By following without flinching the targets set by a sprawling firm, it's a state within a state, and Ottawa is the real stage manager, to use the Minister of Immigration's metaphor. And this manager applauds and shouts nonsense at dissidents, accusing them of xenophobia. The metaphor of a faucet is generally used to describe immigration. Sometimes we talk about, the faucet, the purpose is to adjust the rate at which water flows, depending at the level we wish to fill the glass. And when we don't want it to overflow, what do? We turn it down slightly, we adjust it, we're careful. And before the minister said, they shouldn't say we're comparing them to drops of water, where we're talking about a faucet here overall. So delegating a power as important as migration thresholds to big business is as responsible as wanting to ban all public debate on the issue. Ottawa's bad faith is obvious. Not only did Ottawa refuse to consult Quebec, it didn't even warn it of its intentions to increase its new immigration threshold. We're facing a major crisis, and it's not xenophobic to point this out. The number of temporary immigrants to Canada exploded in the past year, reaching 2.5 million, according to Stats Canada. A 46% increase in 1 year, the largest ever recorded. In Quebec, non-permanent residents, the number has also risen by nearly 46% to 470,000. This fall, the Legault government's immigration minister, Christine Fréchette, asked Ottawa to review its immigration thresholds as Ottawa aims to welcome 500,000 permanent immigrants per year by 2025. Quebec and the provinces are in the best position to understand the reality on the ground. Taking into account their reception capacity in terms of health services, education, language, and housing is necessary if we're going to build a successful immigration model and ensure that newcomers can find good living conditions here. This means, well, when I say that we're facing a crisis, means that there's consequences in terms of housing. We're already seeing a major crisis. And perhaps others could explain it better than me, but we're already seeing major issues. In my writing, we also discuss things with nearby towns, and the first issue is the occupancy rate. Yes, there is a crisis, and even the use of water, because they don't have enough space. Places are very limited. And a CMHC report from September 23 estimates the need for additional housing across Canada by 2030 at 3.5 million additional housing units. And this is only if the current immigration policy ends in 2025. A report also by CMHC in 2024 explains the rising costs as the strong demand for rental housing in Greater Montreal is largely explained by demographic growth. Net migration more than doubled in Quebec in 2023, with a record number of non-permanent residents arriving there, nearly 150,000 new residents. It also explains that the metropolis attracts the largest shares of non-permanent residents, namely international students, temporary workers, asylum seekers in Quebec, who are mainly housed on the rental market. The strong upturn in migration following the pandemic has thus contributed to a strong rebound in demand for rental housing in the region. And in 2023, 872,000 Quebecers sought food assistance. That's 1 in 10 Quebecers who are not able to meet their needs. So with rents and mortgages on the rise, more and more people are living in precarious conditions. And it's not also the time to radically increase thresholds. This also means there's consequences for public services. Immigration means the mobilization of various services. We're talking about French training, education, legal aid, daycare services, last resort assistance, social services, and health care, temporary housing, housing search assistance. All newcomers have to be able to benefit from these services with dignity. And to do so, they must be able to meet expectations. Ottawa takes immigrants like they're symbols. They're throwing them without a compass into the middle of a jungle. And these are the main victims of Ottawa's excessive thresholds. And Ottawa also dares to maintain a kind of romantic vision of immigration. And if you question it, it's almost like it's being censored. It also has economic consequences and cultural ones. let me also quote the late Milan Kundera. What distinguishes small nations from large ones is not the quantitative criterion of the number of its inhabitants. It is something deeper. For them, their existence is not a self-evident certainty, but always a question, a gamble, a risk. They are on a defensive against history, this force that surpasses them and does not take them into consideration, that does not even notice them. This description fits Quebec perfectly, a small nation whose survival has never been a guarantee. And right now, Quebec is already having a hard time teaching immigrants French and training them. And according to Alain Bélanger, for immigration not to be anglicizing Quebec more, 90% of newcomers would have to select French. And right now, it's between 50 and 60% of them who do. And this is not about to change. So at this ratio, our language is threatened with extinction. And this threat will be radically accelerated if Ottawa's new targets come into effect. And obviously, Ottawa has not concluded a single study on the consequences of these targets on the linguistic situation in Quebec. Anglicization looms, and even Montreal is talking about founding a French quarter like the one you'd see in Louisiana or New Orleans, a French quarter in a city that is officially French, but in fact English, in a country that is officially bilingual, but in fact English as well. So I'm not sure if you get the gist here. My colleague will get to that later. But let's refuse just to be another community. We're a proud nation. We must have the full and complete freedom to control our immigration thresholds and the way we wish to accommodate diversity here. And the best way to avoid xenophobia is to ensure harmonious integration into the host nation. And this requires a realistic and achievable vision. The problem is that there are two nations, and each with its own values and interests. One is poisoned by the ideology of multiculturalism, and the other wants to live together with a common national culture. Two nations, two concepts, and the solution is two countries. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Madam Speaker, I did listen attentively to the honourable member's speech. I have pleasure of working with him in the International Trade Committee, where I've seen him very proactively working for the economic development of Quebec, raising important topics at the committee on the interest of Quebec. I would like to ask the member, what is his opinion on the immigration that is needed by the business sectors in Quebec, whether the housing sector or the electrical industry sector or various manufacturing sector, which are all facing the shortage of skilled workers. What is his opinion there? What is the approaches he thinks that Quebec government has taken to increase the immigrants with skilled manpower?
L'honorable député Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode.
The honourable member. I think the approach that is necessary, and I thank my colleague for his question. Now, we're supposed to be sitting in committee now. We might be there later. We might see each other later. But I think we'll probably be there together in a few minutes. But the necessary approach with respect to Quebec, the immigration we need, is one that they decide on, not to the federal government. It's not up to the federal government to do it. Can't work that way. Not only did Ottawa not consult Quebec, it did not even advise Quebec of its targets. We need consultation, and quickly, and ideally a transfer of all these powers with respect to immigration to Quebec.
Madam Speaker, I can well understand why the Bloc wants to have a day talking about why the Liberals are having are not balancing the number of people coming into Canada with our resources. And in Quebec, they're getting more than other shares of the provinces, and it could impact their culture. But the question I have is, why did they choose to have this motion instead of the one on the near-surface waste disposal at Chalk River? I was so looking forward to talking about the clean electricity generated through nuclear power and to clarify the misinformation about the near-surface waste disposal being it's a low-level, completely encased place for booties, gloves, place, and not a deep geological repository.
I have to give the honourable member an opportunity to answer. L'honorable député Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The honourable member, I thank my colleague for her question, but I would remind her that it's up to us to decide the subject on our opposition day. Immigration is an extremely important issue that we have to deal with, and it is important for Quebec. Now, I would invite her to ask her caucus to respect it.
Honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I don't normally like to ask questions related to other parties, but I feel compelled to in this case because the previous member stated misfact about the way that I voted instead of answering my question about the need for increased investments so that all provinces and territories, including Quebec, could do better to make sure that immigrants are getting the help that they deserve. For example, Nunavut wants to welcome more immigrants, but it's unable to because of the overcrowded housing situations that exist in all communities. So what does this member think about this kind of response and what the Liberals always tend to do, which is underinvest in any kind of major social issues?
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The honourable member, I thank my colleague for her question, but she's talking about the usual Liberal responses. We never get answers from the Liberals, hardly ever. But now, they say, we have this opposition motion, and they say, oh, surprise. If I hadn't been sitting down, I would have fallen down on the floor. Now, we're used to not getting answers, but substantially, all questions regarding our capacity in terms of immigration, well, if we don't have the means to do something, we have to make adjustments. Anyway, resuming debate. The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Canadian dream is often presented as an El Dorado. Vast spaces, democracy. Oh, my little house in Canada is so wonderful. But this government is not respecting its own legislation, and is turning things into traps with respect to immigration as some kind of fight between open and closed, racist and not racist, kind and nasty. Really, nuance is an important thing. I know some people find it exhausting and boring, but nuance is important. People want to get people to vote for them, and everything else is facade. But we in the Bloc Québécois, we're trying to do better. There are people who come to build a new life with us. I have my grandmother who came from Peru and built a new life, learned a third language. She was incredible. I would have merited better if I had not had... I wouldn't have been able to do as well if there hadn't been some place for me and for her to send their children. There's a great Canadian tradition. And we have to look at democracy, keep that in mind when we're dealing with these big issues. I said in French, and I say it in French in this House, because when they developed this policy, they didn't consider the French fact. They talk about accommodation, healthcare, etc. So if we subtract things, it's nothing but electoral politics. Oh, their whole rationale is based on the politics of immigration. It's quite simple, Madam Speaker. The Liberal government has a kind of facade with respect to its policy of immigration. It's all simplistic. They have people coming from all over the world to fill certain jobs, and that is important for certain specific needs on our labour market. But there are major problems. As Pierre Fortin said in his report presented to the National Assembly, we can support immigration as a way of increasing the labour pool, but it will also mean increasing health care and other things. Other public policies might be implemented with respect to labour needs. And we have suggested things many times. For example, there could be tax credits for people who are at the age of retirement who might want to work longer. These are people who are trained and they might want to work longer, but they decide not to keep working. They decide to retire because of tax issues. As Rodrigue Tremblay explained, people who are progressing want different things. People want things and they need to have savings to do them. So let's help people do this. When a population grows too quickly, it's possible that the living standards can go down. There was a book where they talk about the challenges of the 21st century. You know, there are countries with 100 million people. Well, people think that population is a weakness, and some people think that a great population is a strength. But ultimately, the countries who do best in terms of living standards are not the most highly populated. They are countries like Norway, Ireland, Switzerland, who put the emphasis on education, as we're trying to do in Quebec. And with respect to the economy, well, what about these economists? We heard from an economist, they said that we would need 5 million new accommodations to respond to requests for visas and to come to Quebec. What are we going to do between now and 2030? There's also in Quebec, what's important is its social security net, social safety net. Quebec is exemplary with respect to its childcare system. And we have other social policies that are very progressive. The government of Quebec offers all this to its people, and it wants to make decisions with respect to immigration, decisions that are judicious and well thought out. They want to do this in the best to do best for Quebec. I'm tired of hearing the Liberals, virtue signaling. They say that we are going to destroy the social peace. What we need is the ability to welcome, but we can only welcome a certain number. There are those who want to bring people in, but will we have the health care to offer them? Have they thought of this? We are responsible for making sure that the number of people who come to us will be able to be welcomed with the appropriate services. It's clear, Madam Speaker. We want action from this government, not only fine words. It would be better if we could make sure that there is a minimum standard of living. Yes, the Canadian dream is such a lovely dream, but for us, let us act and you act. What we're asking for, you don't have to be you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know this. Number one, convene a meeting with your counterparts in the provinces and territories and review your immigration targets with them, respecting their capacities to take people in. Quebec could decide to go to a referendum with respect to its desire for complete control over its immigration policy. My mother, my sisters, and I chose Quebec. This is our nation, our country. And we are not going to let it be left behind. We want to be able to welcome people in dignity with open arms. So, Madam Speaker, I would ask the Minister of Immigration, the Prime Minister, to act, because immigrants deserve it, and we owe it to them, not for elections or for votes, not for electoralist motives, but out of sheer humanity. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to go back to a question I asked one of our colleagues, and that is in regards to the Bloc. Talk about the importance of consultation, and they've talked a lot about that in the last couple of months in regards to the immigration file. And there's no doubt when you factor in things like the provincial nominee program, the international students, temporary workers, and agricultural communities, and so forth, there is a need to have those ongoing conversations, and that has been taking place in a wide spectrum of different ways. The question I have for the member is: has the Bloc Party had any official discussion with the government of Quebec with respect to the motion that they were proposing today?
Honorable Député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member. Well, Madam Speaker, when we in the Bloc have discussions with the government of Quebec, well, that is our business. But I do think it's important to have consultations. The Premier of Quebec, Mr. Legault, is talking about a breaking point. Now, I think it might be the time for the government to act. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech, because at the end she stressed the importance of humanity. Now, in certain Quebec media, there's a kind of intellectual shortcut, and they tend to lump together immigration and a housing shortage. And we see that there are vacancies in many buildings. Now, I'd like to hear what she has to say about this kind of amalgamation or this. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. The Honourable Member is right on one thing. We can't blame the housing crisis on immigration alone. And yes, there are some media who do this, and I agree with him. The housing crisis is not linked directly to immigration. It's linked to many other things, our economic situation, that they haven't been building, etc. During the pandemic, they couldn't build, but they didn't build even after, and we're decades behind in terms of building housing. On the other hand, we do have to mention that immigration has an impact on demand. So it's not just immigration, but immigration has increased the demand for housing. It's had an impact, maybe a small impact or a medium one, but it has had an influence.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But I have a follow-up question. One to follow up on the question put by my New Democrat colleague. Now, they say that immigrants are contributing to Canada. Others have said this. There are ministers who are saying that that immigration is in a chaotic state and that they're making a mess of our policy. So I'd like the Honourable Member to comment on this. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Yes, there is a lot of bickering at the present time within the Liberal House. It's a kind of a ping-pong game going on. Although immigration might have a certain impact, it is not entirely responsible for the housing crisis. And I would urge the minister responsible for housing or the Minister of Immigration to consider that and to see what everything costs, because they're completely disconnected from reality and what's going on. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the issue of immigration, I've been following this issue virtually since the early 90s. I am very passionate and understand many different aspects of immigration over the years, whether it's at the provincial level or at the national level when I was in opposition, and now while we're in government. I am very much passionate about it because I understand and appreciate the true value of immigration and how Canada is what it is today because of sound immigration policy. So it'll take a little bit much to try to fool me on some of the things that I've been hearing on the immigration file, and I want to quickly make reference to that. One of the concerns that I had was actually made by the member from Calgary-Shepherd. When he was talking about immigration, he's making reference to immigration, and I actually wrote down the quote, Madam Speaker. And just before that, I do that, I'm going to be sharing my time with the member from Scarborough Centre, Madam Speaker. But let me quote what it is that the member from Calgary-Shepherd said. And this is a time in which he's talking about immigration. We're debating immigration, target numbers, and so forth. And he says, quote, "They bear the responsibility for the chaos on our streets today with crime that is now out of control." Madam Speaker, I don't like the inference whatsoever that you have the member opposite, who's looking at me now, trying to imply in any way that immigrants are a problem when it comes to crime and chaos in our streets, because that surely could be interpreted based in terms of the manner in which he presented himself. Then I take a look in terms of my New Democratic friends, and I want to be kind here, Madam Speaker, but it's hard when you get statements that say something like, well, if you are an international student, you should become a permanent resident, along with saying this, at the same time saying that we should have no cap on international students. To me, Madam Speaker, that is irresponsible public policy. Just so that the member would be aware, we would have virtually overnight, I could guarantee overnight, with that sort of a policy, we would exceed, and I'll be conservative with my number, well over 1 million international students applying every year. But to further go on, the member also said from the Democratic Party that she would like to see temporary residents in the form of workers also automatically become permanent residents. And that's the reason why I posed the question to the NDP in regards to, do they have any cap whatsoever? Because if you follow the advice that was just provided, or the comments that were provided, we would probably be intaking at least 1.5 to 2.5 million residents a year, Madam Speaker. And I don't think that that would be a practical number. It is important that we be serious. And then I go to the Bloc. The Bloc bring forward a motion, and I'll talk about immigration any day of the week, Madam Speaker. And when I asked the question in regards to have they done consultation, I know the importance of consultation on this file. As I said, I've been working this file since the early 90s, Madam Speaker. I understand the role and the impact on the Manitoba economy. That's one of the reasons why I was a very strong advocate for Jean Chrétien and the provincial nominee nominee program, and history will show you no province in Canada did better than the province of Manitoba at taking advantage of the provincial nominee program, and our immigration numbers grew, and they grew rapidly as a direct result of a progressive program that was instituted by, at that point, signed off by Jean Chrétien and in my home province of Gary Filmon, Madam Speaker. And Manitoba has benefited. It has been gold to the province of Manitoba. Well, when you think in terms of the provincial nominee program, and you take a look in terms of the unique nature of immigration into the province of Quebec, and then when you factor in the temporary visas, obviously there's a great deal of discussions that take place in many different levels, whether it's ministers, deputy ministers, the civil servants, and so forth, Madam Speaker. That takes place all of the time in different ways. And yet, when I pose the question to members of the Bloc, I'm of the opinion that they didn't do any consultation with the province of Quebec in terms of the resolution in which they are actually proposing today. Many would ultimately argue that there is a bit of a hidden agenda with the Bloc whenever immigration matters are raised, but that's for another day, Madam Speaker. When we talk about immigration as a whole, let's take a look in terms of the targets. Understand and appreciate the actual numbers. When you think in terms of how provinces are involved in a direct way, I mentioned the provincial nominee program. Take a look at the targets that were provided to the House. In 2024, targeted number is 110,000. 2025, 120,000, followed again in 2026 by 120,000. That's a very high percentage, Madam Speaker, that is going towards supporting provinces. And that doesn't take into consideration the number, and I believe, don't quote me, but I believe it's around 35,000 on a year going into Quebec under the skilled worker type programming, Madam Speaker. Take a look at those numbers. And if you look at it and you look at the freedoms that the provinces have in terms of recruitment, there's a wonderful opportunity to deal with things such as healthcare workers, such as trades, whether they're plumbers, electricians, and so forth. That program is designed to support. So when members opposite point the finger and say, well, Ottawa's to blame for this, Ottawa's to blame for that, and when they talked about the issue of housing, do they not believe that provincial jurisdictions have the capability to understand what's happening in their local economies? And if they really wanted to get more electricians and plumbers and so forth approved, they have an excellent window through the provincial nominee programs because they're the ones that issue the certificates, Madam Speaker. So don't just try to say, well, it's immigrants that are to blame, because that's not true. What you find is through those skilled working programs, through the nominee programs, that it's provinces and territories that are identifying what they believe are the priorities in terms of their economic development. Then you take a look at what other kind of numbers. The federal government actually gets less than the combined provinces do in terms of skilled workers, Madam Speaker. But we do process just over, let's say, 100,000 a year. But then you also have the spouses. Spouses takes up somewhere in the neighborhood of 75 to 85,000 spouses and partners, Madam Speaker, on an annual basis. Are you going to start saying no? Well, those are really important aspects to our immigration policy in which the federal government has complete jurisdiction over. And when you take a look in terms of how it is that we've actually managed that file, well, when I was critic, Madam Speaker, people were waiting for years and years and years. We're talking 3, 4, 5 years in order to get a spouse to be able to come over. I used to apply under dual intent, Madam Speaker, to try to get someone a temporary visa while they were waiting. And you know how many times I have applied, a number that were actually approved when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister? A big goose egg, Madam Speaker. Nothing. Since we have been in government, I have been able and I have been successful. I've talked with the immigration officials. I've talked with the ministers of immigration. I've explained the situation to caucus, and we have seen not only a significant movement in terms of processing times, but also in terms of providing those temporary visas for those that are trying to get a spouse abroad, Madam Speaker. Only a minute or so to go. Madam Speaker, I could talk about parents and grandparents. Remember, when I was critic, Jason Kennedy, what he did is he actually canceled the program, Madam Speaker. He said, well, you cannot sponsor your mom and dad. And then the response I get when I pose that question to the Conservative critic was, well, we came up with the super visa. Yeah, the super visa is a good thing, Madam Speaker, but you also canceled the program. You know, and he says, well, it's because we want to deal with processing times. We improved processing times. Well, yeah, sure you did. Because it was so bad under Stephen Harper, you had people that were dying that were actually dead, Madam Speaker, by the time they finally got to them, in terms of the parents and sponsoring parents. We don't need a lecture from the Conservative Party on immigration policy, because all we have to do is just reflect on just how bad the Conservatives were, and that doesn't include the many different programs in terms of refugees, whether it's Afghanistan, Syria, what's taking place in Ukraine, what's taking place today in the Middle East, Madam Speaker. We understand and appreciate and value the role that immigration is for public policy, and we will continue to work every day on that particular file. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. I've just listened to my colleague's speech. He says he's an expert in immigration. He's been working in it for years. He says he's participated in the process with the Chrétien government at the time. So I'd like him to explain the following. In 2015, the federal government had a 285,000 objective per year. In 2025, 500,000. That is a 75% increase. So, I would like to have the following explanation. Has the federal government consulted provinces in Quebec to see what the impact, of such an increase on our capacity in Quebec to franchise and integrate these people? After that, our capacity to welcome them, infrastructure, education, healthcare, was this actually thought out by the government? One cannot just throw a number around for ideological reasons. We have to examine the consequences and respect our capacity to welcome immigrants. To welcome them well, we need good numbers, reasoned numbers.
Secretary.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. It almost goes without saying. All you need to do is take a look at the provincial nominee program. The provincial nominee program at one time was somewhere in the neighborhood of 40,000. Now it's well over 100,000. The demand is there. We know that because you have provinces that are receiving more provincial nominees. And the provincial nominees have contributed immensely. And that's only one aspect. You know, when you through the provincial nominee program, for example, you bring in someone that's single and then they get married to someone from their home country, well, that means they're coming in through the spousal program. So, of course, there has to be a coordination that takes place. That coordination has been taking place for decades. In some areas, in some jurisdictions, more than others, depending in terms of the province or the territory and what their agenda is in regards to immigration and how it ultimately complements the national targets and agenda. But all in all, Madam Speaker, you will find that immigration has been a gold mine for Canada and will continue to be well into the future, as Canada needs immigrants more than immigrants need Canada, quite frankly.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure I just heard the member opposite refer to immigrants as a gold mine. One of the other members on that also referred to immigrants as being puppy mills, and he made reference to people dying. It's under this government that multiple students a month are being sent home in body bags because they're being invited here. By the way, each student visa stamped by the federal government. because they don't have a reasonable prospect of success, and it is unfair to those students to invite them to a country and then not provide the support they need to succeed. In fact, it was the Prime Minister, when he was the leader of the third party, who wrote an op-ed that said Harper broke the immigration system and temporary foreign worker program. Since he's become Prime Minister, he's tripled the size of the temporary foreign worker program, blown a hole through the student visa program, all on their watch. And now every single person in every op-ed is saying that there's now no longer a consensus on immigration in this country. It's been reckless.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member is wrong on several points, and I only wish you would grant me the amount of time that would enable me to actually provide the type of answer that would, and if I could have leave, Madam Speaker, I'd be happy to do so, if I could request unanimous consent to do so. But, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, take a look in terms of the international students. Yes, there's been a great demand, but that demand in good part is being fueled by individuals that are out there courting and getting students to come into Canada in a very real and tangible way. The Conservative Party of Canada, along with others, need to recognize that provinces also have to play a role. At the end of the day, how many international students does the Conservative Party believe that we should have? We know what the NDP believe. They believe it should be unlimited. We believe that there has to be a sense of responsibility. We're working with provinces. That's the reason why there's a cap. They can distribute amongst the different post-secondary facilities and others in order to so we can have a reasonable, responsible policy that helps both the provinces, territories, and in fact the international student, him or herself.
Unfortunately, no further time for questions. Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Saint.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, Natural Resources. The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York, Public Safety. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre, Oil and Gas Industry.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Pierre.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher des Patriotes Verchères. My apologies. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House to provide information to the members on how the federal government has supported Quebec and all our provincial, territorial and municipal partners as we all work together to support newcomers to Canada. Immigration is a shared responsibility that involves the input of provincial, territorial and municipal governments. We also need to continue to respond to global issues. For example, there are more than 110 million people displaced all around the world. People have been displaced because of wars, coups, because of economic and political upheaval, or because they are fleeing oppressive regimes and violations of human rights in other less progressive countries. And we, as Canadians, have an obligation to step up to continue to support individuals. Our government will continue be responsive and support individuals today and into the future. Canada remains committed to our humanitarian efforts and supporting those who arrive at our borders needing a new home. Immigration requires all levels of government to work cooperatively to attract the workers in areas like construction, home building, healthcare. We are also mindful of the special relationship established for immigration under the Canada-Quebec Accord from 1991 that clearly outlines the work that the federal and provincial governments will undertake separately and together. We have not only made sure to respect the decision the province of Quebec will make, but also we have been there as a strong partner. When larger numbers of people began crossing into Canada, the federal government was there to support provinces and municipalities with funding, programs, and support. Canada established the interim federal healthcare program to pay for the healthcare needs of asylum claimants. The federal government set up transportation and paid for temporary housing for the asylum claimants. As the challenges persisted, we set up a formal program, the Interim Housing Assistance Program. That program reimbursed the cost faced by the provinces and municipalities to support the newcomers. The first part of the program was launched in 2017 and ran for 5 years. A total of $750 million was provided by the federal government to provinces and municipalities to support the housing asylum claimants. Nearly 60% of that funding went to Quebec. That's $440 million in federal funding to support costs borne by the province of Quebec. The Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship recently renewed funding for the Interim Housing Assistance Program to reimburse provinces and cities for housing costs related to asylum seekers. $150 million was specifically set aside for Quebec. When a province, territory, or municipality needs help from the federal government, we are there to respond. When COVID began, the federal government established temporary housing for asylum seekers to quarantine even if they were asymptomatic before they could enter Canada and take up interim housing. At the request of the provincial government, the federal hotel spaces continued to provide hotel rooms after the pandemic measures were lifted to ensure the availability of additional living space for communities in need, including the province of Quebec. Quebec had asked for the federal government to get our agreement. Quebec had asked for the federal government to get our agreement with the U.S. government renegotiated so that asylum claimants no longer could cross at Roxham Road. We agreed. In March of 2023, President Biden took his first official trip to Canada to announce the renegotiated deal of the Safe Third Country Agreement. Under the new agreement, anyone entering a country deemed safe from persecution had to make a claim in the first country they arrived in. Asylum seekers could no longer take a trip to the U.S. and then travel to Canada to make a claim. Thanks to our continued efforts, the Safe Third Country Agreement now applies to the entire land and water border between the United States and Canada. Additionally, the Safe Third Country Agreement has significantly reduced asylum claimants at our land entries. The federal government was also there to be a partner for Quebec when the Premier said they are reaching the limit of their capacity to manage new asylum seekers. The federal government worked in cooperation with the other provinces and municipalities to share the burden as the Premier had asked. Starting in early 2023, the federal government supported new arrivals being willingly relocated to other parts of Canada, including locations in most of the Atlantic provinces and numerous cities across Ontario. The program helped relocate over 11,000 asylum seekers from Quebec to places like Cornwall and Niagara Falls, St. John, and Halifax and Ottawa. Since 2015, we have provided $4.4 billion in funding under the Accord to Quebec to support immigration, settlement services, and all the other supports. And for 2023-2024, over $700 million will be provided to support welcoming newcomers to the provincial governments in Quebec. As everyone can see, the federal government has been there, a partner with Quebec and all the other provinces and territories, as well as the municipalities, to support their needs. We have delivered federal support for housing, healthcare, transportation, relocation, integration, and settlement, and also renegotiated a major international agreement with the United States. Canada has a strong tradition of welcoming newcomers in this country. Canadians are proud of their immigration history, as they should be. It has made our country strong and allowed it to grow. It has strengthened our nation by diversifying our communities and fueling our economy. We will continue to work with partners from all levels of government to support the newcomers, whether they are refugees, asylum claimants, family, or economic immigrants. We are a country built on the immigrants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Port Moody-Coquitlam. On a point of order, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I rise on a point of order in response to the erroneous comment made by the member of King Hans, where he said in response to my question, and I quote, I noticed that that she voted against the fall economic statement and the measures that actually contained the housing that was put to Nunavut just recently, end quote. Okaktitiyi, I abstained on the Ways and Means vote because this government has and continues to fail Inuit and Indigenous communities. The housing crisis and all the consequential impacts of overcrowding continues among my territory. For the record, I abstained. I did not vote against as he indicated. I ask that the member apologizes.
Well noted, and I will ask the honourable member to do so at the first opportunity. The honourable member for Port Moody.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think that the point that my colleague from Nunavut made is a very important one. It emphasizes the fact that this Liberal government can't do two things at once. Hasn't been able to provide the housing that's required and also be able to handle immigration in this country. And I think it's a disgrace that a member from across the aisle today made those comments about my colleague from Nunavut. I wanted to ask the member specifically about the government's decision to continue to beef up profits for corporate landlords and then to try to blame the housing crisis on immigrants. So my question is, will the government take the necessary measures to stop the financialization of housing, like implementing a moratorium on the acquisition of affordable housing units by financial landlords, and to create a non-profit acquisition fund like they have in BC? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her question. Housing is an important issue, like we are all facing here in Canada. And immigration is one of Canada's greatest strengths. So as we continue to face an aging population and we are seeing the decline in the birth rates, it's really very important to welcome skilled newcomers to Canada. And at the same time, make sure that we build appropriate housing so that all those who are coming to Canada have a safe place to call home. We will continue to invest in housing and building housing faster. Last few months, the Minister for Housing has been working actively with the municipalities on the Housing Accelerator Fund to make sure that we increase the stock of the housing. It's not a one thing cannot resolve housing issues. There is certain factors. We have a national housing strategy, and we will work on all fronts to make sure that we build housing, as well as continue to make sure that we welcome new immigrants to Canada, because we are a country which has been built by immigrants, and we will continue to do that. Thank you.
Comments. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to note there's an NDP amendment to the motion today that I want to read out a part of. It says that we call on the government to table in this House within 100 days a plan to ensure adequate resources are provided to Quebec provinces and territories to support the successful resettlement of newcomers. This exactly reflects what I've heard from settlement agencies in my community. They're calling out to ensure that whether it comes to housing, healthcare, employment, that we ensure that those resources are there for newcomers as they require them as they come to Canada. And that if this is not put in place, then our immigration goals actually counterproductively feed anti-immigration sentiment. I wonder if the member for Scarborough Centre can comment on the extent to which she supports that part of the motion.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really want to thank the honourable member for his question. We have consulted the government of Quebec, and we have consulted all the provinces and territories whenever we implement any new programs and policies. And under the Quebec-Canada Accord, Quebec has the exclusive authority to determine its immigration levels in line with the ability to welcome and integrate newcomers. We continue to support Quebec over the last many years, and in the last 2 years, we have provided over $1 billion under that accord to support the...
I have to give the opportunity for one more question. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very happy to listen to the speech by honourable member. I'm sure she understands the importance of immigrants for the economic development of Canada, whether it is a housing sector or whether the manufacturing sector or the tourism sector. And I would like to ask her whether she recognizes the need for more skilled immigrants into the country for Canada to keep up its economic growth and also to improve the growth in economy.
Member for Scarborough Centre in 20 seconds or less.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the honourable member for that question, important question. Immigration is very much needed. Like in my own riding of Scarborough Centre, it's a home to like close to 75% new immigrants. People from different parts of the world have called that place as a home. Whenever like I talk to the businesses in my riding, like they tell me about the shortage of the labor, and like I have been a member of the immigration committee for like over 8 years, and I have heard hundreds and thousands of testimonies in regards to the need for making sure that we continue to welcome new immigrants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to let you know that I intend to share my time with the member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Today, in fact, the Bloc decided to spend its opposition day studying the immigration issue. Why? Because I'll give you some history, but roughly November 1st, 2023, the Bloc decided to spend its opposition day studying immigration, and the House adopted a resolution unanimously stating that the federal government would revise its immigration thresholds for 2024, consulting Quebec and the territories to take account of their capacity in terms of health, education, housing, transportation, etc., with the objective of having immigration that is successful. Today, we've kind of gone back on their word. Why? Because even though this motion was voted unanimously in November, not even an hour later, the Minister of Immigration exited the House and announced the target of 500,000 new immigrants without consulting Quebec. They could not have properly consulted Quebec in an hour, even. And then they broke their word, even after having voted the resolution unanimously. So now we're going back to this today, Madam Speaker. Why? Because the issue is a fundamental one for the Quebec nation and also in Canada as well, in terms of our immigration ability, which has been exceeded. There are issues with health, education, French language, and things will no longer work. And what we're asking the government is to sit down with the various provinces and territories and to ask each of them what is their capacity. And then once we know what it is, they can come back with a plan for 2024 that really takes account of our capacity, our immigration capacity of each of the provinces and territories. Because the 500,000 target, what does it mean? This number was mentioned by the Transport Minister and their targets, and it's in line exactly with the Century Initiative. This policy was put forward by Dominic Moncton when he was president of the McKinsey firm. And how come they set this figure at 500,000? It was to have 100 million people, and we'll reach this goal even before the date that was initially anticipated. But Canada is a big country, so they think they're going to be able to bring in more people to grow the economy. Yes, with greater demand, yes, this will happen. But so we spent an opposition day on the Century Initiative last year, saying that we don't want this. And the Liberals said it wasn't their policy, the Century Initiative. It's not their policy, they're said. But then when we look at what they're doing, that's exactly it, what they're proposing. And that's the direction they're taking as a government. It's kind of like someone who puts their hand on their heart and swears to their doctor that they're going to quit smoking, I'm done with it, and then they smoke a pack a day in hiding. So they say the Century Initiative is not their policy, but what they're really doing is the opposite. So why are we opposed to the Century Initiative? That's what might interest you. It's the kind of the undeclared policy of the Liberals. Quite simply because Quebec's housing capacity is far exceeded. We're in the midst of a housing crisis, an inflation crisis. Our schools are overflowing, as are our daycares and our hospitals. And what do the Liberal wants? They want to add more water into our overflowing pool. And Canada is in the midst of a massive frenzy. And Dominique Barton, well, they seem to be heading in a different direction. So for those who are listening, we're looking at 100 million people. That's the Century Initiative objective. Is it really the solution, 100 million people? Will we become a much richer country because we have so many inhabitants? What are the countries that have 100 million inhabitants worldwide? Well, there's China, India, the U.S., Indonesia, Pakistan, Brazil, Nigeria, Bangladesh, Russia, Mexico, Ethiopia, Japan, Philippines, Egypt, Vietnam, and Democratic Republic of Congo. So for those who know the reality, financial reality or GDP per inhabitant of these countries, thinking that 100 million population would make them rich, well, China has a GDP of 14,000 for Indonesia, 34,000 GDP per inhabitant for Brazil, Russia roughly 30,000, Philippines 10,000, Egypt 15,000 roughly, Vietnam 13,000, Congo roughly 1,300. That's GDP per inhabitant. So imagine if you only have $1,300 per inhabitant per year. So with the exception of the U.S., all of these countries are poorer in terms of GDP per inhabitant than we are here in Canada. So is it the magic bullet to have this many people, 100 million? Not really. It's not a given that because you add people to a country that the country becomes richer. You need the right infrastructure and circumstances to support this increase in population. So an immigrant needs, like any other person, to eat at the grocery store. They need to find housing by finding an apartment or a house. They need care when they get sick, or to go to a school, to a hospital rather, or they need school or daycare for their children. And every time we add one person, we put pressure on the services we provide. And then we reach a breaking point. It's not the immigrant's fault. It's the fault of those who let this person in and with full knowledge of the situation. There are some people on this other side of the House, the Liberal Party, who have done this. Bringing people in who won't have a roof over their heads and will have to go to food banks to feed themselves is not a societal project. It's actually profoundly irresponsible. And today I'd like to give you a few figures. In 2007, there were 47,000 temporary immigrants in Quebec. Now there are 470,000, a real explosion. In Canada, there are 2.5 million temporary immigrants. And the population in Canada rose by more than 1 million in 2023. So 1 million people, new people in Canada. And how many new housing units were built? 150,000. So 1 million versus 150,000 new units. It clearly shows, well, you don't need a doctorate in math to understand that there's a gap. In Quebec, we're talking about 200,000 new people for roughly 40,000 new housing units. So no matter what calculation you do, you can't make the system work. So yes, you have to increase the number of new houses built, but you have to understand it'll be impossible to reach thresholds that allow us to bring this many people in, because we look at these figures. This policy is not able to be supported under the current figures. And Prime Minister Legault wrote recently that there is an issue. At the beginning of the school year, there was a shortage of 8,500 teachers in Quebec. There were 1,150 new reception classes for newcomers in Canada. And this is the equivalent of 50 elementary schools. So there's a lot of people. It's really putting pressure on our education system. And when Bloc members talk about immigration, the Liberals always say, you don't like immigrants. You don't like them, they say. But I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I like them so much that I have children with an immigrant. My 2 daughters are the daughters of immigrants because my wife is an immigrant, Madam Speaker. And the reality is that I'm always happy to hear people, hear their stories, the stories of newcomers and how they came here. And as a member, I've spent many evenings welcoming these people. And people who come here have to be properly welcomed in French. And unfortunately, that's not what Canada is offering. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government Health Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's somewhat concerning when I listen to the member. I don't believe that we should be in any way trying to blame immigration as an issue, as the Conservatives attempted to do in terms of crime or dealing with housing. There is a great deal of cooperation amongst the provinces in Ottawa, and I'm going to use the example that I used earlier, the provincial nominee program, which is driven by provinces, continues to increase in numbers as the demand from provinces and territory seems to be that they would like to receive more. And I'm wondering if the member believes that the provinces shouldn't be is he suggesting that we reduce the provincial nominee category? Is there specific categories that the Bloc are advocating that should be reduced?
The Honourable Member for Bière-Boucher, les Patriotes Verts. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't really understand my colleague's question. It really shows their vision of things. The Liberals, for them, immigration is like oil for the Conservatives. They always want more and there are no limits. It's always more. And what my colleague is asking me, if there are provinces that want more immigrants, they can have them. But yes, they can have more. The motion doesn't prevent other provinces from asking for more. But the federal government, all we want is for them to consult the provinces before they decide on their thresholds and make sure that the thresholds take account of everyone's integration ability and we don't exceed capacity. They don't, for example, amplify the issue. I think it's simple, Madam Speaker. What we want is to be consulted and make sure that people who are welcomed in our nation are properly done so. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to mention there at several occasions today, people have mentioned consultation, and on several occasions, they talked about a series of decisions that were made and announced by the Minister of Immigration to put a cap on the number of foreign students. And it seems there was consultation, and the cap was consulted on, and that's what I've seen from various provinces and universities. But they told us that there was no consultation. There was a direction that was given by the federal government. So I'd like to hear what he has to say about that. Was there a consultation on the cap, or was it directed and given by the Minister of Immigration? The Honourable Member. In fact, there was no consultation, and it was also given through direction and also interference, I would say, because education, schools, universities, colleges, etc., is Quebec's jurisdiction or provincial jurisdiction in general. So when the federal government gets involved to limit the number of students in your schools, it's like they're going to limit your decisionary ability and interfere in your jurisdiction. So it is highly problematic, Madam Speaker. It's up to the Quebec government to set its thresholds with respect to temporary immigration and temporary workers like asylum seekers or family reunification individuals. It's up to Quebec to make these decisions. It's up to the federal government to respect Quebec's will.
Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. I know after serving newcomers to Canada for over 8 years in my previous position that immigrants to Canada are some of the most amazing, hardworking, and dedicated future Canadians that anyone can see. What concerns me, though, is during these times of change that often immigrants are targeted and blamed for challenges that we have in our country. And I'm sadly seeing that happen around the housing crisis. I'm wondering if the member agrees with me that the housing crisis will not be solved by pointing blame at immigrants, but rather stopping corporate profiteering of wealthy landlords.
The
honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. A debate like this is a great opportunity to deal with nuance and gradations and not simply get into extreme polarization and say, if you say this, it's bad, and if you say that, it's nasty, and if you say that, it's good. What we need to look at is the capacity of francisation for Quebec and for the welcoming society. I think what's important is that the people who come here aren't made to feel guilty or aren't attacked because they come. I think when people come here, they should be well received and welcomed. But we have to provide the proper conditions for them. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm delighted to speak to the opposition motion, and I'd like to be clear on the subject today. It's what we want is successful immigration. And what we're doing today is not anti-immigration, quite the contrary. What we're doing is meant to help us receive these people with dignity, people who leave their homes, their home countries. No one has mentioned this yet. The people who leave their homes where they come from, it's not easy to leave the place you were born. Not easy at all. These are extraordinary sacrifices. Sometimes they leave and they come here, and they know that they will have to deal with all the first-generation problems, hard time finding a job, hard time finding housing, and they make sacrifices for the successive generations. This is a noble thing, and it deserves to be respected. And they deserve to be welcomed properly. Now, someone a few minutes ago said, they are exemplary workers, devoted workers, who work to improve their standard of living, but also that of their children. And I think, Madam Speaker, that it's a crime, I would say a crime, to receive them and then not care for them. I'm ashamed to know that there are, at this time, living on the streets of Montreal, asylum claimants. We are a G7 country, Madam Speaker, and that's why we are presenting our motion today. We don't want to stop immigration. What we're asking for is that we sit down with Quebec and the provinces and the federal government and to start dealing with how we're going to handle this. There was a Liberal member who had the nerve to say earlier that that Quebec was best situated to decide on what it should do. Well, yes, duh. Every day, Madam Speaker, people tell us we're working hand in hand. We work with the government of Quebec, and the government of Quebec has finally said that it is not properly treated by Ottawa. It has finally complained. I'd like to ask my colleagues, I'd like, if he's saying let's collaborate with the provinces, why did the Premier of Quebec feel obliged to write that letter? Now, something's wrong if he had to do that. Our attitude in this is a humane one. It has to do with being good people. But this has to do with our structural problems, with our ability to pay for things. They're saying, well, we're going to be 5 million. But when people come to Quebec, these asylum seekers, someone said earlier, and he named the numbers of thousands and millions that had been accorded to Quebec for immigration. Yes, well, we did come to an agreement because we had to agree on how much would be provided. The federal government gets half the taxes, but it doesn't necessarily provide half the funding. I see my colleague, the member for Pierre Boucher. Now, since the 90s, and navigation is a federal bailiwick, but they haven't really dealt with it in ages, and the same holds for all kinds of sectors. There's no foresight, no planning. They didn't consider how we were meant to receive these people, how our community organizations would deal with this. This government is doing an on-the-cheap subcontracting. There are people who do highly essential work, but sometimes half of their human resources are cut, and then they have to subsidize others. What we need are direct services to the citizens. I admire people who do this kind of work. I admire them so much. And someone said earlier, the Bloc Québécois is anti-immigration, and immigration is a problem. I say no, it's not a problem. In fact, it's a solution for many things, but it's one solution among many. And they're talking about tax credits for people over 50 years of age to keep working. What the problem is the management of this Liberal government. We don't know, they don't know what they're doing, they don't plan for things. But I think we're going to have to start investing now, because in 5 to 6 years, maybe they could have thought of this before. What we're asking for of the federal government is to respect those people who will do the work of receiving immigrants. Now, earlier, I talked about the millions set aside for asylum seekers, but we were told this week, stop complaining, Quebec. We're going to give you $100 million for temporary accommodations. Fine. But at the same time, and we've been debating this a great deal in the House, at the same time as they give us this $100 million, I know everyone thinks it looks good, doesn't it, $100 million? But it represents about 25% of what we really need for housing, for temporary housing. But we in Quebec get more than half the asylum seekers, and we're getting 25% of what we need. We'll take it, yes, but we need more. And as for the other millions of dollars, it hasn't been settled yet. And don't tell me that we give Quebec money every year through our Canada-Quebec agreement. But this is something quite separate. So why are we, talking ad nauseum to get the bare minimum? We're tired of this, Madam Speaker. And then people are surprised that there are a group of people, and there are more and more of them, who are convinced that Quebec would manage its affairs better on its own. and the ones who are in Ottawa, well, they're trying to get this 25%, but we really need more, Madam Speaker. And that's the problem. We need predictability. We need foresight. Our education system. You know that we just had some very difficult strikes in Quebec, school strikes. Now, I'm a professor, and I taught for 25 years. And when people are on the picket line for 25 days, you know there's a problem. And they keep telling them, you need to teach more, you need more students. So it's not that immigration in and of itself is a problem, but what the problem is how can we receive them? How can we welcome them? Local authorities have to sit down and work together, or the various levels of authority have to sit down and work together. Now, I don't know how, when they say that we're working hand in hand, think of it. What kind of picture does that give you? It just doesn't make sense, Madam Speaker. So what I'm doing is I'm launching an appeal for a meeting with the federal government, the provinces and territories, and a serious discussion of how we're going to deal with this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments.
Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the honourable member saying that the Quebec would manage its own affairs better. Under the Canada-Quebec Accord, the immigration plans was being managed by the Quebec province, and it continues to do so. I want to know what has been the success of that management during the last several years. As the business sector, housing sector, the manufacturing sector, and the tourism sector in Quebec, have they got adequate immigrants, skilled immigrants required to their needs? How has been the success in those fields?
The
Honourable Member. Well, and I thank my colleague for his very interesting question. Well, we have had a great deal of success in Quebec on our own, in all kinds of sectors. We're always ahead of the rest of Canada. I'm not saying this to be pejorative towards the other provinces, but look at daycare. Look at how we integrate immigrants. Quebec is one of the most welcoming societies in the world. And we're one of the most mixed societies throughout our history. We celebrated Polish heritage last week. Immigration didn't begin with the year 2000. We've always been able to live with others. What we're dealing with here are administrative issues. We need the resources to manage this and manage it well. And when it falls within federal jurisdiction, well, we don't have control, and they don't give us enough money.
Oh, no. Port Monaco Quicklum, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the member's speech today, and thanks for pointing out the reality of the impacts of leaving your homeland. My question is, does the Bloc agree with the NDP that the answer to respecting immigrants is to stop pointing a finger at them and instead address corporate greed and profiteering in the housing sector and beyond in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, my colleague has raised a very important point. Now, it has to do with where the government wants to invest its resources. Right now, I'm thinking about how about the oil industry, and I don't hear Conservatives mention the millions and millions of dollars we give them, whereas we could be investing resources into receiving newcomers properly. There's work to be done. There's money we need. We could also talk about tax havens, where there are billions of dollars. There are a lot of things we could do. As it is 5:15, it is time to put to a vote. The question is as follows. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Brunel-Duceppe, moved that the House recall its unanimous vote of November 1st, 2023, calling on the government to review its immigration targets starting in 2024 after consultation with Quebec, the provinces and territories, based on their integration capacity, particularly in terms of housing, healthcare, French language training and transportation, all with a view to successful immigration.
In a meeting with his counterparts of Quebec, the provinces and the territories in order to consult them on their respective integration capacities, and C. Demande au gouvernement de déposer en chambre.
And call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a plan for revising federal immigration targets in 2024 based on the integration capacity of Quebec, the provinces and the territories. Amendment.
Seconded by Ms. Barron, move the following amendment. That the motion be amended by adding the following. D. Call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a report on the gap between the resources that are needed to align federal immigration targets in 2024 and the capacity of Quebec, provinces and territories to successfully resettle newcomers. And E. Call on the government to table in the House within 100 days a plan to ensure adequate resources are provided to Quebec, provinces and territories to support the successful resettlement of newcomers. Si un député participant en personne...
If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division... I ask for a recorded division. Pursuant to the standing order, a recorded division will be deferred to next week after oral questions.
To the Government House?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you would canvass the House at this time, you'd find unanimous consent to call it 5:30 so we could begin private members' hour.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Private members' business. Consideration at third reading of Bill S-202, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, standing in the name of Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag, seconded by Ms. Romanado, moves that Bill S-202, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Langley City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great honour to rise again in the House and speak to Bill S-202, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, which is also the Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate. As mentioned in my previous speech during second reading, I want to thank former Senator Patricia Bovey for all her hard work in getting this bill through the Senate and to the House this latest time. I'm also incredibly grateful to former Senator Wilfred Moore for his initial push of work on this legislation in 2016. I also want to thank Senator Andrew Cardozo for stepping forward and offering assistance should the need arise to return this bill back to the other place to consider amendments that are now before this House. These three senators are each strong champions of the arts and each deeply understands the need for this legislation. I'm truly honored to be working with these three senators on this bill to ensure that the Canadian arts are featured prominently through the Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate. This position would arise from the successful passage of this bill as amended at the Committee for Canadian Heritage. I'll note that the Heritage Committee made two amendments to the bill at committee stage. While I believe both amendments were covered in the original form of the legislation, these amendments further clarify two aspects of this legislation. Following consultation with the above three senators, who in turn have consulted with the larger arts community, we have accepted the validity of these two amendments and asked the House to formally adopt these two amendments as part of the legislation that is now once again before us. In a previous session, when this bill was known as Bill S-205, the members of this House delivered many excellent speeches when they debated this legislation. It is clear that in the three times this bill has been before the Senate and this House, it has had overwhelming support from parliamentarians in both chambers. There have been a lot of positive discussions on Bill S-202 to date, with my colleagues of all parties providing supportive statements during this Parliament's second reading of the bill, as well as during the committee stage. Bill S-202 is about supporting Canadian art and artists. The arts community was hard hit economically during the COVID-19 pandemic, but it is slowly recovering from that time. the arts provided a respite to Canadians during that challenging time in our country's recent past. During my time away from this place between 2019 and 2021, I worked for the Township of Langley as the Cultural Services Manager, where I had the opportunity to work very closely with the arts community. I've always understood the importance of the arts, but it was during the pandemic when I truly came to understand how essential artists are to the well-being of society. For over 150 years, Canadian artists have influenced Canadian culture and its beautiful microcultures. Acclaimed and beloved artists such as Emily Carr, Kinojawak Eshevak, George Campbell Tinning, Claude Vermette, Jack Chambers, and Maud Lewis illustrated their experiences, desires, and perceptions with exhilarating grit and comforting beauty. They all work to elevate cross-cultural understanding, curiosity, unity, and proud expressions of Canadian culture. To make a position within Parliament specifically for artists to create in, just as many Canadians before them have done outside of these parliamentary walls, honors the creativity and perseverance of Canadians. Along with these well-known artists, I believe we can all name more than one inspiring artist in our own home communities, demonstrating how art is embedded in all our communities across Canada. George Eliot Clark, our Parliamentary Poet Laureate from 2016 to 2017, wrote the following poem in support of this legislation for Senator Bovey. And I apologize to the interpreters who will have to try to do this on the fly. But the poem is as follows. The blank page, the blank canvas is undeniably delicious. Like fog, which obscures, then reveals, what hope imminently congeals. A fantastic architecture, imagination born secure. What vision the eye of the eye had dreamt is what answering why. Rainbows erupt from paint or ink, and film sculptures light in a blink. A needle weaving is lyric, and whatever is shaped is epic. Arts each I articulate, whose vision ordains a laureate. As a reminder to my colleagues, Bill S-202 seeks to amend the Parliament of Canada Act to create the position of Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate. The Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate would be an officer of the Library of Parliament, akin to the position of the Parliamentary Poet Laureate. The selection process for this role would consist of the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Commons acting in tandem to select artists to reflect Canada's linguistic and cultural diversity. The mandate for the Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate is to promote the arts in Canada through Parliament, including by fostering the knowledge, enjoyment, awareness, and development of the arts. In carrying out this mandate, the laureate may produce or cause to be produced artistic creations at the request of either speaker, especially for use in Parliament on occasions of state. A 2-year period is in place for this position, as is in place for the Poet Laureate, with the intention of rotating different ideas and perspectives, ensuring multiple voices and approaches are heard and seen. As mentioned in the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, the important consideration here is that this position would become a part of the institution of Parliament and would be here for the long term. Having that longevity, that permanence, will allow for the arts to reflect various aspects of current and future Canadian culture, including the experiences of everyone from around the world that has come to call Canada home. Canadian artists from across the country, whether lifelong Canadians, immigrants, Indigenous peoples, or others, will benefit from having a Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate in Ottawa. The appreciation of the arts unites us, and in a multicultural country such as Canada, we should promote our many different forms of art at every opportunity. Senator Bovey had a long and wondrous career as a visual arts curator and a director of several major Canadian art galleries, a professor, and an author before joining the Canadian Senate in November 2016. She carried that passion for the arts with her during 10 years as senator and continues her advocacy today, reminding us that the arts are a critical part of living and realizing Canada's diversity. In her maiden speech in the Senate in 2016, Senator Bovey said, and I quote, "The arts play an uncontestable and considerable role in all aspects of society." And that's an end of quote. As chair of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, I'd like to build on Senator Bovey's statement. I believe that the uncontestable and considerable role that the arts can play in society includes building relationships and knowledge with Indigenous nations. Indigenous artists are arguably the best known Canadian artists outside of Canada. As we look toward reconciliation and renewing relationships with Indigenous peoples, I want to remind everyone of what Senator Bovey said in 2016. She indicated that the power of the arts is infinite. The arts are letting the world know who Canadians are, where we are, and what we value. For my colleagues who may not have noticed it, I did mention future Canadian culture. The next generations of youth are Canada's future, and I believe art to be a critical component in engaging with, teaching, and learning from our youth. As a witness in Heritage Committee, former Senator Bovey stated, the visual arts also have the power to teach and inspire. I believe the Visual Artist Laureate will be a bridge to our youth regarding the role of democracy, the workings of Parliament, and your commitments, and will assist in addressing the gap in knowledge about civics. It would be a connector across this country and across generations, and open doors to bring us together at a time when that has never been needed more. Art as a mirror of society is not a lie, an exaggeration, or a fleeting and permanent digital commentary. Art is permanent, good, and an important part of our heritage and ongoing history, portraying honestly what we are and what we are thinking. That's the end of that quote from Senator Bovey. I want to take a moment to thank the members of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage for their careful consideration of Bill S202 and for putting forth two previously referenced amendments that enshrine our commitment to diversity and equality of opportunity for all artists. Similar to the position of the Poet Laureate, the Visual Artist Laureate selected will alternate every 2 years between someone who works primarily in English and someone who works primarily in French. With the First Amendment accepted, the committee is ensuring a reflection of Canada's linguistic reality in the position of the Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate. I thank my French-speaking colleagues for the clarification of current practices of this House by making sure French Canadians are equally represented as the Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate through this amendment. I also want to thank the Heritage Committee for amending Bill S202 to ensure digital creations are included in the definition of arts. While the original legislation included reference to future art forms and would have included digital creations, this amendment solidifies digital creations as a legitimate art form. As more and more artists express an interest in digital media, we must ensure their digital creations are included to reflect the diversity of Canada through this evolving art form. As Senator Moore said in his final speech in the Senate in 2016, when the legislation was known as Bill C-234, the position of Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate augments the Poet Laureate's office and expands the types of artistic expression that depict Canada both at home and abroad. The federal government has actively promoted the arts since the Massey Commission in 1949, which recommended that federal funding be made available for a wide range of cultural activities. The Massey Commission stated, "It is in the national interest to give encouragement to institutions which express national feeling, promote common understanding, and add to the variety and richness of Canadian life." I want to note that the Massey Commission recommended the founding of the National Library, the National Gallery, and the Canada Council for the Arts, institutions which we readily founded to support the artistic expression of Canada. I wholeheartedly agree with Senator Moore. The expansion of artistic creativity deserves recognition in Parliament. As the former senator noted, our chambers of Parliament are defined not just by those of us sitting in its hallowed halls, but by the artwork hanging on the walls that remind us daily of the sacrifice of those who built this nation. Canada has so many talented artists, and it is time we celebrate these visual artists and their contributions to our culture and the expression of who we are. As we discuss Bill S-202 during its third reading for its third time in this House, I urge my colleagues from all parties to support this bill and vote in favor of its passage. Let us show our support for the arts across this beautiful and diverse country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I would like to thank my colleague for his wonderful speech. This is a very important bill, appointing a Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate. We already have a Poet Laureate. As an actor, as an artist, I was in theatre, on the big screen, on the small screen. All I can do is laud the fact that we may have a laureate, a new laureate. Just a little detail. There should be an alternance in S202. If we appoint an Anglophone, then we have to appoint a Francophone. It's not in S202. What does my colleague have to say about that? Does he agree?
Député de Cloverdale-Langley City.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for his passion for the arts and obviously his commitment over a lifetime to arts in Canada. The amendment was brought forward by the Bloc in Bill S202 to reflect the practices, the ongoing practices of Parliament in alternating between English and French. Will exactly do that should this amendment and this legislation as proposed be carried. I think that it is an important amendment to actually codify the practice that we have here in Parliament to make sure that the cultural and linguistic diversity is reflected in how these positions, how the visual arts laureates are selected on an alternating 2-year basis. And so I think that with the Bloc's input on this and the support of other Francophone members within this chamber, we will make sure that that linguistic and cultural diversity is reflected.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I also enjoy his chairmanship at the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee very much. I know that he answered this question a little bit. Oh, and also to thank the member for including Indigenous artists like Kinayo Asivak in his statement, and the importance of ensuring Indigenous peoples as laureates as well. I wonder, in addition to what was just asked in terms of alternating laureates, if also making sure that Indigenous artists are at the forefront of those selections in those rotations.
The member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Great. I would like to thank the member from Nunavut for that question, and I thoroughly enjoy working with her on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee as well. The insights that she brings are invaluable. I believe that we did have quite a lengthy discussion about how do we bring in Indigenous artists to make sure that they're reflected in this the selection process. And as much as we are building and working to retain the linguistic, the various Indigenous languages in Canada, right now we are a country of 2 official languages, and so in this bill it is a reflection of English and French is alternating, while respecting that people living in Canada will likely have a working ability in either of those languages, as well as in an Indigenous language for those who are Indigenous persons. And so the sense is that it would not preclude Indigenous artists from being reflected or selected within this process, but would also make sure that there are opportunities for Inuits, First Nations, and Métis artists to be selected as part of this program.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and honour to take the floor this evening remotely. I want to signal to the member for Cloverdale, Langley City, my support for Private Members Bill at 202. And I appreciate, because I remember the work that Senator Pat Bovey did on this bill, and it seems such a shame that it slid off the order paper. I think the circumstances were unfortunate at that time. I won't go back into the details, but I wanted to thank the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City for bringing it forward and for finding ways to bring forward our visual artists from various cultures and backgrounds, and both Francophone and, of course, the emphasis on our extraordinary Indigenous artists. Merci, Miigwech. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City, in 30 seconds.
Sure. Well, I'd like to thank my honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her recognition of the importance of this legislation and her support for it during multiple introductions here at the Chamber and the House of Commons. So, yeah, thank you so much for the support. We look forward to seeing this recognized or being created so we can move on with it. And I'd love to see some of our West Coast Indigenous artists and other West Coast artists eventually be selected as part of this process.
Resuming debate, the honourable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've decided today in S202, like my colleague said very well, is the appointment of a Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate. As I said, I'm an actor. I've been in theatre, on the big screen. I love literature. I want there to be more art. I want it to take more space in our lives in this Parliament. I've decided to treat myself today. Someone talked about this much better than I, the importance of literature and the importance of art. It's a slammer, a poet, a Quebec poet called David Gaudreau, who's written a lot, who's won prizes in 2011 in Paris. He won the World Poetry Championship in 2011. He's written books since then. He continues to slam as well, stage shows, he's on TV, he's an invited guest. He is pugnacious in his words. He makes you listen to him. much better than I could. In any case, he wrote about this. He wrote about why we should give more space to art. We should give more space to poetry, to literature in our lives. So I've decided to treat myself today to read a text from David Gaudreau.
Conversations outside the chamber, please, so we can hear the speech. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, the honourable member. We're talking about serious matters, poetry, so I'd like my colleagues to listen. It's not often that we talk about poetry in this House. Well, I don't think we ever talk about poetry, to this kind of poetry. So I would like to apologise because David is an artist, an amazing stage artist. When he uses his own words, it's extraordinary, fascinating. But I would like to read this poem. It'll be good. We hope it will be good in both languages. I invoke the muse of poetry. A deep breath as we hold the world from ours. For every professor who goes forth and scours, who delves heart and soul into the matter, an unmuzzled light allowed to scatter. Free verse, slam poetry, sonnets, haikus. O captain, my captain, plunder the loot and find poetry jewels with which we can fill up the schools. At elementary school, Jean Arrache in the language of Gaul, Marie Huguet for players of football, Vanier for the valedictorians, and after the class for historians, we grant them moments of peace. And discordant and vivacious, their voices increase. I invoke the muse of poetry. In inner cities and at the lowest ranks, may all workers roam society's flanks. To whisper some Roland Giguère into misery's ear. That we may have poets in residence, in every senior care residence, that every illiterate person may meet a poet, and that they be paid to reinvest words, that they paint on giant signs in front of psychiatric hospitals saying, "Come see our special cases." In front of the Assemblée Nationale, "Don't feed the wildlife." And engrave the following into library walls: "Welcome to the Art Therapy Community Centre." I invoke the muse of poetry, that every SAQ cashier recite the romance of wine. For every purchase of $20 or more, that hockey night in Canada open with a posia poem, that hackers use their skills to only sell José Yvon on Amazon, grant sainthood to Yves Boisvert, gave a Nobel to Hélène Dorion, that we print Francoeur's words on rolling paper, Beausoleil's verses on boarding passes, Debien's thoughts on Greyhound tickets, Daoust's pugnacity on silk scarf, and of the other. I invoke the muse of poetry for Miron's chosen and invented territory, to those where lived the last of the First Nations. There are more options than Anikuni, you know? What don't we learn from Joséphine Bacon, Jean Siwi, and Rita Mistokosho? We listen to their voice. Yawinda, from Mohawk territory, all the way to Ivujivik, Nakurmik.
I invoke the muse of poetry in the mouth-shaped heart of Chloe Sainte-Marie. She deserves her honorary PhD that she can pawn for a fraction of her charity.
Et d'ailleurs,
And
city, where the fuck is your Leonard Cohen Street?
I have to interrupt the honourable member because this poetry, has words that may shock listeners. I understand full well it is poetry, but I already have received reactions from colleagues. And we agree that it does upset the work of the House, which is not recommended. So I remind honourable members to not mention that word. And your Alain Monette Boulevard. Try as I might with my GPS, honour paid to poets is scarcer than fair trade cocaine. I invoke the muse of poetry, from Speak White to Speak What, from Michel Lalonde to Marco Maccone, all those who pioneered the way and their words on paper made the heavens cry, with Rodney Saint-Éloi and all our nations, with Hermenegilde Chiasson, Georgette Leblanc, and Acadia entire looking at us straight in the eye, those who strike out in the path of poetry, from Saint-Venant de Paquette to Wendake, an artist from Trois-Rivières hurries to scale Duplessis' statue to sculpt thereupon Godin's face. I invoke the muse of poetry, be it song, the written word, or rap, by Gilbert Langevin, Nicole Brossard, Sol, and Manu Militari, through the noble shapes of proud bastardry and their inspired progeny, an apathy that will not rise again, through its summits and its roots, iridescent brothers and incandescent sisters, with its promises that we will keep in our open arms. I invoke the muse of poetry. I invoke the muse of poetry, and I hope you will answer me. Thank you. Speaker, I have 2 minutes left. A minute and a half, but I don't know what I could add to that, because David Goudreau wrote what I have just read. It's an extraordinary poem. I always wonder in this chamber, there aren't a lot of artists who are members, and I regret that because we have many different careers, engineers, etc., and this is nice, but it seems like the place that art holds would help in our debate if we had more room for music and visual arts. Yes, we have cinema, but I could also talk about artists. That's another debate, but it's important, but we don't talk a lot about it. 80% of artists in Quebec alone earn less than $20,000 a year. It's under the poverty line. We see them on TV. We watch them on our phones. We hear them on our radio stations. These people, these artists live in precarity, even though they write the very heart of what we are. Our very essence. We see their images, their videos, their pictures. There are people who write this. There are everyday people, and there are also artists. And these people have to be able to earn their living because we need them, Mr. Speaker. We need them more than ever during these tough times. Thank you very much.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert for a very colourful presentation. We will resume the debate, and calling for the member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And aujourd'hui,
today, I remember why I love Quebec culture. Thank you very much for that.
It is an honor to stand up today on behalf of the residents of Port Moody, Coquitlam, to talk about the arts. Port Moody is by design the city of the arts due to its vibrant arts and culture scene. Not only does it have a strong community of artists, including painters, sculptors, and potters, but many of these individuals have public art installations across Canada. I'll speak of one today, Sarah Graham, who shared her vision with the world by installing on the other side of tomorrow at the entrance of the Gordie Howe International Bridge in Windsor. Congratulations, Sarah Graham. This city is home to various arts institutions, such as galleries, theaters, and studios, which provide spaces for artists to showcase their work and for the public to engage with the arts. Port Moody boasts numerous public art installations throughout the city, including sculptures, murals, and interactive pieces. These artworks contribute to the cultural identity of the city and enhance public spaces. Overall, Port Moody's commitment to fostering creativity, supporting local artists, and celebrating cultural diversity has earned it the moniker City of the Arts. The Port Moody Arts Centre, who recently celebrated their 25th year, is a hub for artistic activities in the community. It offers a wide range of art classes, workshops, exhibitions, and events for people of all ages and skill levels. The centre also houses galleries where local artists can display their work. And in Coquitlam, Place des Arts is a nonprofit arts education centre offering classes and programs in visual arts, music, dance, and theatre for people of all ages in the historic heart of Mayerville. The largest French quartier in British Columbia, it also hosts exhibitions, concerts, and performances by both local and visiting artists. These organizations play vital roles in fostering creativity, supporting artists, and enriching the cultural life of Port Moody and Coquitlam communities. It's exciting to think that with the passing of this bill, and I thank the member from Cloverdale, Langley City, it's exciting to think that with passing of this bill and the introduction of a new visual arts laureate position in Canada, that artists from communities across this country will get more visibility. Having visual arts laureates is important as a form of recognition for an artist's excellence and contributions to the field. It acknowledges their talent, creativity, and impact on the cultural landscape and communities. Visual arts laureates often serve as ambassadors for the arts, promoting artistic expression, creativity, cultural enrichment, and more. Their public visibility can help raise awareness of the importance of the arts and encourage support for artistic endeavors. This is needed now more than ever as post-pandemic and in the unrest in the world, it is leaving people feeling more isolated and lonely. Visual arts laureates not only inspire emerging artists, but they can excite community. Their success stories can motivate others to pursue careers in the arts and can engage community to learn more about their own and other cultures. One of the outlined requirements of this new visual arts laureate role is to have it represent the cultural identity and diversity in Canada. The laureate role has an opportunity to reflect the different perspectives, traditions, and experiences through the arts. Their appointment can help ensure that a variety of choices and artistic practices are celebrated and supported, most often without words or language, but making it truly inclusive. Visual arts laureates have the potential to bring community together, engaging communities through public events, workshops, and educational programs, fostering connections between artists and their audiences. Their involvement plays an important role in celebrating, promoting, and having vitality in community. Canada is home to a diverse range of artists, and I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight some Indigenous visual artists, each with their own unique style and techniques. These artists create powerful and thought-provoking artworks that contribute to the rich tapestry of Canadian history. And I will point out my NDP colleague from Nunavut said that Indigenous artists should be part of the diverse rotation of the new laureate. I speak of Rebecca Belmore. Belmore is an Anishinaabe artist from Ontario whose work addresses issues of Indigenous identity, politics, and social justice. She also received the Governor-General's Award in Visual and Media Arts in 2013. Also, Christy Belcourt. Belcourt is a Métis visual artist based in Ontario whose intricate and vibrant paintings celebrate Indigenous culture, environmentalism, and community. There are so many incredible visual artists in Canada, and I look forward to this bill creating an additional platform for Canadians to see and learn from them. The richness of visual arts is a gift to society, and we must nurture it. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we must protect it. The creativity and ideas of artists must be protected, and I think specifically about how artificial intelligence tools have brought numerous benefits to artists around the world, yet at the same time have put their craft and the ownership of their own ideas and work at risk. AI tools can create art using people's thoughts and ideas, and this can lead to infringements on copyrights of artistic styles and works. The availability of AI-powered tools like image editing or video production may lead to a devaluation of traditional artistic skills and craftsmanship. As AI automates certain aspects of the creative process or replicates them entirely, we risk losing artists' autonomy, and society loses some of those skills and techniques that have been passed down by generations. This also raises ethical concerns about the use of AI in arts. Authorship, cultural appropriation, and fair compensation is potentially at risk. For example, if an artist uses AI to generate artwork based on images or data created by others, questions may arise regarding ownership of the resulting work and the ethical implications of using it. Another current concern for AI entering into the visual arts space is algorithms that can implant inherent biases. Discriminatory outcomes in AI could affect creative projects. And on the topic of fair compensation, artists already struggle to make a living from their art, and with the automation of certain artistic tasks through AI tools, it may lead to further job displacement for artists working in industry where AI technologies are adopted on the large scale. For example, AI-generated visual arts could potentially replace human-created content in commercial applications, reducing opportunities for professional artists to earn an income. In closing, the NDP want to be sure that speakers of both chambers exercise fair and equitable process to select a parliamentary visual artist laureate, because these are the important issues that they will be dealing with, as well as educating and sharing their beautiful art with the world. With so much talent in our country, we know this is going to be a very busy job, and the NDP support it.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Maintenant, je reconnais
Now I recognize the right of reply.
the right of reply for the Member of Parliament from Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues who spoke in favour of Bill S-202 today. As we discuss what's hopefully this final version of Bill S-202, I'm filled with a profound sense of pride in our nation's rich cultural heritage. Canadians have much to offer, and in honour of this, we ought to continue forward with the establishment of a Parliamentary Visual Arts Laureate. Again, I'd like to thank those who worked on and pushed for this legislation over many years. Senator Patricia Bovey for her tremendous efforts in ensuring a genuine appreciation of the arts makes it to the House, makes it to the House once more. Again, I'd like to thank Senator Wilfred Moore and Senator Andrew Cardozo, who have shown perseverance and commitment to this bill. And last, I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of you who have contributed to getting Bill S-202 to this stage. The creation of the Parliamentary Visual Arts Laureate to go alongside our Parliamentary Poet Laureate strengthens our recognition of the arts while fostering a sense of pride for our country that Canadians express in the creation of their artwork. Even the very building we are in today is visited by people across Canada and around the world for its beauty, artistic appeal, and the history captured within its walls. There is no place better suited to supporting the continuing legacy of Canadian art through a resident artist than here. Canada's stories, our cultural and linguistic diversity are demonstrated in their most raw form when we, as parliamentarians, intentionally recognize our fellow citizens' abilities to strengthen our Canadian culture. When I worked as the Township of Langley's Cultural Services Manager from 2019 to 2021, my discussions with artists heightened my understanding of how crucial art is to our resilience. Our communities flourish when we respect and encourage the creation of art within them. Art celebrates with us, mourns with us, encourages us, and inspires us. Art captures moments of our history for reflection and lifts our spirits when we need to take the next step forward. By supporting artists through the creation of a Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, we're taking the next step forward to ensure that Canada remains a beacon of artistic excellence for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank all members for their participation. The question is as follows. Mr. Aldag, seconded by Ms. Romanado, moved that Bill S-202, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, be now read a third time and do pass. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would request a recorded division.
Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 14th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
At the present time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm returning to a question asked in question period on October 18th, just last fall, 2023. And the question was immediately upon, well, 5 days after, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that sections of this government's bill on environmental assessment, which they redubbed impact assessment, which came forward through Bill C-69, were struck down by the Supreme Court of Canada. Now, I practiced environmental law. I'll briefly share with the Chamber that I actually worked in the Mulroney government and took a draft environmental assessment law through the Privy Council to get permission for our government of the day to bring forward the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, which ultimately entered into force around 1993. It went through several changes. It was an excellent piece of legislation. It worked well. It was repealed under an omnibus budget bill under the next government, not the next government, but Prime Minister Stephen Harper's government, and it was struck down and eliminated by Bill C-38 in spring of 2012. This was more than lamentable. When the new government came in 2015, the current Prime Minister gave a mandate letter to former Minister of Environment, Catherine McKenna, to fix this. Tragically, she ignored the advice of environmental experts, even those that she had impaneled. So what I asked on October 18th was whether the new Minister of Environment, Minister of Justice, would follow the excellent advice of the expert panel on environmental assessment law, chaired by former chair of the BAP, the Bureau d'Audience Publique du Québec, Joanne Gélina, and many environmental law experts, and thoroughly supported, certainly by the Green Party and by myself, that we follow the advice that the essence of environmental assessment law is to evaluate those projects of the federal government itself. At a minimum, the panel said federal land, federal money, where federal permits are issued, and another additional list of concerns. Tragically, the government ignored that advice. They took the advice from the Impact Assessment Agency itself. And what I asked the minister back on October 18th was, would the government now, with the chance, the excellent opportunity created by the court, as I completely predicted it would, striking down the sections that were based on the designated project list, itself a creation of Harper's Bill C-38, a terrible way of weakening environmental law, and at the same time, failing to honor federal jurisdiction. The minister missed the point of my question and merely said that they were going to fix it. I'm desperately worried they're going to do a quick fix. And the quick fix, once again, they'll listen to the advice of the wrong people. I beg the Parliamentary Secretary to tell us tonight that the government will follow the advice of the expert panel that gave them the right road to fix environmental assessment law in this country.
Recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for the Environment and Climate Change and the Minister for Sport and Physical Activity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend and colleague for the question tonight, and I hope that her working virtually doesn't mean that she's not feeling well. I hope she's well. And I thank the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands for raising this important fact and for highlighting one of the reasons why I chose to get involved in politics, and that was because of the disastrous environmental policies of the Stephen Harper government that put our country's reputation internationally in peril, and it also put in peril our most vital natural and most essential natural resources, which is our natural environment, Mr. Speaker. This government conducted extensive public engagement sessions in the development of the Impact Assessment Act, and I'm happy to speak to some of those actions this evening. At the time, the government heard from a range of individuals and organizations, not just environmental lawyers, but also Indigenous groups, the public, industry representatives, and academics, all of whom provided invaluable input into the creation of the impact assessment regime. My colleague also reminds me that the rules introduced through the Impact Assessment Act on assessing major projects were needed to address issues that had been identified with the former legislation, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act of 2012, which I can say from personal experience in Milton was a disaster. This government heard from Canadians who were calling for the restoration of public trust and confidence in the environmental assessment process, and enacting the Impact Assessment Act was the necessary change to provide predictability, accountability, and transparency. The Supreme Court of Canada's opinion on the constitutionality of that act does not discredit the process this government has made in protecting the environment, nor does it undermine the federal government's ability to exercise leadership on environmental protection. In fact, it confirmed that Parliament can enact impact assessment legislation. The Supreme Court also confirmed that the overall structure of the Impact Assessment Act is sound. The court also provided clarity and direction to further refine the Impact Assessment Act's process to ensure that it meets Canadians' needs and values, as well as Canada's unique constitutional requirements. The government recognizes that responsible development is critical to the prosperity of our country, and that time is of the essence with respect to projects that are currently in the impact assessment system. As the government lays out a plan to make more amendments, it will continue to listen to Canadians and uphold commitments to mitigating climate change, transitioning to a green, sustainable, net zero economy, and respecting the rights of Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, the government is working quickly and diligently on introducing targeted and meaningful proposed legislative amendments required to provide regulatory certainty for major project proponents, Indigenous peoples, and investors. We will continue to work collaboratively with provinces and territories, Indigenous peoples, industry, environmental groups, and the public to determine a path forward for environmental assessments in Canada, and we will remain committed to providing clarity for all our stakeholders and Indigenous partners, upholding Indigenous rights, protecting the environment, and growing our economy all at the same time. To this end, Mr. Speaker, I issued a statement on the interim administration of the Impact Assessment Act to provide guidance, and on the Interim Administration Act to provide continuity for proposed projects in the impact assessment process. And amending the Impact Assessment Act continues 50 years of federal leadership in impact assessment, and this remains a priority for the Government of Canada and for the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's the tragedy. Again, the government ignored the advice of the experts it had impaneled. And let me just stress that the extent of public consultation undertaken by that expert panel was extraordinary. Hearings in every single province and territory, thousands of witnesses in person, as well as the advice. This advice was ignored by the former Minister of Environment, and tragically, that led to parts of it being struck down. I am making it very clear as I can in the 30 seconds I have left, that if this government rushes and puts amendments in the Budget Implementation Act in the spring, it's very vulnerable to the criticism that it has not consulted. Its only and strongest protection is to rely on the advice that came from the panel chaired by Joanne Gillinas, to rely on that because it was the product of extensive consultation and thoughtful review of key pieces of legislation. The advice it's getting right now, I hear through the grapevine, is the wrong advice once again. Thank you.
Then I have Deputy de Milton.
The honourable member for Milton.
Speaker, the Supreme Court of Canada's opinion provided new guidance on the Impact Assessment Act while affirming that the federal government's leadership role in environmental assessment legislation is critical. The Government of Canada also developed the Impact Assessment Act to create a better set of rules that respect the environment, Indigenous rights, and ensure projects are assessed in a timely way, and we remain committed to those principles. But, Mr. Speaker, I just left the Environment Committee a little while ago. Over the course of 2 hours, we heard from 9 different witnesses. And I would say that there wasn't necessarily a consensus on all issues with just 9. So when the process was undertaken to hear from thousands of Canadian stakeholders with respect to environmental protection, it's important to note that there's no way to develop a full consensus on every single issue, but deep consultation is a priority of this government, and it will continue to be as we reassess the Environmental Assessment Impact Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, on November 6th, I had asked the government if it would take any action to address hatred targeting Jewish communities by pro-Hamas terror rallies across Canada. There were rallies in Toronto where genocidal slogans called for violent acts against innocent people. And at a solidarity rally at Queen's Park, where I proudly stood with Toronto's Iranian and Jewish communities, a Jewish woman was later assaulted for the simple act of holding a poster of a hostage. And actually, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to recognize that person, Olga, who I've since gotten to know. And I want to thank Olga for her advocacy and countless others calling for the immediate and unconditional release of the 136 hostages still being held by Hamas. Hamas and the militants holding the hostages should release them so that a path to peace, a just and durable peace in the Middle East, can be possible. Now, Mr. Speaker, I had asked the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada why he was being so silent on the grotesque and illegal displays of anti-Semitism, hatred, and public incitement. Because honestly, Mr. Speaker, I just couldn't understand why he was turning a blind eye to these rallies in Toronto, in the city where he's also an MP, that were clearly supportive of Hamas, a listed terrorist organization. So I reminded the minister that Canadians believe in the rule of law, not law rule. And I asked him if he was engaging his provincial and territorial counterparts to ensure that Canada's hate propaganda laws were being enforced. In response, the Minister of Public Safety indicated the government was far from being silent. He claimed that he condemned all incitements to violence and all expressions of hate, and that allegedly the government is there for all communities. The key word in the minister's response, Mr. Speaker, was all. And sure, other than Hamas and other terrorists, who wouldn't be against all hate and stand for all communities? Except, since October 7th, all communities are not being targeted. It's one particular community that's being disproportionately targeted, and that is the Jewish community in Toronto and across Canada. Protesters only seem to care about intimidating innocent Canadians who are Jewish. It's Jewish-owned businesses in Toronto and in my riding being vandalized. It's Jewish schools receiving bomb threats, and it's even a Jewish-owned deli that was firebombed in Toronto. So this evening, I want to focus on a specific, tangible action that the government can take, but thus far has not. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask if the government will follow in the leadership of two democracies, Austria and Germany, two nations that know all too well the levels that hatred and anti-Semitism can lead to. Both states have banned the use of the protest slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." Mr. Speaker, freedom of expression does not mean someone has the right to call for genocide. And the Austrian and German governments are painfully aware of the true meaning of the slogan in Hamas terms. It calls for the elimination of the State of Israel. Just yesterday, a motion was filed in the Dutch Parliament to do what the Austrians and Germans have done. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask if the government will take this tangible action to actually fight hate in Canada against an identifiable group and a minority, the Jewish community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone in this country has the right to live their life free from fear of attack or abuse because of who they are as an individual. Mr. Speaker, hatred that targets people based on race, faith, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, disability, or any other personal characteristic is counter to Canadian values. Everyone in Canada deserves a safe space to be themselves and to thrive. Unfortunately, hate, intolerance, and racism, and particularly anti-Semitism, exist in many ugly and dangerous forms throughout Canadian society and the world. Our government is taking action to combat this issue. For example, in the fall, the Minister of Public Safety announced enhancement to the Security Infrastructure Program, which will help all communities which are understandably concerned for their safety to better prepare for and discourage any potential acts of violence. The Minister announced an additional $5 million for this program in light of the rising hate we are seeing in this country. I think this is an important investment. I can give you a personal example, Mr. Speaker. The Justice Minister and myself attended the Bosnian Islamic Center in my own riding to discuss some of the funding they received through this program for security purposes. I also want to mention the upcoming online safety legislation from the Minister of Justice. Hate exists in many forms, including online, and we want to combat hate in all its forms. I'm looking forward to this legislation being tabled, Mr. Speaker. I have no doubt that in many of the Jewish community, for many in the Jewish community, recent events have undermined your faith in what Canada stands for. I want to assure you that I and the Minister of Justice and our government stand firmly opposed to anti-Semitism and hate in all its forms and will continue to work to combat it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, the slogan that I've referenced, its use at Canadian pro-Hamas terror rallies sends a message of intolerance and hatred towards an identifiable group of Canadians, a minority, the Jewish community. Is our government and the hate propaganda enforcement system that oblivious to the obvious? Mr. Speaker, I can't emphasize enough that delaying a rapid and direct response to hate propaganda and racism is a matter that Canadians are very concerned about. The federal government can't ignore or sidestep its responsibilities to upholding Canada's hate laws. There are provisions and the working to eradicate anti-Semitism here in Canada. As is the case of justice, delaying a response to racism and hate denies the removal of this scourge. Anti-Semitism must be met directly and by the full extent of Canadian law. That takes action, not more platitudes, Mr. Speaker. So I'll ask again, will the government take direct action to address this recurring hate?
The honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer is yes. As I noted, our government has made several investments to address hate crime in Canada. The $5 million expansion of the SIP program, which I mentioned, includes programs in my riding and in other ridings across the country. Our government has acknowledged the realities of racism and prejudice in the country, something not all parties are prepared to do. We are committed to build a safer, stronger, and more inclusive and just future for all by fighting hate and discrimination. And Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying they are not just words. There are actions being taken, and further action will continue to be taken. And we stand by this commitment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise tonight to follow up on a question I asked of the Prime Minister just before the holidays, which feels particularly relevant now in advance of the 2024 budget. At the time, I'd asked why the Prime Minister and this federal government hadn't yet funded the Canada Disability Benefit when they seemed to have tens of billions of dollars to throw at expanding a leaky pipeline. At the time, rather than answering my question, the Prime Minister read back a stock answer. And so I'd like to get into more detail tonight and hopefully have a more meaningful conversation. Because here's the reality. Budgets are about priorities. And there are many pressing priorities in my community that require significant investment. I'll offer just a few this evening. Of course, we need to end legislated poverty for our neighbors living with disabilities. If we did so, we could cut poverty by 40%, because 40% of people living in poverty across the country are people with disabilities. Priorities include building the affordable housing we need at the scale and the pace that we need to do so. Even if we doubled the social housing stock in this country, we'd still just be middle of the pack in the G7 as a result of 30 years of underinvestment in housing. Priorities that include incentivizing homeowners to retrofit their homes to be more energy efficient. Things like insulating attics and improving building envelopes. We could do it by replenishing and expanding the Greener Homes Grant Program to even fund deep energy retrofits when that program right now is no longer even accepting applications in Ontario. We could do it by investing in public transit to avoid more fare hikes and reduce service, by accelerating and expanding the Permanent Public Transit Fund. Now, to pay for these items, myself and others in the past have suggested new revenue tools like the Canada Recovery Dividend to be applied to the oil and gas industry the way it already has been to banks and life insurance companies. Even just a 15% windfall tax on their profits over $1 billion could generate $4.2 billion to fund these kinds of solutions. But another option, and the one that I focused on in this question, is to stop wasting our money on projects like the TMX pipeline. Projects like these, new fossil fuel infrastructure in the midst of a climate crisis, are what UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres calls, his words not mine, moral and economic madness. As recently as November 30th of last year, though, this government quietly guaranteed a new $1.75 to $2 billion in commercial loans for the Trans Mountain Corporation for expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Now, if that money is borrowed, the project's total costs are going to grow to $35 billion. That is well in excess of $1,200 for every Canadian taxpayer in the country. And so to close, budgets are about priorities. And this budget is an important moment for this government to align their priorities with those of folks in my community and across the country. The Parliamentary Secretary is a reasonable person. I wonder if he would agree that it's past time we stop throwing Canadians money at expanding a leaky pipeline and use those funds to invest in Canadians who need it the most, like Canadians with disabilities. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for his question. I will return the compliment and say I find him to be quite a reasonable individual, too. I feel like I'm facing the wrong way here. I want to thank him for his question. When it comes to our energy future, I would refer the member to the recent report of the International Energy Agency, which stated that global demand for oil and gas will continue in some form for decades, but overall demand for oil and gas will peak in this decade. At the same time, the deployment rate of renewables and uptake of electric vehicles is soaring. In his original question, the Prime Minister responded by affirming that Canada will continue to push forward to meet our net zero targets, including our commitment at COP28 to lower the production emissions and consumption of fossil fuels over the coming decades. Part of that includes the proposed cap on the oil and gas sector pollution in December. It was another step in our commitment to creating pollution cap on emissions that are both ambitious and achievable. The emissions cap is one that will ensure that the economic well-being of Alberta's energy sector does not come at the expense of our environment, by incentivizing investments in decarbonization, in technological innovation, and in efficiency. Canada is the first major oil and gas producing country in the world to have done this. Allow me to quote Dr. Rob Barnes from the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, who said, "This announcement marks a significant turning point. Canada is the first major fossil fuel producing country to commit to capping emissions from oil and gas production. We recognize the Canadian government's leadership on this and urge other countries to follow." In addition to the cap on emissions from this sector, we are also supporting energy producers to drive down methane emissions at least 75% through world-leading environmental standards. Despite fear-mongering from the Conservatives in this House, 12 major companies said that thanks to this regulation, they would nearly eliminate methane emissions by 2030. That is incredibly encouraging news for the climate and for the workers in these competitive industries. We know that the responsible path forward, Mr. Speaker, is to invest in decarbonization and in clean energy development to ensure workers have a bright future and that communities have clean air. Meanwhile, the Conservative Party's plan is to let the planet burn. The plan is to axe the environmental protections, to axe job-creating projects, and put moratoriums on renewable energy projects, as they have already done in Alberta or are trying to do in Atlantic Canada. While the Conservatives block vital legislation like the Sustainable Jobs Act and our offshore wind bill C-49, Liberals are working hard to ensure that communities across this country benefit from the opportunities presented by a low-carbon future. The Liberal plan has delivered over $200 billion of investment into clean energy and clean economy, helping to create thousands of sustainable jobs for workers today and future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fact remains, when it comes to investing in a sustainable future, you can't do it by buying and expanding a pipeline. And that's exactly what this government has been in the midst of doing since 2018. And as recently as November of last year, continued to double down on that investment to the tune of $2 billion more dollars in a new subsidy to continue with this failed investment, at a time when Canadians across the country are calling out for something as simple as investing in home energy retrofits, in expanding public transit, in ending legislated poverty for people with disabilities. Will the parliamentary secretary use the influence he has inside of his caucus to shift these kinds of investments towards the priorities of his community and mine?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, we share the same priorities, but allow me to illustrate my earlier point by sharing some of the investments the Government of Canada has made in Southern Ontario, where the member and I are both from. For example, we provided $3 million to Kitchener-based Kuntz Electroplating, Inc. to strengthen its manufacturing capabilities, creating 45 new jobs in the automotive and EV industry and support the growing green economy. We invested $10 million in the University of Waterloo's aeronautics program to help them orient to a more sustainable future for the aviation industry. In the auto sector, we've attracted major investments from companies like Volkswagen, Stellantis, and Umicore, which will create thousands of good quality and low-carbon jobs for our community. This is just the beginning, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue on this path forward and accomplish our goals together. Thank you.
I thank all members. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a good evening, everyone.